that we can do without you. If you don't want to sell that oil, we don't need it. And if we don't need it, well, we can walk away from the deal whenever we want. And that means one thing: if you want to sell us your oil, you're gonna have to revise your prices down. So we like I don't want to give a number because I know nothing about this thing, and I wouldn't be able to be to give you anything decent. But we're starting to get into the numbers that are below the sort of price that the Russians themselves consider is necessary to balance their budget in peacetime. No factoring in wartime. They need that oil to be sold at $100 a barrel. If they sell it at 50, they're toasted. And I know that today is a tough day for our Ukrainian friends, and today is a very, very sad day for many, and a very angry day for many, many. But one thing you can rest on is that that information, if it is confirmed, is not only guarantee that the Russians have lost the war, but it's probable guarantee that they will not be able to mount a credible threat against Ukraine or any of their neighbors for the coming 50 years. Maybe Peter is here listening, so I'll be a bit bold. For the next 100 years, Russia is not going to be a problem, just because of that piece of information today. So I would like to congratulate our Ukrainian friends for that fantastic economic and political victory. And I would like to, for once, tell our representatives in Brussels, in Washington, and in London, well done, guys. That is what we were expecting. It didn't come a minute too soon, but well done. You guys are winning this war, and you're winning this war without firing a shot, just throwing the most precise missile straight into the coffers of the Kremlin. And that is where we'll win. Domin, have you managed to post your
I have
cards?
yeah, cards in the nest. So in oh goodness, in 4.5 hours, 4.5 hours, we'll be joined by Kyle Parker, who's the chief of staff of the U.S. Congress Helsinki Commission. So that's very exciting. The Helsinki Commission is the one that is responsible for cooperation and security in Europe. And only yesterday they had a big hearing, including among other Professor Timothy Snyder of Yale and many others as well. And they work hard on recognizing all the disgusting things that Russia is doing in Ukraine and working on getting more help for Ukraine. And since Congress is the one that controls the purse strings, they're the right people to do so. And in just 8 minutes, we'll be joined by Sergei Skripka. He's an Azov-style defender who was in Russian captivity for many months until he was exchanged back to Ukraine. And he'll be talking to us in just 8 minutes' time. So please, hang about. Ben, I just have a little question for you. So this thing by China, this is a consequence of secondary effects of sanctions, right? So the EU and the US are putting an embargo on shipped crude oil from Russia, and that's what is also affecting Chinese want for this oil, right? Or is there a different mechanism?
No, you're perfectly right. Except that it's been better. Those sanctions have not been passed yet. The price cap is not going to roll in for another month, and it already has effects. Even if nothing else, the what the Russians are going to have to sell just in order to balance their budget is gonna hurt them tremendously. So even if the price cap doesn't fly, is not voted because the Hungarians don't want it, or if the the Chinese at the end of the try and test, and they don't actually realize. Sorry, they realize they don't need to respect it. Even there, the billions that the Russians are going to miss is going to force them to do very, very silly things, very consequential things, and this might force them to kill even more golden geese, and maybe even to do some of the very politically difficult things that they've been trying to avoid for the past 9 months. Um, you know, Limiting the pensions, for instance, and that they seem to believe is the most dangerous thing they can do. They don't mind they threatening NATO, but threatening the babushkas and taking the money away, ooh, that they're afraid of. So let's hope for the best. I'm sorry if I did not answer your question on being attacked by brooms at the moment.
It's like a witch hunt, Ben, isn't it? Being attacked by broomsticks.
Well, it's more the witch doing the hunting this time, but yes.
Very good. But thank you very much, Ben. Much appreciated. And I think it's good that you've highlighted yet again how close to complete degradation the Russian economy has come and is continuing to dwindle into or gyrate into. We've highlighted this here already at the beginning in late March, when the sanctions regime had kicked in and expanded further. Whilst it is imperfect and continues to be an issue of contention between nations, as well as its overall coverage is constantly being contested. And yes, the Russians will try to circumnavigate and try to avoid and evade it. It has already led to substantial consequences, and say, bar a full embargo, Western nations have managed to already achieve a lot in this regard. We should continue with this. And with that, by the way, I can see that Peter Duran has joined us, and we can talk about now the inefficiencies and holes which are still there, but nevertheless, there is a substantial progress. Peter.
Thanks, Axel. Just a quick sound check on my mic here. Are we all good?
Perfectly loud, wonderfully clear.
Yeah, I'm on my old phone here. Hey, I loved Ben's update. It forced me to take a quick look. I think Ben's analysis is spot on. Thumbs up and a high five to Ben there. It is an important development. The one note of caution I would issue here is that the Chinese might be trying to negotiate for a lower price for the crude that they are buying from Russia. There was a little hint of that in the Moscow Times article. I thought that was interesting, but we are going to end up with essentially three prices for a barrel of Russian crude. There's going to be the cap price. There's going to be the discounted Brent price that you have to pay to, take on some of the extra risk for buying Russian crude. And then there's going to be the actual Brent price. So we're going to track this closely, but I think Ben's analysis is overall spot on. The impact on the Russian budget, which is important, he flagged that 50% of the Russian budget, 45 to 50% of the Russian budget is basically paid for by Russian oil sales. That's major. So Ben, excellent analysis. I would just be a little bit more cautious. The Chinese might just trying to be taking a position here to negotiate for a lower price from the Russians. We'll keep an eye on it, but overall, this is a good development.
All righty, Domen.
I'll just briefly say, Axel, before the interview starts, I'll drop down so you can move Bionade up to co-host for Sergey. And let's go to Ben, I guess.
Thank you, Dom. Peter, I fully agree with you. I'm really sorry if I didn't make it clear when I was speaking. Yes, it might just be a way of negotiating lower prices. That's what I was calling market power. And of course, we'd rather them not buy anything. But even if they buy the same volume but at a lower price, why it doesn't really matter if ultimately whether they buy 100 barrels at $50 or 50 barrels at $100, as long as there is this relationship, as long as half the money gets into Russian pockets.
Ben, 100% agree. And I didn't in any way mean to undercut your analysis. In fact, I thought you were spot on. The way I see this, it's working. We're getting some splash damage, so to speak, from this policy. That's a good thing. The less money that we can put into Russian coffers in exchange for Russian oil, the better it is for our policies. So spot on. I agree.
Thank you, but you're also too kind to call it an analysis. Remember, I'm in between the Hoover and a shovel. So,
hey, as long as you can point out the what, the so what, and the what now or what's next, then analysis has occurred. That's the way it works, man.
All righty, with a bit of luck, we shall have our guest speaker in just about a second with us. Verlaine has joined us victoriously. Victoria Lee, could you highlight a little bit about how we came about this and why it matters that we have our guest with us?
Hi, Axel. Well, of course, it is important to hear stories like Sergei's. It is so dramatic and it's so tragic what he's been through. It's something any human being, it's something not like any human being should experience. So he was one of those POWs who was able to return home during one of the prisoner exchanges in the end of October. So he was fighting in Azovstal side to side with Azov fighters. And so they were able to hold for more than 80 days. And, when I was talking to him yesterday, and I told him that we are really, really excited to have him on and we cannot wait to hear his story, he was just smiling and he did not believe me. He just told me that I'm just a simple person. And then I told him, no, you're not just a simple person. You're a hero. You're a hero that people are going to make movies about and people are going to write books about. And I swear he was just smiling. He did not believe me. He's just so humble. So guys, I'm just really asking you, be very gentle with him with all the questions you have, because he's still in a hospital. And he lost his father, he lost his house and his parents' house. And so he really asked me, do not have any questions about others, Ukrainian warriors that's still in Russia, because he's really worried about them and we all want to come back, them all come back safe and alive. So let's just be very aware of the questions we're going to ask him.
All righty, and we had the experience already yesterday when we were listening to what our friend at the space, Colonel John Spencer, had in interviewing Aidan Eslam for his podcast, as he also went through probably not a dissimilar ordeal, but then again in a different format. So with a bit of luck, we'll have Sergei joining us in a second. So for everybody listening today, we are expecting one of those who actually defended Azovstal and who could tell the tale and advise as to the experience of the people, meaning men and women who defended the plant, defended Mariupol, and therefore ensured that the Ukrainian armed forces could regroup, defend, buy time, and manage to get into the position they are in today, meaning that they can liberate the country. And as I can see, Sergei is already joining. 1 second. All righty. Добрый вечер. A very warm welcome, Sergei.
Сергей, здравствуйте. Спасибо вам большое, что вы нашли время подключиться к сегодняшнему эфиру. Мы все вас ждали с огромным нетерпением. Я хочу вас познакомить с Ферлейн. Это такая девушка с яблоком. Она будет вам переводить сегодня все вопросы и, соответственно, переводить ваши ответы. Спасибо вам огромное еще раз.
Sergey, can you hear us?
Сергей, когда вы захотите говорить, вы, пожалуйста, нажмите на микрофон в левом нижнем углу, пока вы говорите, и потом выключите, когда вы...
Как меня слышно?
Вас слышно.
Нормально.
Good day. Good day, many thanks. Good evening. Many thanks to you, American friends, for helping Ukraine. Для начала такая фраза для нашего диалога.
It's just an intro phrase for our dialogue from Sergey.
All right, good. Felaine, can you hear us at all?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear
I
you.
can
all.
hear you perfectly well. I hope you can
Okay.
also hear Seri. So please, once again, Seri, thank you for joining us this evening, and it's much appreciated. We're very glad to have you with us so that we can discuss your experience and what you've seen and lived through when defending Azovstal.
Сергей, добрый вечер еще раз. Очень рады вас видеть с нами сегодня на панели. Мы очень ценим то, что вы нашли время и возможность присоединиться к нашей дискуссии. И вы просто должны понять, как мы все здесь на этой панели ценим тот вклад, который вы сделали в Украину, как защитник Азовстали. И надеемся, что сегодня мы сможем с вами обсудить не только тот опыт, который вы пережили, но и то, что, в принципе, происходит в Украине в наше время.
Спасибо. Рад знакомству и без помощи извне, помощи американских друзей со всего мира, без поддержки мы бы не смогли достичь такого уровня, который сейчас имеем.
Thank you so very much. I'm really pleased to get acquainted with all of you. I have to point out that without the support, without the help of of everyone who is abroad, of foreigners, our American friends, without their support, you have to realize we wouldn't be able to reach the level that we are at now. And I would like to emphasize that.
В 2014 году я пошел добровольцем защищать Украину. И совсем, как можно сказать, был зеленый в плане войны. Моим умением я благодарен канадским друзьям, волонтерам, которые приезжали, учили нас воевать, помогали медицинским оборудованием и добрым словом.
And in 2014, I was a volunteer. I volunteered to go and defend Ukraine, to defend our country. So literally, I was a newbie. I was like way too inexperienced in that time in terms of war fights and overall. Like war was new to me, and I am grateful for the skills and knowledge that I have now, that I have obtained for the Canadian friends and volunteers who came and taught us how to fight, who have helped us with medical equipment and supplies, and who also shared kind words with us in moments of need.
На сегодняшний день, когда в феврале этого года российские правители вообще сошли с катушек и начали бомбить всю Украину, не только Донбасс. Я был в командировке, и это работал в Африке. Вернувшись в Украину, хотя давайте, наверное, не так. Давайте, может, построим по-другому как-то вопросы или просто рассказывать о войне. Направьте меня так. Я немного волнуюсь.
Сергей, не волнуйтесь, мы здесь, чтобы вам помочь. Мы очень рады вас видеть. Мы тут все, в принципе, свои обычно. Если вам так будет удобно, можем сделать небольшой просто рассказ, который вы хотите подвести, как война в этом году вас, скажем так, встретила. Вот вы начали рассказывать, я это переведу. А дальше можем перейти к вопросам, которые вас чуть-чуть расслабят. Вот. Как вам такая обстановка?
Давайте или потом вопросы. Давайте начну тогда со своего диалога, да? Так, со своего рассказа, а потом уже вопросы, так?
Если вам так удобнее, можно и так.
Мое понятие, что война России против Украины, это она принесла кровопролитие, перечеркнула мечты многих украинцев.
Okay, so Sergei is saying that when Russia has invaded Ukraine in February this year, obviously the Russian government and the ones in charge had completely went out of the rails because their decision was completely insane. They started bombarding and shelling Ukraine, not only Donbas area. At that time, he was on a business trip in Africa. And then he had to return to Ukraine as soon as possible. And then we had discussion if it's okay for him to continue or whether there's going to be questions. And he also points out that the Russian war in Ukraine is the war against Ukrainians first and foremost. It's a bloodshedding war that had crossed all the potential dreams of Ukrainians to keep on living.
Absolutely. Sergey, very quickly, just for the background of our audience, as I understand it from discussions with Victoria before, and you had already served in the 23rd of the Mariupol Maritime Guard, and you were therefore experienced enough that between 2015 and 2018, you were there and you learned your trade and you learned your craft, so that when this happened in February, you rejoined the existing military unit. Can you maybe talk a little bit about the Maritime Guard and how they were set up right at the time when the invasion started?
Сергей, тут вопрос от Акселя. Поскольку он уже немножко разговаривал с Викторией о вас, насколько он понял, вы весь тот опыт, который вы за моменты службы волонтерства в 2014-2015 году вы с собой привнесли после начала полномасштабного вторжения в ваше подразделение в 23-й, да, в Мариуполе. И, насколько я понимаю, Акселю интересен вопрос. Вот с момента, когда вы присоединились к 23-му, как там восприняли, насколько отличалась сама обстановка, чем отличалось ваше подразделение, например?
После возвращения из Омана я 22 февраля 2022 года в компании с просьбой приостановить мой контракт обратился. Я работал в Персидском, в Индийском океане, в Персидском заливе, в иностранной компании по охране судов от пиратов. Работа вносила свои коррективы, я был по полгода в командировке вдали от дома. Вот. Но в то же время овладевал новым оружием, усовершенствовался, зарабатывал неплохие деньги. Но 22 февраля понял, что грядет в Украине, и попросился в компании, английской компании, попросился разорвать контракт. Мне пошли навстречу, из Омана я вылетел в Киев, и на следующий день я уже был в Мариуполе. 24 февраля пришел в свою воинскую часть.
So a little bit of a backstory. So he worked in Africa. He worked in Oman. Technically, he had to breach the contract. He asked to breach the contract because he was working in the Persian Gulf, and he technically was the person who made sure that the pirates weren't attacking the vessels and the ships and so on and so forth. So he worked there like half a year on deployment, half a year back at home. And he was mastering new types of weapons because he was the security guard there, like guarding the vessels and ships from the pirates. And
so he was constantly immersed in defense. So
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah. So he was gaining a decent profit. I would say his salary was quite decent, but once he heard that there was a potential threat again hovering above Ukraine, he asked the English company to breach the contract. They agreed, and he then went to Kyiv right from Oman, and from Kyiv directly to Mariupol. So on the 23rd of February, he was in the unit, in the 23rd Maritime Guard. And he will continue. Продолжайте, пожалуйста, Сергей.
Yeah, please add how large the unit was, just so that people get a perspective as to how it's set up.
Сергей, чтобы было понятие у слушателей, насколько большим было подразделение? То есть не нужно говорить прям полную цифру, но приблизительно.
Приблизительно 200 человек подразделение.
The unit consisted of approximately 200 individuals.
Из вооружения только были это не бронированные катера, на которых стояли мелкокалиберные пулеметы и стрелковое оружие. Это все оборудование, это все то, что было на начало, на 24 февраля. В дальнейшем, уже когда мы были на позициях, уже полномасштабная война началась, благодаря помощи приходили к нам и матадоры, и джавелины, на вертолетах с большим трудом, но доставка была, учились на ходу, уже что-то с чем-то уже мы воевали.
Yeah, so the unit was composed of approximately 200 individuals. As to the weaponry that they had, they only had unarmored, like light skin sort of shells door, where had the small arms installed, small caliber, as far as I remember, machine guns, and that was it. For the 24th of February, the Coastal Guard wasn't very armed, so to say. And when they were at their positions and the full-scale invasion happened, they obviously received some help, but it took enormous effort to deliver them some extra armaments and whatnot, because they used helicopters, and you all have seen probably the videos of how those were delivered. So they had matadors, they had javelins, but there was hardly anyone to teach them, so they were teaching everything themselves on the fly, and they were trying to fight with the new equipment that they had to teach themselves to work on.
Я немножко, наверное, начну о себе, да, чтобы у слушателей был понятие, кто я, что я не профессиональный военный.
And so he would like to add, obviously, that he would like to tell something about himself, that he is not a professional soldier. He's not a professional military.
Я родился в Мариуполе, учился в Донецке, экономист-финансист, предприниматель, имел свой бизнес в Мариуполе, приватный спортклуб «Лотос». Вот. Когда пришло время, встал на защиту. В 2014-м пошел в Добробат. Переводить.
A little bit of a profile. He was born in Mariupol. He was educated and finished the university in Donetsk. His trade, he has been taught in financial sector, so he is an economist. He had been a private entrepreneur. He had a private sport club, Lotus. And when the urge came, he decided to defend the country and enrolled into the volunteering battalion.
Впервые встретил врага на подступах Мариуполя в августе 14-го под селом Широкино. 31 августа на моих глазах с помощью управляемых ракет россияне атаковали катера морской охраны, погранслужбы Украины. В то время я еще не подозревал, что 23-й отряд станет для меня родным, что я стану пограничником.
So, in August 2014, he met Russians for the first time as the enemy of Ukraine, close to or nearby the village Shirokino. Obviously, that was a direct threat. And on the 22nd of August, Russians have attacked the speedboats, the vessels of the Maritime Guard of Ukraine. It was clear he saw the attack, and it was the same unit that he had enrolled in 2022. And at that time, he obviously had no clue that the 23rd would become the unit of his lifetime, so to say.
Первый мой боевой опыт это был в Добробате в 2014-м. Потом с 2015 по 2018 я получал свой опыт уже в морской охране. Потом по окончании контракта когда контракт закончился, я был уверен, что в окопной войне Россия на этом война не закончится. Активная война еще впереди. У меня было желание учиться и развивать свои навыки. И я уволился. Заключил контракт с иностранной компанией, как я говорил, по охране судов от пиратов.
All right. Shall we move
Hi.
forward?
Quick, well, he's going to translate and then I'm going to go in. Go ahead, Victoria.
Yeah, I need to translate that one. His first combat experience was obviously when he joined the volunteering battalion. And he, at that moment, realized how important was the Maritime Guard's contribution. And he realized that this won't be like only the war in the trenches, and it won't be stopped, and it won't finish in 2014, 2015. So once the contract was over, he had a willingness and desire to keep on improving and developing. That's why he decided to resign and kept on working overseas, mastering new equipment.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to jump in and thank you to our guests for being here. Victoria, please pass on my salutations. I just wanted to announce that as of about 30 minutes ago, it has been confirmed that a Russian missile fell into Ukraine in the town of Przewodów and killing 2 people at a grain facility. I can presume that this is an errant missile. Obviously, we know the Russians are good at very much military related. However, this is a serious escalation and concern. And we're getting a lot of text messages and DMs about people asking, does this mean Article 5? I think people should be calm about it. because it doesn't mean NATO is at war with Russia. So there's a lot of that going around. I think intent has a lot to do with things. Obviously, it's not something that can go overlooked. However, Polish authorities, including the local prosecutor's office, are looking into it as we speak. So this is to confirm Russian missile actually landed, struck a town in Poland called Przewodów, and it's on the border with Ukraine. They hit a grain facility. 2 people have died, and there is more to follow. If you could actually just let our guest know of my interruption, Victoria, and I'll step in.
Yeah, of course. Сергей, почему Ехуда ворвался, просто чтобы вы имели понятие, он ворвался с объявлением, что буквально 30 минут назад, во время вот этой массованной атаки россиян, они поцелили в принципе, они поцелили по Польше, грубо говоря, в городе Przewodów, в Польше, что граничит с Украиной. Попаданием они убили 2 людей. Ясно, что Ехуда сейчас рассказывает, что это еще не повод для НАТО вступить в бой, не повод как бы включить в ход статью 5 о коллегиальной защите, но просто чтобы вы знали, что полчаса это случилось, и вот такая вот ситуация.
Приношу соболезнования нашим братьям-полякам. Где-то с 14 до 16, это по киевскому времени, обстрел был и в Киеве, и в Харьков. Также по предварительным данным в Киеве 2 снаряда упало 2 снаряда, и 1 человек погиб там с гражданских.
My condolences to our Polish brothers and sisters. What else can we say? When it was like a little bit earlier, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., there was also a massive bombardment of Kyiv. 2 missiles hit the facilities. Others were repelled by air defenses. At least 1 individual died. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
let me
is-
know that. Let
Yeah.
me know that I'm not taking away from what happened. I just wanted to mention the Polish angle, because people are obviously Poland being another country and a NATO member, that people started getting the wrong idea. I would add that almost 100 missiles fired at Ukraine in the last 6 hours. Something like almost 85% of them have been shot down, thank God, and the rest obviously have done a lot of damage. I just wanted to point that if you let our Sergey know. That wasn't, I didn't want to compete with casualties. I think the nature of a strike into a NATO country is a big deal. Why were the Russians even aiming towards anywhere near the border? They had to have known that there was a risk that they would overshoot. And that says something to their recklessness as well. Thank you.
Да, Ехуда просто хотел бы еще раз отметить, насколько россияне просто бездумны в своих действиях, потому что они выпустили, мало того, что они выпустили больше 100 снарядов за последние 6 часов, 85% из которых были сбиты украинскими силами, но они не рассчитали и по факту зарядили по территории страны НАТО, и теперь они могут как бы пожинать плоды своих последствий. Но ни в коем случае Ехуда не хотел увести внимание от нашего с вами разговора. Это просто как вот объявление о том, что это случилось, чтобы вы знали, что такое тоже происходит.
Ну да. Но это к сожалению, наша действительность сегодняшняя. Когда я был в плену, слышал их разговоры о том, что весь мир пытается захватить РФ, что Украина стала фашистской, что мы стремимся захватить какие-то территории России, многие другие нереальный бред, который у них в головах. Которые наслушались они по зомбированному телевидению. Это вожди России сошли с ума и зазомбировали свой народ. Они в телевизоре видят не ту реальность, которая происходит сейчас в мире. Мир развивается, а они ушли в 16-ю феодальную Россию превращаются.
All right.
Yeah. Comment from Sergey. So when unfortunately this is our reality. Whatever Yehuda mentioned, everything that's Ukrainian reality, reality of the whole world. And when he was detained, when he was in captivity, he had heard conversations of the guards that the whole world is trying to seize Russia, and that Ukrainians are all fascists. That's once again quoting Russian guards. That we are gonna try to seize Russia as a terrorist. Basically, all that insane bullshit that was in their consciousness and minds that they have absorbed from the they call it the zombie TV box, basically from the zombie television, because the state authorities have become insane, and they have sort of like hypnotized the nation. They only see the television and they only trust the reality that's being shown to them, while the rest of the world is still developing and progressing. Russians have been dragged into the feudal Russia of the 16th, 17th century.
Я могу продолжить?
Sergey is asking if he can continue.
Absolutely. Sorry, I just want to give the update. Thank you. Susie.
Алло.
Axel, Sergey is asking if he can continue.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. I thought that was it. Yehuda already said it, so we're very pleased for him to continue. Please.
Да, Сергей, пожалуйста,
Я
продолжайте.
немножко хочу с исторической точки зрения зайти. Кто такие вообще русские? Почему у них генетически не совсем понятно. В общем, возможно, на генетическом уровне вот это. Вот еще Тургенев подметил. Это русский писатель. Хотя так называемый русский, он вообще был татарином. Впрочем, как и Достоевский, он наполовину был украинец, наполовину татарином. То есть то, что россияне вообще во всем мире привыкли считать русским, русский – это местоимение. А национальность вообще по национальному признаку это отвечает на вопрос, чей, какой. Вернее, кто американец, кто француз, кто украинец, а русский – это местоимение. Какой? И вот, ну, приведите, пока я продолжу.
So, Sergey would like to point out that from the historical perspective, there is an interesting discussion about who are Russians or Ruskis on genetic level. We had a couple, it was pointed out by Turgenev, who is a Russian writer, author, but actually his nationality, he's Tatar. Same goes to Dostoevsky, who is a Russian writer, or is considered as Russian writer, but he's half Ukrainian, half Tatar. So they're pointing out that Russians tend to, like, overall Russians or Ruskis, it's not a nationality, it's some kind of like an adjective if you think about grammatic / linguistic / historian point of view. Like, because we have Ukrainians, Americans, Brits, French, and those are in Ukrainian language and Russian language and all the languages are like subjects, so to say, if you look at the structure. And Russian is sort of like an adjective. So he wants to point out that that's another way of looking at things.
Русские – это было по вероисповеданию. Люди, которыми сейчас называются православными. А с легкой руки Сталина стали называться русскими. А до этого Русь была, это Украина, со столицей в Киеве. Ну так вот, Тургенев подметил, что любят, это его фраза такая, любят русские люди бунтовать, станут на колени перед домом барским и стоят подлецы. Ведь знают, что бунтуют, и все равно стоят. Ну вот они сейчас они стоят и своим хозяевам в Кремле кланяются.
So yeah, following up that further comment, Russian in old times was considered as part of the religion. So it's like a synonym of Orthodox, so to say. But Stalin at some point have tweaked it because obviously Kiev and Rus, it's Ukraine, so to say. Former Kiev and Rus is Ukraine. And Kiev was the capital city. That's why he wants to say that Turgenev, the Russian, but actually Tatar author, was saying that Russians, if they want to revolt or rebel, they just stand in front of the slave owner and slave trade and just bow to it. So that's why they keep on doing it this time. Axel, do you want to say something?
Yeah, no, we appreciate this, and certainly we have analyzed this in quite some detail. So that's a very good point. There is a certain level of obedience which is typically vested in their culture. Now, let us switch gears maybe a little bit and go back to the first days of this invasion. When you on the 23rd were then set up to defend Mariupol, what happened at the beginning? How did the next steps happen? We understand that the Russian army, the 41st Combined Army, came and contested the city, shelled the city. Where were you stationed? Were you in the southwest, or where were your positions?
Да, Сергей, спасибо за вот это замечание. И иногда очень интересно посмотреть на разные стороны, как бы, понятий. Давайте сейчас немножко переключимся и попробуем перейти к моменту, когда случилось вот это полномасштабное вторжение. Первые дни, когда 23-я, в принципе, выдвигалась защищать Мариуполь, и вы были с ней. Мы знаем, что тогда зашла 41-я объединенная армия России, и они начали обстреливать город, они, очевидно, начали, простите, начали вторжение в полную силу. Где тогда находилась 23-я? Вы были на юго-востоке, юго-западе?
Мы, нас по желанию добровольцев 25 человек из моего отряда, плюс усиление 5 азовцев, остались позиция так называемая Азов-Интекс. Все остальные отошли там в завод, а нас 30 человек осталось на позиции, это северо-запад. Это со стороны аэропорта Мариупольского. Мы охраняли эту трассу вход в город. 1,5 месяца держали, прорыва не было, были у нас потери, раненые. Через 1,5 месяца вокруг нас было уже около 7 танков, за которыми мы могли тоже, это как преграда. И, ну, наша преграда была как броня. И враг нес потери и в людях. Переводите пока.
Спасибо, хорошо. So here is how it happened. It was a willful decision. So volunteers, 25 individuals from his unit, plus they had attachment, 5 Azov fighters were attached. So the whole unit consisted of 30 soldiers. They had remained at the so-called Azov index battle position. Everyone else who was in the unit, they had withdrawn to the plant, to the Azovstal. And those 30 individuals, including Serhiy, was that battle position which was in the northwest. So technically, if you look at the map, it was from the side of the airport, the Mariupol airport, and they were securing the highway, the entrance to the city itself, and they were holding the grounds for 1.5 months. There wasn't any bridge. Obviously, there were losses, there were casualties, wounded. They had shot 7 Russian tanks, so that was like an obstacle which they used as a cover. So that was their obstacle, and that was also their like shield, their armor in front of them. Obviously, they had also some BTRs that they had shot at. And the enemy at that moment was having both losses in like within the troops and within the equipment.
К середине апреля, кроме стрелкового оружия, у нас уже практически ничего не осталось. Мы практически были окружены, отошли в город. Были уличные бои, постоянные обстрелы, артиллерия, самолеты врага. И пошли, отход, была команда отходить всем к Азовсталю, на комбинат Азовсталь.
So it was the middle of April, and they had almost nothing left apart from the small arms. They were surrounded from all directions, and they had a tactical withdrawal to the city itself. There were heavy street fights. The Russian artillery were shelling them and the city. The Russian fighter jets were obviously bombarding the city itself, and they started to enter the city overall, and they had received an order to withdraw to the Azovstal plant, and they followed the order.
Отступали, отходили к комбинату ночью. Ну, возможно, беспилотники отследили нас, вражеские. Завязался сильный бой, артиллерия, обстрелы. Это был Армагеддон. В кино такого не видишь. Враг открыл огонь. Горела наша техника. В машинах было много раненых, которых мы вывозили. К нам присоединились и с других подразделений еще много людей, и азовцы, и ТРО. Не знаю, ну, в пределах 500-700 человек где-то отходило. Практически половина только дошла до Азовсталя. Горела техника, горели люди. Я сидел сверху на бронетранспортере, внутри мне не хватило места. Бронетранспортер БТР-4 8-местный, туда набилось вовнутрь человек 15. Когда переезжали через мост речки, это перед въездом в Азовсталь, БТР упал в реку, и меня выбросило в воду. Переводить.
Okay, they were withdrawing at night, and probably some Russian UAVs or drones were able to locate them, detect them, and at that moment the heavy combat started. They were shelled with artillery. They had massive shots and strike from all of the direction. It was like Armageddon from all over directions. You won't be able to see that even in the movie. The equipment was on fire. Everything was burning. There were a lot of casualties, a lot of wounded. Obviously, they were joined by all the people who received the order to withdraw. There were Azov soldiers and the Territorial Defense Forces soldiers as well. The estimated number of soldiers who were with Serhiy at that moment was 500 to 700 individuals approximately.
And Fellaini, if you could just ask them, were they retreating together with their BTRs, or were they already
Can you give me a moment to finish
yes.
it?
But sorry, but you have to ask, it's an important question in between, but please go on.
It's answered. Yeah. So that was a tactical withdrawal. It wasn't like a full retreat at that moment. Only half of the 700 soldiers were able to get to Azovstal eventually. The people were burning, the equipment was burning, the BTRs that they were in was also burning as well. He was sitting on one of the BTRs because there wasn't enough space for him inside. The BTR 4 has 8 spots inside, and there were already 15 people who were just like trying to find their spot in the BTR, who was already cramped, and he was sitting on the BTR. They were passing the bridge because there was a river. Like when you approach the Azov plant, Azovstal, basically. There is a river and there is a bridge, so close to the entrance. So when they were passing the bridge, the BTR fell into the river, and Serhiy also was thrown because he was sitting once again on the BTR. Was kind of like thrown a little bit to the side with the blast.
Мне, наверное, говорить фразы немножко покороче, да?
Как вам удобнее? Я запоминаю.
Да. Хорошо. Я могу продолжить, да?
Да, пожалуйста.
Выбросил. Да.
Да, хотела просто уточнить, что вот тогда Аксель спросил, отступали ли вы с техникой, с БТРами. Я ему сказала, что вы это дальше расскажете.
Ну, отступали с техникой. Конкретно я же был на БТРе, внутри не хватило мест. 8-местного БТРа, туда набилось человек 15. И я не влез. Но это меня и спасло. Я сидел сверху. И когда переезжали через мост реки, это прямо перед въездом в Азовсталь, меня выбросило в воду. Из-под воды я увидел, как летящую на меня сверху машину. И за доли секунды прошла рядом вся жизнь. Но БТР застрял на сваях, дверь заклинила, все, кто был в середине, погибли. А я пошел по дну, выплыть не было сил. Ну, благодаря там река была 3 метра, глубиной пару метров. И я сбросил рюкзак, а под адреналином автомат остался тоже там, но бронежилет не снял. Ну, задыхаясь, выбрался на берег. Товарищи мне помогли, вытащили. И так мы добрались до бункера на заводе.
So once again, as you have heard, they were withdrawing with their equipment. He was sitting on one of the BTRs because there weren't enough space for him inside, and this is exactly what have saved his life. because when the BTR rolled over into the river, he was the first one to fall down. And when he fell down into the river, the BTR fell after him. And obviously he saw how the BTR was falling into the river. So from above, he saw how it almost crashed him, basically couple of centimeters on the side. And the BTR, like all his life, kind of like flew in his eyes in the moment when he saw the BTR falling onto him. The BTR eventually got stuck, and everyone who was inside died. Once again, the BTR was initially expected to accommodate 8 people, but at that moment there were 15 of them. So when he fell down into the river, he even though the river wasn't that long and deep, he was walking technically on the river. He didn't have power to swim. The river was like 3 meters long, if like wide, if you think about it, and at that specific location. So he was technically walking because it wasn't really deep. So it was really hard to walk. So he threw away his backpack. The same thing goes to his small arms. His AK was also thrown away because there was a lot of adrenaline. He was trying to pull himself out. He didn't remove the bulletproof vest. He was almost joking at the time. He didn't have enough air at the moment while he was getting to the shore. His brothers in arm saw him coming out of the river and pulled him out. I assume via his bulletproof vest, because it was easier to drag him out.
За несколько дней до выхода на отступление на завод удалось мне поговорить с родными. Как я говорил, мои родные были в Мариуполе, и это сильно переживал. И склоняю колено перед женой, перед любимой женой, на ее хрупкие плечи выпало. Сколько она вместе с дочерьми, своими родителями, внуком, моими сестрами с детьми прятались в подвале. Все вокруг горело, нечего было есть. В дом зашли россияне, стреляли вокруг, по телевизору, по стенам. Утром мои родные под выстрелами пушек, под разрывами градов, под налетом авиации на пробитом колесе все-таки выехали с Мариуполя.
A couple of days before he was ordered to get to the Azovstal, he managed to speak with his loved ones. They all were in Mariupol at that moment, and he was really worried about their well-being. And he needs to commend and show his utmost respect and love to his wife and to her bravery, because even though of like how fragile she is, with the daughters, with the grandchild, with the sisters, with their kids, they were like hiding in the basement all the time under the Russian bombardment, shelling, artillery strikes. There was nothing to eat. Russians, and there was no heating, there was no water. Russians kept on, like when they entered the house, they started shooting at the television, walls, and so on and so forth. So those brave women, like under the shots of the AKs, Grads, MLRS, Russian aviation, even though the tire was flat, one tire on the car was flat, they were able to get out of the city eventually.
То, что происходило в городе, это геноцид украинского народа. Сгорел мой дом, прямое попадание авиабомбы в дом родителей, нет и его. Уничтожена многоэтажка, где была доставшаяся мне по наследству от моей мамы квартира. Город почти стерт с лица земли. Погиб мой отец, его похоронили в парке рядом с рестораном, там, где он каждое утро делал зарядку. Ему было 93 года, но он был бодр, ходил без палочки, никогда не одевал очки. И в любое время года выходил на улицу с голым торсом, обтирался снегом, делал зарядку. Он пережил Вторую мировую, но нашествие фашистов из России не пережил.
So everything that has been happening in Mariupol and in Ukraine right now is a genocide of Ukrainians. His house has been burned to the ground. His parents' house was also destroyed because there was a direct strike, a high precision strike with the aviation bomb on the house of his parents. The apartment building where he had, like, there was like a heritage from his mother. There was a apartment that the whole block of flats, the apartment building, demolished. There's nothing left, only rubble. His father died because of Russians. He was buried in the park, in the city park, close to the restaurant, where he was used to like have his morning warm up. He was, even though he was 93 years old, he was walking without the support. Nothing. He was walking his two. He didn't wear glasses. He used to even get outside during winter times and just like kind of like smoke himself with snow. He had survived the Second World War, but he didn't survive Russian fascism.
Our condolences.
Как?
Наши соболезнования.
Спасибо. Когда уже был в Азовстале, грубо так, половина из тех, кто выходили с нашего района в Азовсталь, дошли только туда. Грубо было 700, ну, половина дошли. Получилось выйти на связь с семьей благодаря Илону Маску. Он Starlink подарил. Привезли на вертолетах Starlink, установили. И благодаря, большое спасибо им, была связь с семьей. Я успокоился, что они добрались в Полтаву. И поговорил. И я успокоился, и их успокоил, что живой. Попросил верить в то, что все будет хорошо, и думать о нашем будущем.
When he was in Azovstal, as he had mentioned, only half of the eventual lineup of troops had been able to get there. So maybe like 300 to 400 out of 700 were able to get there. He was able to get in touch with his relatives, with his family, thanks to the Elon Musk and his team's invention, because one of the deliveries was able to bring Starlink. And so that was a great, like, thank you very much for just assisting us in getting that. So he was able to get in touch with his family. He learned that they were able to get to Poltava. He talked with them. He calmed himself down because he knew that they were alive, he calmed them as well because he was alive. He reassured them and asked them to keep on believing that everything eventually will turn out well, and keep on dreaming as well.
Находясь в окружении под непрерывными бомбардировками и обстрелами, в бесчеловечных условиях, почти без еды, воды и медикаментов, мы в течение 82 дней оттягивали силы россиян на себя. Переводить.
So they were completely surrounded. The conditions were inhuman. There was no water, no food, no medical supplies, and for 82 days, they were drawing all the forces and attentions towards themselves.
В общей сложности уничтожено было 6000 оккупантов, в том числе одного генерала и еще 78 танков, более 100 единиц бронетехники. Был случай, первый батальон Азова, первый полк Азова, там около 30 человек было, на левом берегу в Мариуполе вел бой с ГРУ, главное разведуправление, российские бойцы. Потом пришло от них сообщение, СМС, где они написали, что снимают шляпу перед нашими бойцами. Они прошли Ирак, Сирию, были в Афгане. Их было 70 человек, и у них никогда не было потерь. Их осталось всего 4, в том числе и погиб их командир, генерал. Из 70 осталось их 4. В общем, они прислали СМС-сообщение, что снимают шляпу.
Русня написала сообщение?
Да.
Нифига себе.
Uh-huh.
So once they were there, completely obviously surrounded by Russians, throughout those 82 days, they were able to kill 6,000 Russian occupying forces, 1 general, 78 tanks, more than 100 units of Russian armored vehicles. And that was a case. The first Azov regiment, detachment of the first Azov regiment, there were 30 individuals, 30 soldiers. They had a heavy fight on the left bank of Mariupol with GRU, the General Intelligence Department of the Russian Federation. And at some point they received the message that the Russians had texted that they were paying their respect to the Ukrainian fighters because they have successfully been to Iraq, Syria, they've been to Afghan. They had never had any losses. There were 70 soldiers in that specific unit that was deployed. They had never had losses, and only 4 of them survived the battle with Azov regiment. Their commander died, the general. So it was 4 out of 70 after that fight, with 30 Azov defenders.
Мы в течение 82 дней оттягивали силы россиян на себя, давая украинской армии критически необходимое время на формирование резервов, перегруппировку сил, получение помощи от партнеров. К К примеру, по состоянию на 8 мая интенсивные обстрелы завода «Азовсталь», только за ночь было 25 вылетов вражеской авиации, в том числе 3 стратегических бомбардировщика. Переводить.
So for 82 days, they were drawing forces, Russian forces towards themselves, and that was a crucial, critically important time for Ukrainian army to regroup, form reserves, receive the critical and necessary help and assistance from partners. The intensity of the shelling and bombardment had only increased. So, for instance, at some point, they had more than 25 flights of the Russian aviation that was basically directed towards the Azovstal, and 3 strategic bombers also attacked at the same night.
Did he? Sorry, isn't he? Telen, could you ask as to whether they also experienced the white phosphorus, or were they in the bunker when it happened? Respectively, did they have any indications of chemical bombardment?
Сергей, вопрос. Использовала ли Русня белый фосфор или вообще использовали ли они какие-то химикаты в целом? Или в момент, когда они
фосфорные
использовали,
бомбы
вы все
были.
были в бункере?
Нет, ну, кое-кто был и в бункере, не все 2500, которых остались в Азовстале, конечно, сидела в бункерах, ну, они же были и обслуга. Использовались фосфорные бомбы. Я не помню, как эти бомбы называются еще, которые они пробивают бункер, и потом помещение наполняется газом, происходит взрыв. Вот эти бомбы были. Переводить.
So not everyone was in bunker, and obviously, if you look that there were 2,400, 500 individuals there, some of them there in the bunker, some of them there outside. Obviously, there were people who were conducting the services of the Azovstal. They have used phosphorus bombs. There were also some other chemicals or bombs used. He doesn't remember the name, but if you look at how they are utilized, they kind of shell through the bunker, and they are able to inject the gas inside of the facility, and then it just explodes when it fills in the space. Those were used as well. So yeah, there were a couple cases when he witnessed the chemicals being used.
Зажигательные фосфорные бомбы работали и не только по Азовсталю, и по городу. К примеру, возле бывшего горисполкома оккупирована. Земля там светилась. И воронка была 15 в диаметре метров 15 и 3 метра глубиной. По Азовсталю сбрасывались 500-килограммовые, говорили там, слышал, что были 3-тонки, 3 тонны.
So there were the phosphorus bombs, the ones that helped with the ignition. They not only Azovstal was bombarded with those, the city itself was also bombarded with those, and obviously that land afterwards was occupied, and they saw that the soil was kind of like illuminating the light during the nighttime after that attack. And there were like huge ditches after the attack. One was almost like 15 meters long, 3 meters deep, and he estimates that Azovstal was bombarded with bombs that were 500 kgs firstly, and some of people also saw the 3-ton ones as well. They were dropped.
Understood. Can I ask a question? Because this has come up many times when we spoke to people familiar with the situation in Azovstal. We understand that there were various locations and rings of defense. Where was your unit when defending the compound, and how did that happen? How did your shifts organize? How many times did you rotate? How was it organized?
Сергей, тут Аксель интересуется, потому что они об этом много обсуждали. Мы понимаем, что было несколько таких вот колец обороны в самой Азовстали, и ему просто интересно, где именно находилось ваше подразделение во время обороны. То есть были ли у вас какие-то вахтовые методы обороны, менялись ли вы, может, какой-то почасовой был смен? Как происходила сама оборона Азовстали, вашего подразделения? Или там уже не разделяли?
Уже не разделяли, было смешано. Заступали смешанными подразделениями. Со всех подразделений группы по 5-10 человек на позиции. Позиции по периметру Азовсталя. И 3-5 дней смена была, ротация. Потом, грубо, 3-5 дней на позиции, 3-5 дней в бункере отдых. И таким вот образом менялись.
So at that moment we weren't there as part of the specific unit. Everyone was jumbled together. Like it didn't matter from which brigade or unit you came from. We all had become one unit. So technically, there were from 5 to 10 individuals, soldiers on one battle position. There were like a line of positions along the perimeter of Azovstal, and there was like 3 to 5 days rotation. So let's imagine, so 3 to 5 days you are on your battle position, then 3 to 5 days you are resting in the bunker, recuperating, and it kept on rotations. So 5 to 10 soldiers, 3 to 5 days rotations.
Тут хочу добавить еще, что многое можно было бы рассказать о ребятах, рядом с которыми воевал. Были трагические потери друзей, были и забавные ситуации. Просто еще много ребят в плену. Возможно, со временем расскажу некоторые подробности, но не сейчас, чтобы не провоцировать россиян, и чтобы не творить беды для моих друзей, которых сейчас пытает российская система, как в сталинских лагерях. Это истязание часами, подвешивают ногами кверху, вниз головой. Это электрошокер, это обливали водой, стоя на коленях, бьют по пяткам, обливают водой, в розетке 220 на тело. У меня отбитые почки, сломанные ребра, трещина в позвоночнике. Если бы мы не были подменным фондом, они в плену нас бы давно побили, мы не были бы пленными.
Сергей, мы ни в каком случае не сделаем хуже. Я буду за этим следить, я обещаю.
Переводить.
Да, хорошо. So also I would like to point out that I would have told you a lot of about stories about the guys, the fellas, so people who I've spent those days with. There were tragical losses, there were some funny moments, but I don't want to, quoting City, I don't want to provoke Russians, because a lot of the soldiers are still in captivity, and he doesn't want to do any harm to them, to their potential hostage swap. Right now, they're being tortured by Russia. They're still there imprisoned, and the imprisonment feels like those Stalin camps that you only read in history books. They've been they've been interrogating the soldiers, the Ukrainian soldiers, for hours, and they are hanging by their legs upside down for hours. They've been electrocuted, poured with water before that. The socket has 220 volts, and they apply it to the body. He has broken ribs. His kidneys were struck on both sides. He has a problem with his spine as well. There are cracks in his spine, and if he's mentioning, if he wasn't a part of the so-called swap fund for Russians, and all of them as well, they would have probably been killed. But they are useful to be swapped, so that's why they keep them alive.
You went in captivity on the day when everybody else went in captivity, or did that happen in the run-up to it when some of the troops were already captured at the outskirts whilst defending the plant?
Сергей, такой вопрос. Вы оказались в русском плену со всеми, когда был приказ сложить оружие и выйти? Или вы оказались в плену до момента, когда получили приказ от главнокомандующего?
На территории завода уже практически не было, бункера все были разрушены. Защищать Азовсталь смысла уже практически не было, потому что перекинутые из-под Киева и в район Мариуполя были большой контингент российских войск. И у нас были большие потери. Не было еды, мы кушали раз в день по пол-литровой баночке суп с крупу, которую разбомбили, авиация разбомбила так называемые склады, магазин, крупы поразлетались, их так собирали, просеивали, немного еды оставалось, собранной с земли, откопанной, и из этого готовили, кушали раз в день. Питьевой воды практически уже не было, кипятили снег, который был, поэтому смысла не было дальше оставаться в Азовстале. Высшим военным командованием был отдан приказ командирам подразделений сохранить жизнь личного состава. И 16 мая началась эвакуация. 19 мая я с группой защитников Мариуполя вышел с оружием из Азовстали, сдались, сложили оружие, приказ исполнили.
Okay, so you have to realize that at some moment in May, almost all the bunkers in vicinity of Azovstal plant was destroyed. There was no point to conduct the clearance of Azovstal by Russians, so to say. There were a lot of troops that were sent like from Kyiv Oblast at that moment, so there was a large number of Russian contingents, but basically Russian troops around, even though they had a lot of losses there was an overwhelming Russian power within the facility, and there were a lot of losses from Ukrainian side as well. They had their meal once per day. It was like half a liter, like small sort of like jar with some porridge. Russian aviation had destroyed some of the storages, like a shop that was close, and there were a lot of different like wheat and so on and so forth, just laying on the ground, on the soil, and they were able to dig out some of the wheat that was there, some of the porridge, and kind of used some of the grains that they found on the ground, and used that to eat once per day. There was almost no drinking water. They were boiling the snow that they found in vicinity of the power plant, or they used to boil the water from the puddles. There was no point to remain being at the plant at Azovstal. They received an order to preserve and save the life of the personnel, and evacuation started on the 16th of May. On the 19th of May, Sergei got out of the Azovstal with his firearms, with his weapon. Then he obviously had to lay down his weapon, and he became a Russian captive or POW.
Where was he sent then? Can he talk a bit about whether he was kept in the occupied territories like many others, or was he brought forward to closer to Rostov-na-Don, or?
Сергей, вопрос. Если вы, конечно, можете эту информацию раскрыть. Когда вы оказались в русском плену, они вас отправили на оккупированные территории, то есть восток Украины, или они вас отправили ближе к Ростову-на-Дону или куда-то дальше на территорию России?
Нас посадили в автобусы, мы вышли с оружием. В принципе, я себя героем не считаю, выполнял долг, но было страшно. Честно говоря, я уже попрощался с родными мысленно, потому что сдаваться совершенно желания не было. Но потом, когда объявили, что мы согласно Женевской конвенции будем сдаваться по приказу, и жить хотелось видеть семью, детей, внука, поэтому себя пересилил, все-таки пошел сдаваться. И когда мы сели в автобусы, у нас отобрали кольца, цепочки, крестики, деньги, другие вещи. Ну, так я попал в лагерь в Еленовке. Момент еще такой, в автобусе нас сопровождали, они были двое военных Росгвардии РФ в балаклавах. Потом они их сняли через время. И были более-менее, если так можно в кавычках назвать, дружеские разговоры. Была от них благодарность. Это оказались два дагестанца. Я посмеялся еще, они говорят: мы благодарны вам, что вы нам сдались, потому что мы только несколько дней назад, как по ротации подошли к вам, и вы нам сдались, а перед этим вы воевали, тут было много чеченцев, и вы их практически всех, контингент, который здесь был, практически все погибли. А у нас с чеченцами, да, плохие отношения у нас напряженные.
Can you hear me, Axel?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So they got out of Azovstal with their weapon, and Sergei mentions that he doesn't consider himself being a hero. He was just basically doing what he should. That was his duty, and he was following the order. It was terrifying. At some point, he in his thought he had said farewell, and he had said goodbye to his friends and relatives. There was no desire or willingness to surrender and lay down the weapon. But once he heard that they were kind of like surrendering following the Geneva Convention, and it was an order, he felt the urge to leave, and he really wanted to keep on living. He wanted to see his family, his kids, his grandson, and he over kind of like overstepped himself at this moment. He had to bear with himself. He went following the order to surrender, to preserve the lives of the personnel. The order was like that. When they entered the bus, they sat on the bus. The Russian army removed their rings, removed their necklaces, the crosses that they carry, whoever was religious, and they were sent to Olenivka. So
Olenivka.
yes.
Okay.
And there was a like almost funny moment. Well, it's a tragic funny moment in the bus. They saw that in the bus were the members of Rosgvardia, and they were the one who had to kind of like supervise them, and they were carrying they were wearing balaclavas. So some time went by, and they removed the balaclavas, and so he mentions that you can hardly call those friendly conversations, but they were friendly-ish conversations, because there were two soldiers from Dagestan, and they expressed their gratitude for as long as they were grateful that Ukrainians have surrendered, because they have just came to these positions, and before that there were a lot of troops from Chechnya, and Ukrainians were able to eliminate almost everyone, and those troops from Dagestan were mentioning that their relationships with people from Chechnya aren't the best, really, like the worst. So that is why they were grateful for Ukrainians for surrendering, for not killing them, because if they hadn't surrendered, obviously a lot of them would have been killed probably, and from eliminated Chechnya from their own army.
Okay. When you arrived in Olenivka, how were you all segregated? This went because we understand there were various sites there where prisoners were brought. Can you speak to that?
Сергей, вопрос по Еленовке. Я не знаю, можете ли вы ответить, каким образом они распределяли кого куда? Потому что мы знаем, что много отправляются в Еленовку, но
Я понял.
я
Вопрос,
честно не знаю.
вопрос понятен. В Еленовку привезли всех в Еленовку. Собрались мы в Еленовке. Я в последний в партии приехал. В 20 числа, 20 мая. 25-го нас приблизительно человек 400 сказали, что едем по обмену домой. ребята начали поздравлять, и мы собрались, поставили вещи там и сели в КамАЗ, построились, вышли с бараков, нам одели мешки, ну, уже понятно было, что это не похоже на обмен. Ну и привезли нас, в общем, грубо 400 человек, 2 партии по 200, привезли в Таганрог. А Еленовка – это Донецкая область, Украина оккупированная, а в Таганрог – это уже Российская Федерация, Ростовской области. Сезон номер 2. Каким путем был отбор? Нет, никакой, не знаю. Приехали в Таганрог, был сильный прием, избили, в КамАЗах как мешки везли, 4 месяца пыток, голода, сломали 2 ребра, бросили в камеру-одиночку, а через 5 суток перевели в камеру к ребятам, где было уже 14 человек. Ну, переведите, потом позже, дальше расскажу.
So you have to understand that we were brought to Olenivka on the 20th of May, and I was in the last batch. On the 25th of May, they told to 400 of us that we were gonna be sent home following the hostage swap. And they started to congratulate us. So we packed ourselves. We sat into the KamAZ vehicle, and they put the sacks on our heads, and we understood at that moment that we weren't going for the hostage swap. They brought two batches of us, 2 per 200, into Taganrog, which is in Donetsk. We were in Donetsk firstly, and we were brought to Taganrog, which is in Rostov-on-Don. So from the occupied area, we were brought to Russian Federation through Mir 2 zone. There was no logic in the way they segregated us. No one knows how it was conducted. When they arrived to Taganrog, their reception, sarcasm, was really tough. They kicked them while they were in the vehicles. They were driving them literally as sacks. And that followed with 4 months of torture, hunger. They had broken 2 of his ribs. He was placed in a solitary confinement for months, and then almost by the end of it all, he was sent to the cell where he shared with 14 more individuals.
How did he manage to keep his sanity? What made him keep going and survive this?
Сергей, слушая о всем, что вы пережили, будучи там в российском плену, что помогло вам сохранить рассудок? Что помогло вам выжить в этих обстоятельствах? Что двигало вас продолжать быть собой дальше?
В дальнейшем было уже после 5 дней в одиночке, потом уже у нас 14 человек в камере было, и хорошие друзья друг другу помогали, друг друга обнадеживали. Бывали моменты, уже сдавались, лучше расстреляли. Но благодаря тому, что были вместе, была поддержка. Конкретно я себе представлял свою семью. Со мной в камере был парень, вундеркинд Василий. Это человек, который рассказывал 8 томов книги Мазин, ну и другие книги он рассказывал. Он их помнил на память, все 8 томов, буквально с каждой запятой, каждый абзац. По его рассказам я себе представлял и снимал фильм, исторические сюжеты в прошлом Украине, о Руси, о князьях, казаках. Ну, отвлекался таким вот образом, отстраивал свой будущий дом в непонятном месте, правда. Ну, в голове был какой-то лес, речка. Таким вот образом отвлекался.
Okay, so guys, bear with me. So he was in a solitary confinement for 5 days, and then he was sent to the cell where there were 14 people inside, and that great company with the new friends that helped him to keep on living. They were helping each other. They were trying to stay hopeful and make everyone remain being hopeful. Obviously, there were some moments when they felt like they better be shot at, but this feeling of cohesion, togetherness, the support helped a lot. If we are talking about Serhiy, specifically for him, it was really helpful to keep on imagining and reminiscing about his family. There was also a prodigy in his cell. There was a guy, Vasily, who was able to recite. Wunderkind, yeah, the prodigy. Who was able to recite basically 8 volumes of one of the books. And there were many other books that he was able to recite just because he knew them by heart. And he literally was able to recite it following every full stop, every comma, every paragraph. And in his mind, in his consciousness, sometimes he was directing his own movie with different plots, with plots about the history and Ukrainian past and Kievan Rus and Kyrians and Kazakhs. And that was something that kept him distracted from the grim reality. And in his mind, he was also rebuilding his own home, in the middle of nowhere, that the place that he was imagining was non-existent. He couldn't understand where it was. There was definitely a forest, a river, and yeah, that's how he kept on going. He kept on being distracted by his creative fantasies.
Did he already know by that time, Verlaine, if you may ask, where his family had fled to?
After Poltava, you mean?
Yes.
Сергей, а вы знали в то время, когда вы уже были в Таганроге, куда именно переехала ваша семья из Полтавы? Или они такие остались в Полтаве?
Уже я, когда была связь с Азовстали, со Старлинка, узнал, что моя семья переехала с Полтавы, переехала. Я настоял, и они переехали. На сегодняшний день они в Германии. Поэтому мне было уже легче, что моя семья в безопасности.
So answering your question, when they had the connection in Azovstal, since they had Starlink, Sergei insisted that his family should be moved, and up till nowadays they've been living in Germany, and that's also the part that kept him sane, because he knew that his family was in safety.
Very good.
Я еще хочу дополнить по поводу вопроса, по поводу сломался, там, сдержал. В основном ломались ребята даже не из-за избиения, хотя я слышал там в соседних камерах после побоев были трагические случаи, что умирали люди после побоев. Среди ночи в соседних камерах вызывали вертухаев, этих охранников, что человек умер. Но ломались в основном еще из-за еды. Кормили нас рассол с квашеной, особенно первые 2 месяца, рассол с квашеной капусты, ломтик хлеба размер с пальца. Вот это еда, а издевательство. Не так побои, как встал, взял хлеб, руки за спину, везде бегом, голова ниже колен, это постоянно передвижение только в таком положении. Мы молились, чтобы не выходить из камеры, потому что были избиения постоянные. Иногда вызывали к следователя, там пытки электрическим током, и чтобы согласился подписать признание о том, что убивал гражданских в Мариуполе. Это они свои убийства пытались повесить на нас так. Кое-кто сломался, подписал, кое-кто выставил.
Okay. He wants to add something as to the people who were broken and who wasn't, since he wasn't, who were able to remain being himself. So the guys usually were broken not because of the torture, but mostly because sometimes people were just dying in the middle of the night. They heard that in the middle of the night there are some kind of tragic cases where people were just dying because of the misconduct. He heard that food was the biggest problem, that people were broken by Russians because they were fed with some pickled cabbage and a small piece of bread. It wasn't food, it was another kind of torture. And when you take that bread, just a small one, you still have to keep your hands behind your back. Everything is going faster and faster. Your head needs to be lower than your knees, and this is the only position in which you can be moving. So they were praying so they were not dragged out of the cell, and if they are brought to the investigator, they obviously were conducting torture, electrocuting them, using shockers, making everything possible so someone was broken down and agreed to sign the documents stating that they were killing civilians in Mariupol. So they were trying to put the blame of whatever Russians were doing in Mariupol. They were trying to put the blame on Ukrainians, and some of them were indeed broken by the Russian torture and hunger, and they signed those documents. Some of them were broken by those.
После Таганрога, после 4 месяца с Таганрога нас всех вывезли оттуда, и там туда завезли, я слышал, азовцев. А нас перевезли в Каменск-Шахтинск в Ростовской области, тем, кто был там. В Таганрог, и у них еще в Волгограде там СИЗО. Про то, что я слышал, это самые 2 таких места, где любят поиздеваться, физическая сила, в общем, выбивают до знания. Два лагеря таких. Каменск-Шахтинский приемка только была, когда нас привезли, избили, на следующий день уже, в общем, уже было более-менее там и еда, и отношения. Через неделю потом я очутился в Курске, СИЗО Курска. И месяц в СИЗО Курска уже по обмену посадили в военно-транспортный самолет и с посадками в Волгограде, Белгороде, Таганроге потом. И, скорее всего, приземлились или в Джанкое, или в Мелитополе, потому что через 3 часа мы уже были по обмену в Запорожье. Радости от услышанного родного языка, желто-голубые флаги, это ощущение, это невероятно, это второй мой день рождения.
So after he was in Taganrog and he was there for 4 months, they were all brought out, and the representatives of Azov regiment were had taken their places there in Taharot, and they were relocated to Kamens-Shahtinsk, which is in Rostov-on-Don region. Actually, disclaimer was that Taganrog and Volgograd technically have the biggest prisons, and those are two hellish places on earth where they are trying to, bring torture to make people confess in things that they haven't done. So they used and applied physical force, basically making them sign the papers. In Kamens-Shahtinsk, there was like an enrollment stage, so they kicked them for a bit, and then on the next day they were they had more or less bearable conditions and attitude from the others in comparison with the previous stages. In a week he was sent to Kursk, and then he was in the prison in jail in Kursk, and then following the hostage swap, he was put into the airplane, and then following the line of Volgograd, Belgorod, Taganrog, and then either Melitopol or Jankoy, because of he in his mind he calculated the duration of flights. He was eventually swapped in Zaporizhia, and then there was this overwhelming sense of joy and hearing the mother tongue and hearing Ukrainians everywhere, seeing Ukrainian flags and insignia. That was technically his second birthday.
Я извиняюсь, я нахожусь в госпитале, и тут заканчивается время, мне показывают медсестры, что пора заканчивать. Хочется поблагодарить американских друзей за помощь Украине. Сказать еще большое спасибо. Приоритетом для Украины сегодня является получение систем противовоздушной, противоракетной обороны, которые обезопасят граждан и инфраструктуру гражданскую от постоянных атак со стороны России. Ведь ежедневно от агрессии РФ гибнут гражданские украинцы. Громко сказано, но Украина сейчас стоит, защитила всю Европу, защищает от врага. Потому что где остановится русский мир, неизвестно. Большое вам спасибо.
Bear with me, guys, once again. You have to be mindful that Sergei right now is in hospital. Is recuperating. Obviously, he had broken ribs and has a crack in his spine. And right now, the nurses are showing that his time is running out, and he needs to go and get some rest. And we need to wrap this up. He would like to express his sheer gratitude for the American friends and everyone overseas for the support. Why is that? Because our priorities right now is receiving air defense systems and the like rocket systems, every kind of possible defense to secure safety of our civilians and Ukrainians overall from constant Russian attacks, the daily aggression of Russian Federation against civilians, because the majority of civilians are dying like solely because of Russian rockets, missiles, bombs, you name it. It might sound really like pompous, but quoting Sergei, right now Ukraine has been defending Europe. Has been defending Europe from the enemy, and you never know where the Russian world, the Ruski Mir, will stop. So thank you once again for such a warm reception, and he needs to bid us farewell because obviously he is probably really tired. Спасибо вам большое, Сергей, за все, что вы делаете и будете делать для Украины. Спасибо, что сегодня к нам присоединились. Пожалуйста, поправляйтесь побыстрее. И надеюсь, что вскоре вы увидите родных не только в свободной Украине, но и в своем собственном доме.
Thank you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to America.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated that you took the time, and we hope that you shall recover and reconvalesce soon. And you're always welcome here, and we will hopefully follow your story and hear from you again.
Спасибо большое, Сергей, что вы нашли время, что к нам сегодня присоединились. Мы будем надеяться, что вы будете к нам еще приходить, когда у вас будет время. Мы вам всегда рады и будем следовать за продолжением вашей истории. Просто спасибо большое, что были сегодня с нами, и поправляйтесь.
Thank you.
Сергей, да, спасибо огромное, что вы к нам присоединились. У меня к вам один быстрый вопрос. То есть я получила сообщение, и люди были настолько тронуты вашей историей, и они спрашивают меня, можно ли помочь вам финансово.
Конкретно мне спасибо нет, не нужно. Государство беспокоится, все есть. А помощь стране, Америка оказывает. И если было бы... Хочется, чтобы все государства способны дать Украине тяжелую технику, открыли это окошко. И я, и все мои друзья, украинцы, все благодарны за всю помощь, которую нам предоставляют для усиления вооруженных сил Украины. Вот за это спасибо.
I just translated. I just got a DM from one of our listeners. She was asking if Sergei would like to get financial support. So I asked Sergei, and he said that he doesn't need any support. He said that if you would like to help him, please help Ukraine, just to provide more military support and help financially. So, and he said that him or none of his friends need any financial support. Сергей, спасибо вам огромное еще раз, что вы к нам присоединились. И, пожалуйста, может быть, вы когда-то вернетесь к нам в будущем, расскажете о себе.
Надеюсь. Надеюсь, до новых встреч. И будет что еще рассказать, когда все ребята, все мои друзья выйдут, будут на свободе, уже не будет опасности. Были у нас и сатирические моменты, и казусы, и смешные. Есть что рассказать, но просто пока не время о них рассказывать, чтобы ребят не подставлять.
All right. Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciated. This was excellent. Please have a good night rest, and when you get better, we shall be glad to welcome you again. Goodbye, Sergey. Fine. What did we speak about yesterday? Which Viktor Frankl book?
The Man in the Search of Meaning.
What did we hear from Aidan Aslan? And what did we hear from Sergey? They
Axel,
found meaning.
I'm having
They
a
found meaning.
power cut. I might lose you
I
guys.
know. It's okay. I'm just saying. They found meaning. They found meaning in the struggle. They kept their spirits up at the darkest hours. They survived. Yes, with luck in this instance, and also in Aidan's case. They survived. And they are here to lay testimony. Now we have very, very hot topics to discuss, but before we do so, I have Peter Doran here and also John Spencer, who yesterday interviewed Aidan. Maybe Peter.
Axel, I just want to check my microphone. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. I don't care.
Great. Fairloin, can we all give you a hand of applause? It is not easy to translate in real time like that. Your translation was excellent. And if you can send to Sergey a special огромное спасибо, that would be very, very welcomed on the part of this community. What he shared with us was excellent. And thank you, Fairloin. You did a wonderful job in conveying Sergey's meaning and words to us here in this community. Thank you, Fairloin.
I think our dear beloved Verlaine is about to run into the power cut.
Okay, we love you, Fairlane. All right, Axel. Oh, can you hear me, Fairlane?
She can hear you, Verlaine.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just a slight delay. Thank you so very much for your kind words. It wasn't hard. Like I should have been ready for this, but you're never actually ready to translate something like this. Thank you for being with us. I know it was hard on all of us, but it's nothing in comparison to what he's been through. So we have to hear the truth, no matter how hard it is. Yeah, and thank you for supporting.
It's not easy to convey meaning like that from Russian into English, and you did a masterful job. Thank you for sharing his voice with our community. Again, please let Sergey know. Огромное спасибо.
Yeah. The fact that he is from Mariupol, that his city has been flattened, that the neighbors have been forced to leave, deported, or have been killed, that his father died in the process, that everything has been reduced to rubble, his house has been destroyed, and that he had to fight, defend, go into captivity after a valiant effort in the fight, a valiant fight as such, and survive that torture. It's more than enough for one lifetime.
And Axel, the war is coming to NATO right now. The war is crossing the border right now.
Well, this is what we will see what happens. And evidently there is a bit of fog of war in this missile astray, and obviously there is a provocative element in there, as always, with the pins and needles the Russian adversary uses. But maybe we can ask Colonel Spencer what he thinks about what we see seems to have happened in Poland.
Oh, I'm sure me and Peter were talking in the back room about that. I mean, I of course I didn't have any. Axel is such an excellent interviewer. He could take my job as a podcast interviewer. that the questions were wonderful, and everything that I would ask of our Azovstal defender guest, Sergil. That was amazing. A lot there to unpack, and it's so hard to do. Just from my recent experience yesterday of interviewing Aiden. Yeah, it's hard. So the missile strike, I'm actually on standby for a possible meeting interview about it. There's lots of what is known, what is unknown. I am in the camp, and I'm sure Peter. I'd love to hear what Peter's thoughts are from the. This is politics. This is a political. This is a significant event. Excuse me. That I'm sure everybody is meeting. Not just the Polish national security apparatus. I don't remember the name of the body, like the National Security Council for us, is meeting. What's as significant as the rocket debris, whatever it is that fell onto NATO territory, but the unfortunate death of 2 Polish citizens will be a significant part of this. What will be said and what will be done about this strike.
Very good point. Let's just briefly have a word from our friend Colby, who could maybe report on what we know. And he, I understand, also had listened to the Pentagon briefing and where we stand at the moment as to what we actually know, what may have happened, what has been verified, and what the initial reaction is. Colby.
Yes, I'm going to put a map up in the nest right now because I'm already seeing a lot of confusion. Somebody just tagged me in a post putting the location at the incorrect city of the same name. So I'll link a nest, or I'll link the map here into the nest so people can see where it is. It is very close to the Ukrainian-Polish border. There's another city with the same name that's quite far away in central Poland. That's not the correct location. It is a very small town right across the border from Ukraine. It is about 70 kilometers north of Lviv, is the closest major Ukrainian city to where the missile impact happened. We do have some pictures and video from the scene. It's still very much undetermined exactly what happened, whether this was there's claims that this was air defense missile from Ukraine, which seems kind of unlikely, but we don't have all the facts right now. We're still gathering information. The Pentagon said that they are aware of these reports. They were not willing to publicly corroborate any details at this time. Obviously, they have a lot of information most likely, but they're not willing to come out and say what they've got so far. So the General Ryder was pretty tight-lipped on this from behind the podium. But NATO has very robust radars deployed all along the eastern flank. So I think it's fair to say that they probably have a lot of information about where these missiles originated from. And it'll come out in due course, but they're not willing to provide too much right now.
So effectively, we know very little other than 1 or 2 explosions, or a cascade of explosions, 1 or 2 missiles, 2 deaths, and a grain silo. That's what we know?
Yes.
Maciej, you just joined us here on the panel, and finally we have someone from Poland. What's the current perception in Poland? What does the media say? What do we know from the officials?
Yeah, so basically you summed it up correctly. I don't think, because there was it's the facility that exploded, or the explosion was in the vicinity of the facility, was I don't know the details, technical details, but was holding grain and was used also to basically dry grain, and people were saying that the corn dust especially is something that could be flammable, but many videos and pictures of the fragments that some people identify as fragments of a rocket were basically published. So I think that the hypothesis of something happening on its own, not connected to the situation. Basically, at 9 p.m. Polish time, the Polish government, the Security Council, you may say, is meeting with the president. So basically, the higher parts of the Polish government, and yeah, everybody's waiting on the official communicate. Nothing officially has been confirmed. People, I know the police is there. There are some, there are many people in the media, and my colleagues are talking with the people from the vicinity of the explosion. People say they heard two explosions, so that's like another piece of data. Um, but it's, you cannot just rest on people. A lot of these things are not the people that actually seen that, but just heard that, like because it was certainly a huge explosion, because people from many kilometers away say they heard it. Yeah, there's a certain bit of panic. People are posting. It's actually interesting how fast the news spread these days, because it's almost like the news. I feel like the news were Polish for like 10 minutes or so, and they just spread everywhere. Um, and yeah, it's like this loop where actually people in Poland are reposting things from Western media sources or Western Twitter accounts or OSINT accounts, which are in fact reposting of some Polish accounts. Somebody even was posting info from my own TV station, which was yeah. There's so I think that there is a divide between there's some panic, but basically I feel like. Even the political class kind of is, even though Polish politics are super divided, and there were attacks from both sides today. I've seen the leader of the opposition, Donald Tusk, saying that we have to be united in times like this. So hopefully it will go in this direction, apart from some crazy people who will say what they say. But the after I would say after the initial shock, and it's let me tell you, it's it's so hard to speak about it when we're talking about Ukraine, when these things happen every day. But at the same time, I think people who as me and everybody here, most of us in this space not living in Ukraine, know what a blessing it is to live in a peaceful country. And when you see about your own country, these images from CNN, all the different world TV stations saying rockets fell in Poland, you just have this strange feeling, especially with our historical experiences. But for now, we're waiting for the official news. Thanks.
And whilst we're waiting for that, and before I go to Peter Doran, who has his hand up, we recognize Jose Andres, the founder and leader of World Central Kitchen, who has joined us just now.
Hey, how are you guys? Thank you very much to all of you, MriyaReport channel. I've been learning a lot, listening to all the amazing experiences. Quite frankly, I've been knowing more about everything going on in Ukraine, just listening to the wisdom of all of you, and it's amazing to see all the support. I was only requesting to speak only because I wanted to share. Even we saw more than 100 missiles hitting Ukraine just in the last couple of hours. We need to celebrate the good moments too. I'm right now in Mykolaiv. Today was an amazing day. I was able to go to Kherson. We spent there a few hours delivering tens of thousands of meals across Kherson. We're going back tomorrow. We've been there for 3 days already. But right now I am in Mykolaiv at the train station, and something happened today. I was in Chernihiv the first time that the Ukrainitsia, the railroad of Ukraine, was able to arrive to Chernihiv.
Yeah.
It was an amazing moment because it's when those towns, they believe they are back, they are connected again to the whole of Ukraine. And right now, I'm in Mykolaiv, where the train is about to leave, going back to Kiev with the first people. And officially, the connection between Mykolaiv and Kiev is, we can already announce that is already in the making. And very soon, I know they're going to be able even to connect Kherson by train. So those are the good moments. I'm here with the CEO of Ukrainitsia. He's already in the train. He is about to go. Sasha is about, Alexa is about to leave. He's already inside. The train is leaving any minute now. But he's amazing.
He's a wonderful man. He was with us, Jose.
Yeah.
He is an absolute hero.
Yes. He's one of the best. He's been helping, for example, World Central Kitchen. We've been having between 70 and 90 wagon trains delivering food for the last 8 months to every corner of Ukraine. So we have good partnerships. We are about to reach 180 million meals delivered in Ukraine in the form of hot food or bags of food that we deliver to families once a week so they can cook on their own. And that's what we did today in Kherson. I just came from Washington. I promise we've been feeding for almost 8 months in Kherson. And you're going to say, how? Well, because we had an amazing network of chefs inside Kherson that they decide that the people in need, hospitals, elderly, they were not going to go hungry. So we had this network of chefs internally that we were supporting them obviously with money and other ways, but they were the ones doing the impossible, which was making sure that anybody that needed a meal was getting it. So I promised them that the day Kherson was retaken, that I will be here, and that's why I got in the first plane I could, and I came to join the teams. And quite frankly, the feeling in Kherson is amazing. Obviously, as we know, they have no water, they have no electricity. The good news is that many people have gas, so that's why we are deciding not to bring hot meals initially, because people seems they are able to cook. Not everybody has gas, but many people do. So that's why we are bringing the meals that the families can be cooking on their own. So I only wanted to say hi, share this good news. The train just left the station, and it's amazing how these Ukrainian people, they all keep going. They all keep going. They never stop. And this is quite frankly fascinating to see.
It's a wonderful spirit, isn't it? And by the way, Jose, it's an absolute privilege having you with us and having had you as a listener. We very much appreciate what you do. MriyaReport is honored to bring the message that you and your organization are feeding Ukraine at this critical time, civilians and soldiers alike. It is fantastic.
I promised President Zelensky that we had different moments at the very beginning. In the early days, weeks, we were feeding everybody on the border. At the same time, we began the operations inside Ukraine. More than 550 restaurants. We reached 500,000 hot meals a day within weeks. Then we reached 1.5 million when we began doing the bags of food. We bought seeds for farmers when they didn't have money or any banks to give them loans. So in April, May, they could start planting seeds when it was very risky to spend money to plant seeds, when they didn't even know if they could move out all the seeds they had in their silos. But we did that, and was great experience. So many farmers were able to plant. And now we are in the new situation, which is we promised President Zelensky and everybody, like we did in Bucha. I was able to be in Bucha April 1st. And that feeling was amazing, to arrive with food in a moment that people really needed our help. And we promised President Zelensky that every time one city will be retaken, that we will show up as soon as was safe. So right now we've been not only in the north, not only in Donetsk, not only in Luhansk, not only in Zaporizhia, not only in Mykolaiv, and now in Kherson. Every time a city is retaken, sometimes within 24, 48 hours, we are able to go in and start bringing food. So I want to share this news with all of you, because that's what we've been doing the last few weeks.
Jose, at some point in time, you have to come and tell us how you are actually doing this, because this logistical task is masterful. You know it. I appreciate it. I mean, Logistics is what wins wars and what feeds the nation. We're astonished as to how you've done it.
Let's do one day if you want. We do a quick talk and I give you the 3 minutes talk about how we do this. And I want to celebrate. I was just in DC. I was able to be with many senators and Senator Coons, who we know was here last week. I actually spoke to him just a couple of 30 minutes ago. We saw Senator Portman, Republican. Bipartisan support is very important for U.S. to keep supporting Ukraine. What we saw, these missiles hitting, I think this is changing the game. I don't think NATO, Poland has to invoke the fifth. I think what NATO has to do is to allow Ukraine to defend themselves, to make sure that they can protect their people, and to make sure that they can put away the invader. And this is as simple as giving full support so Ukraine can liberate themselves and can keep dreaming on behalf of all of us that democracy, freedom is what we all need to stand for. And that's what I know you all stand for. So let's make sure that every senator in America, every congressman, Republican or Democrat, keeps supporting Ukraine. And obviously Europe, that they are the ones that they need to be next to Ukraine all the way, not only militarily, because this is defending their country, but also at the humanitarian side. Winter is coming. This is going to be a very difficult winter. I was here the first day of the war. I saw how cold the weather was here, how so many million living under freezing temperatures, snowing. This winter is going to be hard with no electricity in many cities. I drove 16 hours from Poland, from Krakow, all the way here to Mykolaiv. I'm about to go bed, but I could see how many towns were without any light, without any electricity. We need to make sure, especially on the humanitarian side, that all of Europe, all of America, all the world is next to the people of Ukraine.
Light and warmth into the darkness. I am fully with you.
Bye,
Friend of the
guys.
space, thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Jose. Now that's a good drop in. Jose, when you can still hear us, let's keep in touch.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate everything. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And sorry, Ebom. I've been listening to you guys, and again, I thank you for your commitment to these great people of Ukraine.
We will be here as long as they are fighting for their freedom, and maybe much longer. So, but thank you for your support and for your engagement. It's absolutely fantastic. And please keep in touch. Send us a message so we can schedule something. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Gracias.
All right, excellent. You lost your voice.
What do you think, Peter, John, both of you? What do you think will happen tomorrow at the Ramstein meeting with all the events of the past 48 hours?
Well, I think, Axel, I think Maciej is in a really good position to shed some light on Poland. I have said in this space before, I don't think this was the first time that missiles had dropped onto Poland, but this was definitely the first time that Polish citizens, NATO members, have been killed. Maciej, President Duda, Prime Minister Morawiecki, General Andrzejczyk, these are cool customers. Right now, World War III is trending on Twitter. People are panicking. I'm getting questions from Americans asking me, should I be taking my iodine tablets now? That's silly. Can you talk a bit about how we have a very professional, calm leadership class? It doesn't overreact, but Maciej, I am getting a lot of info from Poles who are extremely grumpy about what has just happened. They're very upset about the fact that their people have been killed and the risk of expansion is certainly on the table at this point. So Maciej, can you give us a sense of what the Polish leadership class is thinking right now and what the population is thinking, and what we should do to help Poland at this moment?
I mean, it's certainly would be important to and I think it's already happening. The Estonians send a clear message. The Czechs send a clear message, and I think it's really important for the Polish people, and for and for the Polish society especially, for a clear message from NATO allies that whatever happens, we there with you. And I don't mean by that we just gonna waive the Article 5 and say, yes, that's it. We just been waiting our whole lives to invoke it, because I think that's a simplistic view, which is unfair. Yeah, I think it has to be the investigation into how that happened, what the trajectory was, whatever we can gather from the NATO sources must be conducted. But I would just stress that there is an important message, I think, to be sent both from the US and from the NATO headquarters, that Poland is not on its own. Which, let me tell you, it's clear to me, and I hope it's really important that it is clear to everybody in Poland. In terms of the reaction of the political elite, and yes, I agree fully. The people that are at the helm, I think, are cool customers, and I agree with you that it is possible. I heard those, rumblings and non-confirmed, non-official, that some rockets might fail, but in places where actually, there wasn't cause for. I mean, people basically decided it's not good to basically sow panic. And yeah, you're right. It's completely different because Polish citizens were killed, and it brings this war even closer to Poland. Even though for Polish people, I think it's really, really close. But a certain threshold has been passed. But I think the eventuality of that happening. Let's remember, Poland was dealing with the migration crisis, which was created by Lukashenko, probably, or not even probably, but surely caused in cahoots with Putin, which was first kind of wave of hybrid warfare against Poland, and that involved scrambling assets like the territorial defense, the army, of course, the border guard. So we're not a country that it's in a state of some peaceful slumber for quite some time now. Let's remember the border with Kaliningrad is also being a flashpoint that has to be secured constantly. So yeah, I think I wouldn't minimize the effects, because I think this is the red line of something bad really happening in a NATO country, and you cannot overemphasize the fact that. But let's remember, it's, as I said, is the eventuality when the rockets are falling on Lviv. It was always an option that something like that might happen, and it didn't happen up to this point. It happened today, and yeah, we just I think the reaction, as I'm saying, we're not at a point where you have to waive Article 5, but I think the reaction has to be consequential, and I'm not even saying retaliatory. It has to be just perfectly tuned to the situation, and that's what I would expect to happen.
Yeah, and Maciej, I agree, and I don't think many in this space know, but General Andrzejczak, who is the commander of all Polish military forces, is an extremely professional, very calm, highly capable leader. And right now, he's talking with the president of Poland. He's talking with the prime minister of Poland, and they're gonna stake out what they want to do. I will say what surprised me was how quick Poles were to point out to me that they do have unilateral options at their disposal, but their strong preference is to work within NATO. That's a very good thing. Also, I'm hearing other comments that say now is the time for Germany to step up. Now is the time for America to step up. Let us let the Russians know this kind of action is unacceptable, and we should respond with ATACMS, for example. We should respond with freeing the leopards is another example. So I see the Poles as being very calm and restrained. I see these calls for Article 5 as being misplaced. And I have pointed out Article 4 is the most likely option. That means consultations within NATO. But Article 4 has happened many times already. Article 4 has never stopped a war. It has never prevented a war. Maciej, what are you hearing from Poles? What do you think? Is there going to be unilateral action? Or are Poles going to try and work within the alliance to affect meaningful change as a result of this action?
Yeah, I think the second option, knowing how the Polish political elites think, and I think I have a good grasp of how Polish especially the current government thinks. I would say they would prefer the second option at any rate. Of course, we're not talking about the necessity of defending Polish territory, which is, apart from all the alliances, is always the primary responsibility of the government. But I would say, we think about our security in terms of North Atlantic Alliance, and strengthening this alliance was always a priority for this government, especially, but all Polish governments since 1997. So I would say it's really it's gonna be, first of all, calibrating the response in terms of the North Atlantic Alliance. And the second, I think, option and really important thing that will happen is coordinating with our allies in the region, the Baltic states, the previously V4, but I would say V3 countries, the Orban message that he sent today that he is convening. Of course, he's worried about the Druzhba pipeline, but it's a strange message for me, but this is a different topic, so I won't go into that. But I think the regional response, but also the whole alliance response, and I think it's a convenient that the contact group is meeting tomorrow. So it's a great opportunity to basically discuss those things, and I think that will happen.
But it's a side narcissism, essentially, what our friend Orban yet again projected there, isn't it? It's all about him and his view of Hungary, as opposed to what happens in Ukraine and what occurs to Poland as his neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually, I'm a pragmatic person when it comes to international politics, but this kind of shenanigans really maddens me, because you want to go it alone, go it alone. If you have problems with your pipelines, grab a phone that supposedly these are the spoils of your policies, right? Because you're such a realist. So go and call your friends at the Kremlin, right? Maybe they can do something about it. Don't hitch your wagon to what happens in Poland right now, because that's just that really sickens me.
And I think, Maciej, in conclusion, it's fair to say, and before we go to Doman, who also, I'm sure will chop in on this, it's fair to say that the Polish government has shown significant restraint recently, which makes it stronger in view of what it may have to argue tomorrow in Ramstein. Sorry, in the Ramstein meeting format.
Do you know, I thought you said lunchtime, Axel.
No, I did. Sorry, Lance. Not yet, not yet, my
No,
friend.
no,
Not
it's
yet.
fine. It's
Wait a
fine.
sec. Maciej, what do you think? Doesn't the restraint of the recent weeks and the commitment of Poland to the support of Ukraine doesn't make it the Polish argument that things have now moved to a point where more has to be done much stronger?
Yeah, I think so. And that's the I don't know if Poland can basically change our arguments, because the arguments are the same from the beginning of the war. There was never a point where Polish government or Polish society, but Polish government is the agent here, right? Where we were saying no, just stop the deliveries. It's too much, really, and so the only difference right now is maybe the weight of the argument would be stronger. That if you really don't want to defend NATO territory, you really have to let Ukrainians solve this thing basically for us, because they really proven effective at doing so. So that's I think a perfect argument for this situation.
Dorman.
So I've got a theory, or at least I've got a working hypothesis. My working hypothesis is it's the same sort of thing as happened in Moldova a couple of weeks ago. You might remember there was a missile that crashed in Moldova during one of the mass missile salvos that the Russians were, starting, and that's a missile that was aimed at the hydroelectric power plant in Ukraine on the Dniester River, just to the north of Moldova. Got shot down by Ukraine, ended up, falling onto Moldovan territory, breaking, damaging a house, but not exploding. No killed there. Here, this is about 43 kilometers from and very much in line of the Dobrotwierska thermal power station, which is also an interconnector, which is also part of a system between there and Zamość in Poland. There's an interconnector between Polish and Ukrainian grids. It makes perfect sense that that's likely what they were going for. You can see it up in the nest. I put a little map up. A few people who work in very sort of security, defense, think tank type jobs seem to think that's also a likely story from some quick interactions that I've had time to have. So yeah, either it was targeting maybe the thermal power plant, the substation outside of it. Maybe it was going for the interconnector somehow, because that substation probably also serves as the last one before the Polish border on the Ukrainian side. If it got shot down, it could easily have overshot. It just makes by far the most sense of anything, really. Just a thought.
So, but what you're arguing for is that essentially in tomorrow's Ukraine contact group, an argument for what could be an Article 4 resolution in support of more and more substantive aid would be made. And therefore, all the pressure for nation states to be able to deliver what they wish to deliver would be then on those who so far have held back?
What I'm saying is, have an Article 4, have a very spicy Ramstein Volume 7 with lots more promises for Ukraine, free the Leopards, deliver ATACMS. This has gone too far. There's no reason why anybody should be holding back on Russians. And I just think back to, people might remember this Obelix in Asterix and Obelix comics, banging his fist against his head, saying, these Romans are crazy. Well, in this case, these Russians are crazy. There's no reason to hold back on anything. Send Ukraine everything. Send them everything you can. Leos, ATACMS, CV90s, the lot. Send it to them now. They need it. They'll deal with it. They'll deal with the Russians. Maybe also extend the Patriot Shield a few hundred kilometers into right bank Ukraine. Just as an idea. How would that be as a good idea? There's no Russian planes flying there anyway. Who cares? You're not going to shoot down Russian pilots, but you might just prevent another missile landing in Poland.
Yeah, the Patriot Shield coverage is a bit of a tricky thing, but that doesn't mean that a Patriot battery could not be lent to Ukraine and be operated by people who are contractors. Colby, how difficult would it be to move one of those Patriot batteries from Germany all the way across?
It's not difficult. I'm skeptical that's going to be done. I don't think we're going to see Patriot being operated by the United States inside Ukraine. I think, you know.
Didn't say that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't say that. I said by contractors.
Oh, by contractors. Yeah, I mean, theoretically possible, yes. I theoretically possible, yes. I don't think it's likely, but theoretically possible, yes. I think Ukraine should have already received it long ago by now. If the decision was taken in March, then they'd be operating. But you know, it hasn't. So here we are. I will say that we have quite significant breaking news. The Biden administration is submitting to Congress a $37.7 billion budget request in new Ukraine-related spending that has just been announced.
Yeah, I was just about to say, isn't that a slightly larger package than last time?
It's larger than the second supplemental. The first major package was around the same size, around 40 billion.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Absolutely. But you're right. If you think about the midterms are over, the Biden administration has the capacity to utilize everything they need to do. They have a budget proposal, goes hand in hand with Lend-Lease, and it comes at the right time. It's quite a signal a day ahead of Ramstein, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I'm sure that this was obviously planned before we got today's news of what's happening in Poland, but certainly it's quite timely. Congress has to pass a government funding bill by mid-December, so hopefully this request is met and even exceeded, perhaps. Certainly, I would like to see just American defense spending in general be significantly elevated, because we know that there's critical issues with munitions production that needs to be addressed immediately. Otherwise, there's going to be very significant problems here if the war continues, or just going into the future. The ability of all of us to respond to this kind of aggression by Russia or other malign actors. So we really need to start taking this seriously and make sure that Ukraine gets everything they need and NATO gets everything it needs to prevent this from happening in the future.
All righty. So we have a couple of hands up, and I want to be courteous to people who've been waiting a long time. Lunchtime, Wisniakowski, and then we go to Tom, and then we cycle through, because I think we have a lot of questions upcoming. I also saw Gunny was trying to cycle up, but he will have to try again. If you could please send another request, Gunny. I can see you there. All right, lunchtime, shoot.
Thanks, Axel. Can I do a quick mic check? Because I couldn't hear someone before. I could see the subtitles, but I couldn't hear them. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Oh, don't you dare. That's not funny.
I wouldn't. No, please.
So a bit of a development tonight. It seems I was out having a nice coffee in the BFI bar. It was a coffee, I promise. And then I come home, and it seems like, goodness me, what's going on? I had to say, in terms of taking this seriously, we in this space take this seriously, right? We have taken this seriously since it started, but right at the beginning of this, right at the outset of the war, the one cast iron guarantee that was bandied about was, if any square inch of NATO soil was even besmirched by the hint of a Russian aggression, that would trigger Article 5, and that would be the end of that sort of thing. I don't see any sign of that at all. I understand you guys are trying to see some decisiveness in. Axel, you mentioned this larger amount that's been agreed ahead of Ramstein tomorrow, but as Kobe pointed out, that would have been arranged, way in advance.
I didn't mean to contextualize this with the event of tonight, and
right.
Kobe was right
fair
on
enough.
this. I'm just saying it comes at the right time. It is nice.
Yes, you're quite right. You're quite right to say that. Yeah, that is true. It does definitely come at the right time. But as I say, I don't see much decisiveness, and I don't see, I don't see this the sort of not one square inch of our territory will be besmirched type stuff going on. Instead, what I see is more diplomacy, more of the same sort of stuff that hasn't really worked, that has ensured that Kiev was faced with more missiles today, and it seems like we're just doomed to continue boiling the frog, which is the Biden administration's policy, stated or not, has been since the Obama days. Boil the frog, do it slowly and surely, etc., etc. No matter how many lives it costs, it seems. I don't know what it's going to take, and I don't know what the consequences of this will be, because there is a strong school of thought, and that has been borne out by Russian action thus far, that such sort of inaction, such relative lack of military consequence, only emboldens people like Putin and his sort of coterie, because ultimately Russia is an incredibly, like almost unthinkably, unimaginably unequal society, right? The difference between the have and have-nots in Russia, when you consider Putin, whose wealth dwarves these walking wallets that he surrounds himself with, that he calls oligarchs, who themselves are many orders of magnitude more wealthy than the people that they that sort of inhabit the same country that they live in. This incredible inequality, right, is almost unimaginable to the likes of you and I. And we don't exactly live in a sort of a monoculture. We don't live in some Scandi utopia where everyone has the same amount of money and all that sort of stuff, and royalty ride bicycles, right? We live in free market economies, or free-ish, whatever. Things could always be better, all that. But I think it's almost unimaginable, the gulf between the have and have-nots in Russia and the complete lack of consequence that they envisage for themselves. I point you to Lavrov's Basquiat T-shirt and all that sort of crap. It's just unimaginable.
It's a good T-shirt. It's just on the wrong person.
I disagree on both. I disagree on both counts.
I'm not a friend of Basquiat. I'm not a friend of Basquiat. I'm just saying it's a good T-shirt. I mean, it's evidently woven well. No, it's evidently woven well. It has it has two holes for arms. It has a proper collar. It is open down below. It probably was costing a ton of money, so it's a good product for someone who produced it.
Axel, you're illustrating the huge pragmatism that makes German fashion so boring. Like, the fact that it is a functional T-shirt does not mean it's a good T-shirt. But
I was just teasing you.
And I'm teasing you right back. So yes, I think the school of thought that says that the Russian hierarchy will be emboldened by the lack of concerted action, concerted military consequence, immediate military consequence, I think they are correct. I was having a discussion. I don't mean to steal his thunder, but I was having this discussion with Vishnyovsky a little while ago, and ultimately, like, we couldn't figure out why there is no consequence for Russia consistently making a mockery of all acceptable treaties, any sort of guarantees they've given in the past, commonly held conventions when it comes to war, committing war crimes at an astonishing rate, not to mention genocide, stealing children, raping. By the way, the rape that goes on in Ukraine is not confined to women. It really is not. I've heard it said many times on this. It's like a truism, yeah, women are being raped. That is absolutely true, but it's not just women. It's unsavory, but it's a fact. It's just The brutality is not confined to a gender. It's not confined to the battlefield. It's certainly not confined to the conventional theatre of war. It's just universal brutality. It's doing the worst possible thing, causing the greatest harm, the greatest hurt they possibly can, and there is no military consequence from this, right?
Well, let lunchtime, if I may suggest, let's wait a little what actually transpires during the evening, because I think there will be a battle damage assessment.
I've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long. People have, people that would have fallen pregnant at the beginning of this war are almost due to have a child by now. It's been a long time.
I'm just thinking about the event as such. We do not know, as I said a little earlier when I summarized it for Marche, if you remember, prior to Marche actually stepping up there, that what we only know is that there have been 1 or 2 explosions or a secondary explosion, that seemingly missiles went astray. Seemingly these are Russian missiles, and that they have touched Polish ground. And most importantly, they killed 2 people. That's what we actually really know. More we do not know yet, which is why we're all waiting with bated breath for the Polish authorities to release information and make a statement of whatever kind in order to enlighten us.
Call me cynical, but I feel what will happen will be a lot of pressure will be brought to bear on Poland to be reasonable and to downplay this as much as possible. Because otherwise it would be triggering Article 5, right? Which is the right thing to do, actually, because the responsibility for these missiles going astray lies with no one other than Russia. The fact that it was so close to the border, that responsibility lies with them. The fact that missiles are being fired at all lies with Russia, right? That's who's responsible for this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was close. It doesn't matter if it was an accident. It doesn't matter if it was an inch over the border. It doesn't matter if only half a person was killed. It doesn't, none of that really matters. What matters is it's Russia's responsibility. They started this war. They have now crossed a line, right? And every time they cross a line, they do so. They crossed a line when they went into Crimea in their shitty green uniforms. They crossed a line at every step of the way since in the past 8 years, and they've been allowed to do so. Okay, people have, there's sanctions and all this, but they've been allowed to do it. They've been allowed to do it.
No, Ukraine has not allowed them to invade, and Ukraine has fought back.
I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about NATO, the UN. I'm talking about the global community. I'm talking about the supposed rule-based order that we live in.
I'm with you. And we all are
I know
a little bit aghast. We all remain a little bit aghast at the procrastination of the West. But before we go too far into this, hold on for a second, because we have Wisniewski and Tom waiting again, also with bated breath. Let's cycle through this and revert back to this. Wisniewski.
Yeah, thank you. I think Lunchtime delivered it way better than I could, because I always like the delivery of his messages. I just wanted to add that that's exactly also my observation, that ever since the war has started, there has not been appropriate reaction, and the West seems to at all costs trying to be avoiding an escalation, because that's the one single constant that we have seen in the war is the avoidance of escalation. And what I think will happen is that there will be some saber rattling, there will be some NATO statement, and there will be maybe some more troops deployed, maybe some PR action where they show some Patriot missiles in Poland. Maybe they will install another one in Poland and say, hey, Russia, look, Poland is getting ready, but that's it. And the cause of that is, I think, rooted way deeper in the West, which is that we have fair weather politicians running Europe, running the United States since quite a while. And I think the appropriate reaction to the new situation that we have in the world is to replace fair weather politicians with more pragmatic politicians who are actually situated and set up to show different leadership. But we have seen, and that's what I say, like it goes beyond the war now. We've seen the reaction with COVID. We've seen the steering into the economic crisis by the West, by EU. There's always a lack of response because the way we try to find answers is always by choosing the lowest common denominator of all options, because simply that's how we run EU. And I think this will just continue in the response to these events. Thank you.
If I could briefly interject, Wisniewski, you are far too kind, and you said it perfectly as well. You know, I think what we need are men of well, not men. We need leaders of principle, not leaders that are just in it for a career, and that's what we've had for too long, far too long, and that's what we will continue to have, it seems, because it's just an urge to get back to business as usual. Anyway, I'll shut up for a bit. Sorry.
Yeah, I would take issue with both of those stances to a certain extent. I mean, I think when it comes to war, which we see in Ukraine, is a horrible thing that destroys families, and destroys cities and destroys people's livelihoods. I think it's much more. You have to be much more prudent than just saying that some principle was violated and it's enough. It's about my country, and I would love for us to. I would accept any rotten compromise, any corrupt politician making stupid gestures and making fool out of himself, as long as what happens in Ukraine. And sorry for all Ukrainians, but that's just my point of view. And you know I always supported you, and we know what you go through, but that's the important thing here. It's not only of saying Article 5 is this great tool that we have at our disposal. Let's use it. It's not it's not a toy, I think. And I don't know. I would just love for us to have more prudence in that.
I mean, I'm not sure where you got the idea that I was suggesting it was a toy. The point is, actions should have consequences, and they haven't had sufficient consequence to Russia thus far. I don't see the point in continuously saying, oh no, gosh, they're committing war crimes, if nothing is done about it. The best idea I've heard about it actually comes from Wisniewski, who said, what you can say, as the West has hugely superior military forces, is that if this continues, if another civilian target is hit, then we will start to degrade your military presence. Okay, and then follow through with that, right? And that's entirely fair, because ultimately, particularly now that this particular Rubicon has been crossed, I'm not suggesting that NATO start like launching nukes. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But what I'm suggesting is that time after time, we've had the opportunity to take the initiative, and we've ceded it time and time again, just saying, no, well, let's be reasonable. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked thus far. There's some. I don't know what's happening here, but there's a hot mic.
Axel, I think if you want to talk, or are you just unmuting yourself by mistake?
I think he's dropped. I'm not sure. I can't see him anymore.
Yeah, I think he's dropped. Let's. I think it's a discussion that we're that is worth having, but at the same time, it's just. I mean, between definitive statements of something working and not working, of course, there's a huge amount of suffering and death, but at the same time, saying that we didn't do anything as the collective West, I think it's just unfair. And just if you look at,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
well, you kind of are saying that, like you are talking about politicians that are not doing anything and are just in it for careers and are weak and stuff like that. So that's where I see this heading. Can we go to Nick now and then John? I think he have some, apart from the theoretical discussion. I think we just can concentrate on what's actually happened on the ground. Maybe he has some on it. Nick.
No, I mean, I apologize because this discussion presumably started a couple of hours ago and I've just come on, but it seems to me that this is something that NATO will have extensively discussed over the past 7 to 8 months. Exactly the possibility of this happening, whether it be a deliberate strike, an accidental strike, fragments from a shoot down. This, this, I don't think, when's the Ramstein meeting? Is it tomorrow? I don't think they're going to be sitting around the table going, oh, damn, why didn't we consider that possibility? I'm absolutely sure that this will have been war gamed and planned extensively. There's the decision will have been taken as to what the response is. I'm guessing it'll be fairly minor in terms of direct escalation, because it's very hard to prove, I think, exactly what went on, and also it's most likely to be a screw up. But with NATO, we have to believe, and I do believe, that NATO knows what they're doing on this, and this is not a sort of black swan moment in the war. This is entirely something that will have been extensively planned for. That's all. Maybe somebody said that 2 hours ago, but that just seems to me.
Thanks for that. I do want to apologize. Welcome everyone to MriyaReport, and thanks to our guests, Jose, Andres, ¿qué tal? A pleasure to have you finally here. Can you hear me, Jose? Okay, Mache, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Jose was here about an hour ago. I think he just
wow
on among the speakers.
Yeah, I'll clean it up. I apologize to everyone. Apologize. We're having major connection issues. We didn't pay the phone bill this month, so it looks like we're getting a few people here not being able to get up. There are about 20 people trying to get in. We also have an old guest who's a new guest who's an old guest, and she's coming up and she's going to be a part of the show. She is a trailblazer in the work that she's doing, and she's come a long way. Said Virginia, and I'm going to introduce her in a minute. Sarah, if you can hear me, do come up. Apparently, we accidentally bumped you, or you got kicked off. So do come up if you can hear the sound of my voice, Sarah. Please do come up. And she was reporting, and now she's serving as a combat medic with the Tatar battalion. So we're very excited and happy to have her back. Thank you so much, Sarah. Mache, gee whiskers. First of all, a lot of play about Poland today. So I know we've got my inbox is filled with Polish questions. So who better to answer them than me, right?
Sure, go for it.
No, that's why we got you, Mache. And it's a horrible situation. It's not funny. I assume two Polish farm workers were killed today by the Russians. So it's not funny, but it certainly does change the dynamics. A lot of questions, Mache. If you would be so kind, I want to just jump into that because there's inboxes full. What's going on in Poland? The Polish president is calling an emergency session of the national security body. I forget the name, so I apologize, of the organization. We obviously know the Russians are going to say this wasn't on purpose, and that might not just be good enough for Poland. What's the feeling on the street in Poland?
Yeah, I wasn't on the street after this happened, so yeah, there's quite a bit of panic. I was talking about that already some time ago here. So it's weird to see your country being at the headlines of the news, and as somebody was saying previously, we were expecting this to happen eventually, but when it happens, it just gives you, just another check on reality. I think they're in the meeting for almost an hour now. Probably when they go out of this, it'll be it's gonna be some messaging from the Polish government. And that's pretty much it. There are many details, many speculations. I think the pictures from the site show some parts that can be identified as parts of different rockets. People are saying, people from local, the Przewodowie is actually this is a small town or village actually close to the Polish-Ukrainian border, about, I don't know, 15 kilometers from the larger town called Hrubieszów. It's really close to the Ukrainian border, straight line to Lviv. It's probably, I don't know, 80 kilometers or so, or maybe a little bit more. John probably has more about that, but yeah, I think the lot of right now it's mostly like kind of trying to stem in the tide of the panic, but there is not much of it. And basically everybody's waiting. I think it's really, and I will stress this one more, it's really important. The solidarity of the whole NATO would be really crucial here to, I think also, and the the message has to be sent both to Polish nation and Polish society and to Russia. That's the important thing here.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. So how do you, just again for my sake, how do you pronounce the name of the town? Is it Przewodow? Can you pronounce that?
Przewodowie.
Okay, we'll call it Polish Village. Is that fair?
Yeah,
All
you
right.
can do that. Yeah.
We'll call it Polish Village. Yeah, sorry, I tried my best. I think sometimes in Polish, consonants are merely a suggestion. Am I right with that?
Yeah, no, it's actually quite, it's quite logical for us at least.
Fair enough. Well, it said the person who didn't speak Polish, so that's why I'm at a loss. Okay. All right. So just so everyone knows, it's not World War III. A lot of messages that we've been getting, oh, it's they hit Poland, it's going to be NATO Article 5. No, let's be serious here. But it is super important, and it does change the scope of things. For example, simple question: why is Russia, knowing just how crap their guidance systems are, they could barely hit the side of a barn 2 feet away? Why are they aiming for anything near the Polish border? That would be the first question that comes to mind, Maciej, right? Because we know they're not trying to hit Poland, I assume. But why are they even getting close when they know they couldn't guarantee with any accuracy that they'd only hit Ukraine? So that's an interesting question. I don't know if you want to open it up to the floor, Maciej. I'm going to try to add. By the way, Colby, some extra people of our team. If you don't have a question, there's about 15 people trying to get on. If you want to stick around, let me know, Colby or Axel. We got a lot in here, but if not, we're gonna
Can we go to John now?
Absolutely. Yeah. You run that. I'm gonna do the background here. Okay, Maciej?
No problem. John, you have the mic, please. Go on. And everybody, I don't know actually if I can add new speakers, so somebody else
I'm
will run it.
gonna do all that. I see the problem,
Yeah.
so I'll do the speakers. You do the DJing.
Okay, no problem. John, go on, please.
Thank you very much, Maciej and Yehuda. So just briefly regarding the identification of the wreckage that has been imaged from the site of the explosions and posted widely online, a lot of individuals have concluded that it is in fact wreckage from a Ukrainian surface-to-air missile, an interceptor from an S-300P system. They're claiming that it is a 5V55 series interceptor, specifically the 48D6 booster section. I've been staring at these images for better part of the past 30 minutes. As best I can tell, those identifications are very likely incorrect. There is some much better imagery that was released. I believe it was originally sourced from about 2 weeks ago during a previous Russian cruise missile strike. Some images were posted of the Russian cruise missiles that were either intercepted or impacted, unfortunately successfully. And it would appear that the wreckage discovered in Poland it matches the pictures of that Russian cruise missile wreckage vastly better than it matches any of the images of a 4.8D6 motor that I've found. There's a number of things that just do not match. The alignment of various screws and grooves does not match. The tapering of the conical section does not match. Various different things are just not placed right for it to be part of a 5V55 interceptor, but they are identically placed to this known Russian cruise missile wreckage. Unfortunately, none of the sources, I should say, for that particular cruise missile wreckage image specifically cited what type of Russian cruise missile it was. My gut instinct is that it's probably either a KH-101 or a KH-555, which are the two standard air-launched cruise missiles that Russia employs. It doesn't really seem to match a 3M14K or T, also known as Caliber, either in the surface or submarine launched variant. It could potentially be an Iskander K, one of the two cruise missiles that are launched by that platform. But unfortunately, there aren't very many well-identified pictures of wreckage that are explicitly attributable to either of those munitions in order to be able to accurately identify this as one of those. And the general chatter amongst the various U.S. government sources and national security and defense reporters seems to be that the United States Department of Defense, as well as the various defense ministries of other NATO members, are leaning strongly towards that this wreckage was in fact a Russian air-launched cruise missile.
Yeah, so hold on, John. You started with it's an interceptor, and now we're at it's a missile. So what is it?
If I can
for our
back up.
audience? Yeah.
I referenced the interceptor because right now there are a lot of folks on Twitter who like to do lots of weapons and munitions identifications.
And these guys are
very large
experts,
number
right?
of them. I wouldn't be that generous. Some of them maybe, some of them not. But
Probably
in this
not.
particular instance, it would appear that this is almost certainly not a 5V55. I don't want to say with 100% certainty, but it's strongly.
For the audience, let's just use it. It's not a Ukrainian missile to intercept.
Yes,
it's most likely not. Okay. So the reason why we say this is because the Polish government has already announced that it is a Russian missile, or two apparently. I'm not sure. We have heard some craziness. I think one of our friends said the Russians might claim it's an interceptor that pushed a missile over into Poland. We know that's not possible. That's actually, if anyone said that, it means they either don't know physics or thinking, right? So hopefully no one did say that. This would have been probably the result of a Russian missile fired somewhere towards Lviv and hit somewhere in Poland because their guidance sucks. I think that's kind of where we're narrowing in on, right, John?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. There is a thermal power plant that's located approximately, or I should clarify, a Ukrainian thermal power plant that's located approximately 20 kilometers from the impact site, obviously on the Ukrainian side of the border. My suspicion, and although this is purely speculative on my part, my suspicion would be that this cruise missile was likely targeting that power plant or infrastructure associated with it, and it either overshot or potentially overshot and was intercepted in flight by Ukrainian air defenses, and then either the missile, whether or not it was intercepted, then flew over the border into Poland and crashed nearby.
So when things intercept, they could explode in the air nearby and collapse. But this looks like a pretty serious hit. I think it's fair to say this missile overshot its mark and had a direct impact on a farm. That's my look. Okay, so just we're gonna go through some hands, I guess. Match. I don't know who's next, but let's kind
Can
of
we go to
consider
Domen? Domen had some info that I think it's about the plant, right?
Hold on. Before you go on, what I was going to say is keep a couple of thoughts in our minds. What are they? One, let's work on the assumption that it was a mistake, but two, figure out why they aimed for that energy source near the border, knowing that they're not very good, and three, was this a failure in Polish air defense? Were they there? Were they shut off to make sure that they didn't hit Ukrainian counter measures for rockets? Who knows? These are some important questions. Sorry, go ahead, Domen.
Okay, first of all, przewodowie
is maybe 5 kilometers inside of Poland, so very close. Secondly, there seems to be notes from Poland that a power line was actually hit. Note that thermal power plant, the Dobrotwierska thermal power plant in Ukraine, interconnects across the Polish border to Zamość, which is one of the two, I think, if I'm looking at the map right, interconnectors between Poland and Ukraine. It is very important for Ukraine to keep being connected to the wider European grid, because that helps them stabilize their power supply and their grid during especially missile strikes against the electricity infrastructure across the whole country, because there's a more capacity to absorb problems. So it's a very important thing, and it makes sense why Russians would be targeting that. The thermal power plant and its interconnector is very close to the Polish-Ukrainian border. That's why they were, it makes sense that they were shooting close. I don't think this was aimed for Lviv. This was aimed for this thermal power plant or some electrical infrastructure related to it, very nearby, and thus very nearby the Polish border. It's
Fair
really
enough,
as simple as that.
Makes sense. They're aiming for and why? Because they're Russians. Obviously, they're losing the war. Their soldiers are being bombarded east of the Dnipro. They can see the Ukrainian positions west of Bakhmut. They can see the Ukrainian positions in Kherson. So, as any brilliant military strategist would do, use 100 cruise missiles to attack. You got it. Civilian infrastructure in the west of Ukraine. Makes perfect sense if you're a war criminal. So everyone knows that none of this makes sense. They could have hit all sorts of military targets. Instead, Russia decides to make life miserable for men, women, and children trying to live their lives. Horrible stuff. Maciej, sorry, who is next?
George, we can go to George.
Hey, Maciej. Hey, Yehuda. Yeah, it would boggle the mind though that that a Ukrainian intercepting missile would land, 5-6 kilometers inside of Poland? Because if you just look at where the flight paths of the Russian missiles were, you would want to intercept them before they reach the target, right? You wouldn't fire it after it's overflown the target.
Right. And if it was aiming, it would be before the target, not after it, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Like 20, 30 kilometers or whatever, 10 kilometers before it. And I don't know, I saw it's a really quick video clip, and it was farm machinery that it looked like machinery and stuff, pretty significant size machinery. And that impact crater looks a lot bigger than what, let's say, an interceptor missile. I know the S-300s are pretty big, but I haven't seen anything that looks like that type of a crater. The warhead on an S-300 isn't the size of a Kinsel. It's not 800 pounds or 1,000 pounds or whatever. That impact crater is huge. So.
Yeah, it's enormous. And if there were the remnants of an interceptor, especially if it was deployed, chances are it might have hit something or it didn't. It doesn't look like that to me. All right.
You see several smaller impact craters really quick. That's what you would see.
The debris would be dispersed over a bigger area.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I'm tracking that too, George. 100%. All right. Jag Girl had her hand up and then put it down. Jag Girl, welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I guess I was we were talking this morning at about 3:00 in the morning about when these strikes started. I think Daman was on, but some of the people were talking about the need, hitting Russian, power plants and stuff like that, which I don't think is a good idea. But someone mentioned like if they get the artillery and things that they need, they do need to like hit them hard, like hit their military with everything. And so again, back to needing more stuff. But it's like they also need, I don't think this can happen again without, like you said, I think it's inexcusable. If your missile kills people in Poland, then you shouldn't be putting your missiles in that direction. And I think they need to make that clear that if this happens again, because this is twice, 2 different countries, if this happens again, that there are going to be consequences, something akin to what they said with regard to nuclear weapons. So,
All right.
that's
Machi, what do you
it.
think?
What?
No,
Yeah, sorry guys, if you can just give me a second. I'm listening to the conference after the Polish.
Machi is getting an update on Polish president's conference. All right. While
Yep.
Machi does that, I will go to hands. I guess it was Adrian, Colby, Sebastian, and John again.
Thank you, Huda. I'll be super brief because there's a lot of people on their hands. First of all, I really understand much. It's very hard to hear this about this country, your own country, and what happened in Shevodovie, and people jumping the gun from all over the world, speculating doesn't feel good when people in your country just died on a missile attack. So my sympathies are with you, Mace. I will just mention World War III is definitely not starting. Article 5 is not happening. That's super clear. But I would like to remember something from a couple of months ago when President Zelensky signed the application to join NATO. And we got excited here on the space. I think a Rammstein format conference was following. We got excited. Yes, NATO will finally commit to ATACMS, to the tanks, to everything. And then Mr. Stoltenberg came out and made a very mealy-mouth statement. Yeah, we'll support, we'll whatever, but nothing new, no commitment, and no clear acknowledgement of Ukraine's application to NATO. Of course, Article 5 is unfathomable right now, but we need something clear and decisive from NATO, not something that we got when Ukraine applied for membership then. Because I have a feeling that if NATO responded more clearly and more decisively then, committing to Ukraine's victory, this might have not happened. But we don't know. We can't speculate on past history. But I will say one thing. There are voices that are calling for negotiations. It is an issue that some people might push Ukraine into early negotiations. My personal view is, and it's only mine as a non-political expert, is that if we don't see clear, decisive commitment of weapons, expanding air defense to Western Ukraine at least, or some really hard sanctions, something that Russia can actually feel, short of Article 5, of course, then I am starting to fear that they will push Ukraine into negotiations, because this will show that Putin can do what he wants on, even if it's wink wink, an accident on European territory. Don't forget MH17. That was also an ambiguous accident, or at least it was turned by in the propagandist views. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I'll drop down and leave others. And looking forward to listening to Maciej's report.
Yeah, just a short report. So basically, the Biuro Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego, which can be it's a council that's working with the president's office. There was a really short press conference. I don't think they officially said there were Russian rockets. There are two important things I think to give you guys here, that the readiness of Polish forces has been heightened. That's the message that has been sent. And yeah, probably we're working right now because there was also they're saying that Polish president talked with the Secretary General Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO. So we're talking about Article 4 for sure right now, and that's the state of play right now. The Polish Government Security Council is meeting, and probably they will have some additional news conference after that. So that's the state of play right now. But the basic takeaway is for me that Poland is taking its time to coordinate the response, with the alliance members. That's the thing that's happening now. So yeah.
Maciej, should we go to Kobe?
Yeah, sorry for that. I'm not managing many screens. Kind of get out of the, yeah. Thank you, Doman, and let's go to Kobe.
Thanks. John, what's your opinion on why we didn't see an attempted interception by U.S. Patriots in Poland or other Western NATO air defense assets? I have my theory, but curious to hear yours.
Right. So there's about a dozen or maybe 24 reasons why we did not see any attempted engagement from NATO air defense assets. On the one hand, this area is very close to the border, so there is likely some very strict rules of engagement when it comes to engaging targets that are within a certain distance of the border. So there's probably, I don't know, maybe a 5 kilometer or so gray zone on either side of the border that the Patriot batteries and other NATO air defense assets simply will not engage targets in, for the sake of not inadvertently shooting something down over Ukrainian airspace. On the other hand, I suspect that this cruise missile is being tracked the entire time by NATO AWACS and other radar installations, and it was potentially deemed not a threat, or it was potentially known that it was already being engaged by Ukrainian air defenses. And it's also entirely possible that it simply was not deemed a sufficient enough threat based upon its estimated flight profile. There's so many different very valid reasons why why NATO would not have attempted to intercept this.
And let's be honest, it's Polish air defense, right? So NATO is obviously there, but in this case, John kind of nails it. So let's just narrow it down. There's a threat profile for both countries. The Polish have.
Right, thank you, John. And
Can you hear me?
I think we should go to Sebastian.
Maciej, you're not hearing Yehuda. Yehuda was just.
Oh, sorry for that.
No worries. So the profile that the Polish have to worry about is interfering with Ukrainian air defense. So there is a bit of a gap there, and that's not necessarily the only cause for this, but part of the cause could also be that, as John said, the risk assessment might not have been the greatest for that, due to the fact that it might have been not a populated area, and so it might not have been something that was deemed worth firing on. The other countries that do that, Israel, when it comes to being attacked, they don't fire off Iron Dome assets at trajectories that go into the desert. Even though people live there, they just think statistically it's not going to hit something. So if that is the case, then that's unfortunate. But if not, then it might be something that has to be cleaned up within NATO, where maybe NATO needs to now say, hey, NATO countries will stand up their defenses right on their borders to make sure this doesn't happen again, and maybe even NATO countries will be shooting down missiles from Russia that end up going anywhere near the Ukrainian border with them. Now that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Think about it. Maybe it's time for Poland to say, guess what? We're going to stand up all of our patriots. We're going to put them right across the border, because Russia, every time you try to hit Ukraine on the border, you're risking our lives. So we'll be shooting down those missiles. Hey, Ukraine, don't worry about putting any air defense near Lviv, because we'll take care of it. How about them apples, Russia? That's what I like. Maybe I said something good. Maybe I said something bad, because Peter Doran wants to jump up here. He's probably going to tell me something bad, but it's okay. Peter, I rubbed the genie bottle there.
Yehuda, if you give me 60 seconds, I can drop back. Let me get my proper microphone.
Okay. No problem. Let's go to any feedback on what I just said there, John or Colby.
One thing I would just very briefly point out is that the interceptors used by Ukrainian S-300 systems, I can't say with 100% certainty that the 5V55 series has this feature specifically, but a number of them have a either automatic or manual self-destruct function, whereby if the interceptor is determined to be severely off target, it will detonate the warhead to prevent it from
Yeah,
Yeah.
from doing just that. Now, that was actually the next point I was going to make with George. So it's not an interceptor because it would have blown up if it missed the target. And even if it blew up, it would fall to pieces all over the place. It'd be a wide profile with minimal damage. So I don't think this was an interceptor, but I'm not an air defense expert. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn, so I'm conflicted. I don't know whether to answer the question or not. That's horrible. Okay, let's go while Peter sorts his mic out. Let's go to Sebastian Knickerbocker, and then we're going to go to lunchtime. Go ahead, Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you. I want to mention two things. The first one is Zelensky making a statement for it was like 1.5 hours ago, and he clearly mentioned that this is what is going to happen if you don't fight Russia properly, something like that. And after this, I was pretty certain that it is not a Ukrainian missile, because yeah, you don't state things like this if you are not sure if it is a Ukrainian missile. And the second thing is that if it was a Russian missile, what I think is that it wasn't a mistake by Russia, but it was an attempt to test NATO, and not only test NATO, but to do what Russia is doing for the last 15 years, trying to divide NATO, divide EU, and trying to put the Article 5 at test and show neighboring countries that NATO isn't as firm as it always states, and I don't think it was a mistake at all. I think it was like, the same shit Russia does for like the last years.
Thanks for that. Okay. Let's go ahead to Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. All right, so spent the last hour or so talking with some folks, trying to get a sense of what's going on. A couple things. One, we don't know exactly what kind of missiles hit Poland. It's possible one of them may have been an S-300. That's a Russian air defense missile. The range doesn't make sense, but we do know that the Russians have been using S-300s to attack ground targets. So these are air defense missiles that the Russians have jerry-rigged in the past to kill civilians in Ukraine. It's possible, we don't know yet. One of them may have been an S-300. We shall see. Some questions have come up about protection for Poland, protection for our troops, American troops in Poland. The Patriots are there. They are lit up, but they're under very, very restrictive rules of engagement. So that's a good thing. But the Patriots, I mean, each one of the Patriot missile, each individual Patriot missile costs $4 million to hit the fire button on. Oh, Yehuda, you there?
Sorry, my bad.
All right. So there has been some questions about protection for our U.S. forces in Poland. They're being protected right now. What I would suspect has occurred, and this is two big takeaways. One, we probably had an errant attack. That seems very obvious. The Russians are jerry-rigging some of their kit in order to attack Ukraine, and this is the first confirmed hit. I should stress confirmed, because I heard reports as far back as May that some Russian missiles had hit Polish territory, but the Poles were being very cool and calm about not making a big deal of that. So U.S. forces are secure. Also, what do we do now? What's the next step? And here I think there is an important opportunity. There are lots of NASAM, so that's short-range air defense systems that can be transferred to Ukraine. Right now, all eyes are on Norway because Norway has 6 of these units, but there are other units slated for countries like Indonesia, countries like Kuwait. These units are currently slated to go to those countries. So pressure should be put onto the Department of Defense to prioritize Ukraine, because right now, cruise missiles are falling onto our friends and allies. They're not falling onto Kuwait and Indonesia. So some updating news here.
Do you think that maybe we should tell them to wait a minute with the NASAMs?
Yehuda, you were doing so well. The past couple days, you've had some good jokes, and now you're just gonna do that on me, man. Come on.
Wait a minute, and give them to.
Wait a minute.
I think
That's right. Har har.
Yeah. Har.
Mache,
Hey,
mute him. Mache, mute him.
I'm gonna mute all of you. Listen, Peter. What about what I said when I thought you jumped in to give us some blessing or to smack down a horrible idea. Look, if I was Poland, and I'm not, but if I was, I would say, you know what? I can't rely on Russian precision anymore. We're going to stand up whatever we have, whatever we need to, even if it's just symbolic, to sort out anything that comes near our eastern border. So we might have to ask the Ukrainians for a bit of permission, because a missile coming towards Poland has to come over Ukraine, and ostensibly they would have to fire it towards Ukrainian airspace. I'm sure the Ukrainians wouldn't mind the extra supporting fire. What do you think of that, Peter?
So Yehuda, I was initially suspicious that the Poles would not take that step. I pinged a couple very influential, well-placed individuals, asked them what they were thinking. Their response was twofold. One, yes, we absolutely have the ability to take unilateral action. That is one of our choices. We also have the ability to act within NATO and coordinate an allied response. I suspect that they will take the latter, a coordinated response. I was surprised by the fact that the Poles were so quick to point out they do and can take unilateral action to help our friends. I'll leave it there.
Fair enough. So that sounds cryptic. Hey, Peter, it's a lot of new people in the audience. Why don't you tell everyone what you did? Peter knows a thing or two about Poland because he stayed at a Holiday Inn, and he also was the past head of SIPA. What does that stand for?
Yes. The Center for European Policy Analysis. I've spent 20 years of my life working on Central and Eastern Europe, understanding Russia, understanding our allies in Central and Eastern Europe, and building up the relationships that are very vital to help our friends at this moment.
Exactly. And just for the record, Poland is in Europe, correct?
Last time I checked, but you know what Putin's doing, who knows?
Yeah. My point is you're an expert. No, I know. Listen, we're going to bring up, I think there's a Polish lady I wanted to bring. I think it's Polish, but she has a German flag, so I'm confused. Anita Jurasic wants to speak to Maciej. Maciej, as you know, that was named after a famous pyramid in Mexico. So come up, Anita, and then we're going to go to, lunchtime, Axel, and then we'll go to Anita. Go ahead, lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. Yehuda, first of all, I wanted to say I hope you're feeling better. You sounded pretty rough earlier today, and it sounds like you've been through the mill a bit. So I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you.
And once you do feel better, I'm looking forward to more sterling sort of comedy of the uniquely Yehuda variety. So I just wanted to pop up actually because I saw Sarah in the audience, and I understand she's not speaking right now, but I just wanted to. It sort of took me back to a time which feels like a lifetime ago. Way back, I think it was like in March or something, when I talked to Sarah on another space, and it sort of became. It was just an insight into what was happening at the time in Kharkiv, where she was, and yeah, just the
fair enough.
Just the point of view from a Westerner on the ground, in a part of the world that was under constant shelling. So I'm very pleased to see her in the audience, and I hope she
Great.
gets a
She's
chance to
going to
come
be
up.
up shortly. In about an hour, we're going to have Kyle Parker from the Helsinki Commission. He's going to be on. He's the chief of staff of Senator Cardin. I do want to stick to Poland right now because we've got Polish, Eastern European expert here. We got Peter and Maciej. So let's go to Axel and Dylan, and then Anita. Go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, Maciej, after the initial press briefing, did the Polish government or did anybody else follow up in regard to the allegations that essentially the Russians may have targeted Dobrowitska, the power line at the node there going into Poland, and therefore, even if the missile went astray, it was definitely targeting the infrastructure and therefore critical Ukrainian infrastructure where the interconnection to the European grid takes place, which is, by the way, also close enough to the nuclear power plant, not far away, so that essentially they just simply wanted to disconnect Ukraine in the West and therefore impair civil infrastructure?
No, as I said, they didn't even say it was a Russian rocket. It was really cryptic and short. They just say they investigating the thing behind what happened.
Yeah, Maciej, that's probably because they have to make sure that there's a unified NATO response to this. It's too early to let the cat out of the bag. If they turn around and say, "Yep, we know it's a Russian rocket," then all of a sudden the pressure's on Poland to react, and it's not fair to make them react without proper consultation with all the people making those decisions together, right?
Yeah, listen, I was always saying in this space, like people who say that we are just jumping,
For war,
jumping at the beat and just wanting to start a war with Russia. I think we're responsible stakeholder, and we know what the responsibilities of the border country are, and that's the reaction you are going to see. I don't think. I think it's pretty clear to everybody from the signals that go outside from Poland that everybody know that it was a Russian rocket or two missiles or whatever. But I don't think we would gain anything by saying, oh, we will respond with fury or whatever. That would be just irresponsible right now. And the
100%.
common response from NATO is just what we need right now.
Have the media, can I follow up?
Sure. Yeah,
have the media used the same photos which Thomas Tyner and Trusha and others have been using of the two wreckages, one in Poland and one on the 31st of October of a KH-101?
Yeah, and there's a video, like 10-second video of the crater, and and what John was talking about, I think it's really important point, because also some Polish experts, I don't know who's an expert anymore and who's not, but some of them I guess are not. And the narrative about S-300 and this being Ukrainian and them being able to basically, from what I gather, is a small part of the wreckage or whatever, however you call it, to gather if it's that or if it's another thing. That's that. I think it's important to note what John was saying is convincing to me, and I think it's important to send this message out also.
And what's really important is what Maciej just said. I was going to jump in right after Axel, but what it was this whole time, all of those useful idiots from the West who say that this is a proxy war for NATO, blah 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 blah. Well, here's the excuse that NATO needs, and it's still not taking it. It's not taking the bait, or it's maybe the Russians purposely aimed. Maybe they wanted to try to bait NATO a bit to try to internationalize this in a kinetic sense. Here, the Ukrainian, the Polish know exactly what it was. They have radar. They have people with eyeballs. They know what it was. They can tell pretty damn quick. And what they said was, you know what, we're going to reserve a comment because we want to find out. We're not jumping like the Russians. Boom, one thing happens. ATACMS hits the Kerch Bridge. All of a sudden, in 12 hours, they've got videos of trucks that went from Romania to Bulgaria to Japan under the sea, and it landed in Crimea. Then it went to Russia. Then they went to here, and they have a video of it. And here's an X-ray of the truck. All this nonsense. Those are all doctored and constructed narratives that they want to push. But here you have all the responsible people, meaning NATO, saying, just hold on a sec, let's deal with this a different way. So totally amazing, professional, responsible reply from Poland. I would like to add, so kudos to our Polish friends. I would like to add that former Kremlin advisor Boris Borisovich, whatever his name is, in an excellent retelling of history, said this is an example of how Poles started World War II and now they're going to start World War III. Apparently, he believes Poland invaded someone in World War II. This is from their experts in Russia, so obviously they have to know how World War II started. But the level of rot is so deep that even the most basic facts in history are disputed and contested by the decision makers in Russia. It's like dealing with madmen.
Yehuda, can we
Thanks
beat
for
down?
that.
Yehuda, can we beat down that false narrative right now? I've seen it from the Russians. It's false. The Ukrainians did not use this as a provocation. This is not some deep 4D chess here. The Russians have bad equipment. They tried to hit something. It didn't hit what they wanted, and they killed 2 people inside NATO. That's what happened.
Yeah. No, that's my general impression. I'm not entirely. I'm not saying there's no chance that they did something on purpose. I doubt they would, because it is such a dangerous precedent. I think maybe they might want to put a question mark on it. I think that they're desperately looking for other options. But you're right. Let's go to Dylan, then Anita. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Good to hear you, Yehuda, and Axel as well, thanks. I just wonder, why hasn't this occurred before now? Is this simply the natural outcome of mass incompetence? Or indeed, is Putin or someone putting up a question mark? Because, I mean, it might be reasonable to consider that Putin, as Akash said some time ago, I believe, that Putin... Akash's surmising suggested that Putin was somebody who perhaps throws up his cards in the air just to see how they fall. And this could play well for a domestic audience for Putin if the response from NATO et al. Is fairly robust. So essentially, I think the main question I have is why has this happened now? Thank you.
Yeah. No worries, Dylan. As Peter just said, it might not be the very first time this has happened, right? This might be just one of the times we're hearing about it. Number one. Number two, sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer. For example, they were aiming for a nuclear thermal power plant in the west of Ukraine. They overshot it by 5, 10, 20 kilometers, and it hit that. My idea that I just said it could have, maybe this was something they wanted to put a question mark over. Well, we all know, the Russians just don't have that technical capabilities to really be that accurate. So if they were going to aim for something in Poland, who knows? It probably would have hit Warsaw. Like, these people are not very bright with the military stuff there. So I think on balance, the probability is that this was a missile attack on the farthernmost western parts of Ukraine, and it overshot. I think Peter's right. So I hope that answers it. And on that note, we will go to Anita, who is in fact not Polish. I am just an idiot. I can't tell what the last name was. My bad. I saw a bunch of consonants and no vowels. I figured Polish. So I apologize, Anita. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks one more time for letting me in. Yes, I'm from Croatia, not from Poland. So I totally stand with Peter, what he said. Well, I think, in my opinion, this was an attack, a Russian attack on Poland. 2 people died, and that's what's going on here. Because, I came in this, I saw this comment from Domen Pershern, and I read his comments about that maybe the Russians' target was an Ukrainian power plant near the Ukrainian-Polish border, as well as 1 month before on Moldova, where is also nearby a power plant. But please remember, I don't know how many of you know, 2 months ago, we had in the Croatian capital, Zagreb, also a missile, and Croatia is really not in the border with Ukraine, and here is no power plant. So we could take this as an argument that maybe they're not going for targeting power plants near the border. So I see it was intentionally. This is my point of view here from Croatia and from all the times looking on the news and what's going on in this moment. This is for me like that. It was intentionally. And what's going on more, I don't know. But 2 months ago, when it happened here in Zagreb, fortunately
Sorry,
nobody
Anita,
gets hurt.
can you explain that for us again? Are you saying that 2 months ago a Russian missile landed in Zagreb?
We had here a missile, and after this, nothing happened anymore. Nobody gets hurt, thanks God. And this is what's happened here. It was one, I don't know. And now, when we are looking what's happening in Poland now, and 2 people died, well, it's very hard to believe that this was not intentionally. So this is my point of view.
Let's ask Peter. Peter is the expert. Peter, Croatia is also in Europe, correct? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just having fun. All right, Peter.
Okay,
What about this Croatia?
Sorry, it's not 2 months ago. It was in March. It was on the 10th of March. The 2 of 141. That's what Anita's referring to. It was way longer back. That's what the confusion is about.
Yes. Yes. Excuse me.
And correct. Not to crosstalk. I'll just confirm what Doman is saying. This is not the first time, perhaps, that a Russian weapon has gone astray and hit a member of NATO. And again, it's so close to the Ukrainian border. My strong suspicion is that the Russians were trying to hit something in Ukraine and their weapons are not working as intended. I think that's the takeaway here.
Yeah, I think that sounds pretty reasonable. Anita, thank you for the comment. We'll leave it as you think it was on purpose. We appreciate your comment. I think John was next, and then Sebastian, and then Bionada.
Thanks, Yehuda, and thank you to Anita for mentioning the incident in Zagreb involving that Tu-141. I'd totally forgotten about that. But someone had asked, why is this the first time that this has happened? It's happened before, and besides the Tu-141 incident, just not to a NATO member. I mean, just about a week or 2 ago, a Russian cruise missile flew into Moldova. So this has happened before. And quite frankly, it was only a matter of time until something like this was going to happen, at the very least unintentionally, given the imprecision of Russian standoff weapons.
Yeah, and remember, Moldova isn't a NATO member, and that's why part of that was an issue. But yeah, correct. Great, thank you. Let's go to Sebastian.
Yeah, thanks again. I just wanted to mention that Dmytro Kuleba just announced that this was definitely not a Ukrainian missile. So I found this very interesting. It's like 6 minutes ago, and I thought you should know this.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. Bionate, let's go to you.
Thank you, Maciek. Just a quick comment. I think the point we're just missing is the Russian propaganda will take it how they get it, and the points they will make tomorrow is, anyways, NATO is telling we hit NATO and now they are fighting in Ukraine. We already told you they are fighting in Ukraine and now they are fighting really in Ukraine, and something like this. So yeah, this is really fucked up in my exception or perception. So yeah.
Yehuda, if I can I ask Maciej to give us in the audience, because we have a lot of people here, a lot of people want to know what's happened and what maybe the next steps are. Can I ask Maciej, how would you assess the current Polish government's response to what has happened so far?
Sorry, Peter. I was just reading something. What was the question? I heard. What will be the response?
He was asking. Well, he already said it, Peter. Do you want to? He'll repeat it. The Polish government's response. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for now, they officially saying that they investigating the event, the readiness of some military units and other uniform units was heightened, and already President Duda spoke with Jens Stoltenberg, and he spoke with President Joe Biden, or actually he might be still speaking to him now. So we basically coordinating response, in the NATO alliance along the lines of Article 4. Probably, I would say that's the given right now, right?
That's right. That makes sense. All right, let's go over to lunchtime.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, lunchtime, please. And we're going to bring up some other people too, Daryl. And sorry about the delay here. A lot of people are trying to get up.
Can I just
Lunchtime.
say something else?
Yeah, go ahead,
Wasn't
Anita.
a missile. It was, excuse me, I was wrong in the heat of the moment. So it wasn't a missile, it was a drone here in
Yeah, it
Zagreb,
was a
in the
drone.
capital of Croatia. Excuse me once more.
Yeah.
And it was in April this year. So
March
just
10th.
for making correction, and in the comment sections, I gave you the link. So if anyone wants to, he can read it. Yeah. Good.
No
Thank
worries.
you very much.
Thank you, Anita. No problem. Okay, we're going to go to lunchtime. I guess lunchtime's down. I don't know if you can hear us. In the meantime, we'll go to Daryl because lunchtime I'm going to remove him. He can't hear us.
Okay, my check, real quick.
Go, Daryl. You're good.
Yeah, my check. Looking at the situation, have you seen, or is there any word out of the opposition parties that possibly pro-Russia? Have you seen anything on that side yet?
So match day.
Yeah, we don't have really an opposition party that's significant that is clearly pro-Russia. Yeah, it's just some marginal groups that nobody actually listens at this time. The main party opposition leader said that we have to be united at this time, which is I think an important sign, because if you look at his Twitter timeline, the previous tweet was actually a vicious attack at the governing party leaders. So I think that's a good sign at this 180 from him, and I won't hold him responsible for that. I think that's the thing to do. And yeah, there's no pro-Russian parties in Poland. Actually, the debate in Poland right now is everybody accusing each other that they're 10 years ago were slightly pro-Russian or more pro-Russian or said anything nice about Russia, really. So that's that.
Okay,
Well,
thanks. Because I just
Maciej,
think
you can't blame, sorry, Daryl, but Maciej, you can't blame Mr. Kaczynski for ever having been pro-Russian, right?
Yeah, but there's some complex narratives, and I never get into Polish politics here because I want to represent my country well in this space, and we we serve a different purpose here, so just not get into that.
All right,
Sorry,
we'll
Daryl, please
leave
go
the
on.
Polish. Go ahead.
yeah, the only reason I was asking is because that will determine what this excuse me, what the narratives that may be coming forward, what to look at. That's all. Thanks.
Sure.
All right, it's fair enough. All righty, so let's go ahead to Bionade.
Maciek, what do you expect? I think the Peace Party is fairly nationalistic. Do you expect any bigger demonstrations in the next days, or what do you think? How the people react to this?
Can you just repeat I heard. Sorry, sorry, guys. Nationalistic what?
No, I mean, some parties in the government, like for example, the Peace Party, they have more nationalistic tendencies, more Polish, pro-Polish and anti-Russian tendencies. What do you expect from the people? How they behave, and do you expect any demonstrations from the people in Poland?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would say I would love every party to be pro-Polish, and that's the. But I know what you mean. But I don't see. The danger to Poland is so close that politicians right now, of course, the war is used like in U.S. politics. President Biden saying that inflation and the gas prices are because of Putin. That happens in Poland too, but like ramping up of patriotic fervor by the politicians, I think they are more concerned with actually keeping people calm for normal life to continue, to dissuade people from panicking, because these are real reactions at the start of February. I mean, not at the start of the invasion. We had people lining for like 2 days, lining up at the gas stations. So I don't think maybe there'll be some demonstrations at the Russian embassies. They happen from time to time, especially we have a huge Ukrainian diaspora right now. So probably something like that I would think that happened, but I don't think you don't have to ramp up Polish society in terms of creating some anti-Russian sentiment, because it's there. But that's my view of that. Peter.
Yeah, go ahead, Peter. Sorry, can you hear us, Peter?
Yeah, I can. Maciej, I've been listening, and I completely agree with what you're saying. The issue that keeps coming up into my mind at this point is, what do we do now? Obviously, we as a united alliance must offer some kind of response. Words are fine, declarations are fine, but Russia only responds to strength and solidarity. I can immediately think of transferring publicly ATACMS to Ukraine. We should prioritize short-range air defense to Ukraine. Maciej, I am very encouraged by the Polish government's response, but now my thoughts are leaning towards, what do we do now? And I think if we double down on our support with military equipment to Ukraine, that will send a very powerful message to Russia.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely. And I think that first of all, I'm glad that I'm not the one that's making these decisions, because I think it's easy to say something must be done and we have to react. We all know that, but at the same time, the reaction has to be scaled, not to mess the situation up. But I think, yeah, I agree, something has to be done and the message has to be very clear. I don't know what's your opinion on strengthening even more the eastern flank right now, but I think that the priority probably has to be Ukraine right now, because that's where the resolution of this thing lies, right?
Yeah, and obviously the response is not, well, this is a good opportunity to force the Ukrainians to the peace table. Like 48 hours, 72 hours ago, the policy discussion was, let's force the Ukrainians to the peace table, question mark. And I think the answer right now is absolutely not. If anything, we need to double down and obviously show our united solidarity as an alliance with Ukraine.
100%. All right. Listen to the speakers, especially our own moderators. There are about 15 people coming up to speak. If you don't have a question, we're just going to try to get new faces up. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here at the MriyaReport. We've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 9 months. We're here to speak to Ukraine, from Ukraine, and Ukrainian voices with expert analysis from around the world. if you are able to, please consider helping out MriyaAid.org. They're a great organization that provides plenty of non-lethal humanitarian aid to Ukraine. And as you know, like all of us here, we're all volunteers. None of us get paid to be here. In fact, we pay the cost to cover off whether they're phones for the hosts to use, and we just pay it internally amongst ourselves. MriyaAid as well, fully volunteer organization. Thank you so much for being here. We're talking about the Russian errant missiles landed in Poland, small Polish village on the eastern part of Poland, close to the border with Ukraine, pretty close to an energy producing station, thermal power plant in the west of Ukraine. Lots of news, people talking about Article 5, possibly just Article 4, more support for Ukraine, more weapons to defend itself. On that note, let's pop over. I'm going to go to Thanos and then Daniel, and we're just going to bring up a bunch of people who need to speak. Go ahead. Magic, can you control that? I'll bring up the people.
Sure. Thanos was the first one. Yep.
All right, hey guys, good afternoon. Sad day for our friends in Poland. Looking at everything that's going on right now, the first thing I would point to is the technical aspect of this. Russia obviously running low on what are called LACMs, land attack cruise missiles. These land attack cruise missiles tend to be pretty accurate. They're half decent at hitting what they're intending to hit. So it will come down to the forensics to determine what kind of ordnance the Russians used. If they used a land attack cruise missile, almost certainly this was an intentional strike. If they used a repurposed anti-surface cruise missile, so a kind of cruise missile, either surface, air launched, or ship launched, that they would normally fire at a ship at sea, then all bets are off, because normally they use those weapon systems to terrorize the civilian population. They lob anti-surface cruise missiles at civilian population centers. They don't normally send them after precision targets such as military sites, C2 nodes, command and control nodes, or even power generation stations. They're just not reliable enough. They are not good at hitting 8-digit grid coordinates. The next thing, what is there to hit in Poland that the Russians might be interested in hitting? Unfortunately, a lot. NATO troops are dispersed all throughout the country. There is also not insignificant amount of training of Ukrainian forces going on in Poland that the Russians might be trying to send a message. So I am interested to see where this goes. I would like to see, as part of the response, a new doctrine comes out that says that the NATO forces will start engaging any red threat that is non-Ukrainian, non-allied air target, whether it is a missile, a drone, or an aircraft operating within our maximum weapons envelope over Ukraine, in order to, quote unquote, protect NATO's sovereign airspace.
Yeah, that's what I said, Thanos. If you remember, I said maybe this will lead to Poland saying we'll increase our envelope to go over parts of Ukraine. And
I must have missed it, man, when I joined in.
No,
Yeah.
why not? Why not? That's a good punishment. You know,
I think it's a fantastic one. And it's one of those things where, hey, we can't trust you to keep your weapons out of our airspace anymore. So we need that, increased distance, because as you guys might know, time and distance equals a greater number of shots that you can take at a incoming air target. We never, ever just shoot one missile at a air target. It's always shoot, look, or shoot, look, shoot. So you're rippling off missiles at whatever it is that you consider a threat. If it's worth shooting once, it's worth shooting twice.
100%, Thanos. And guess what?
I think you're 100% on the money, and I really hope that is what we see. And then I think you're going to start seeing the Russian operations pushed even further east, because the last thing they want is for a bunch of Patriot batteries in Poland to start knocking down everything that they send west.
Yeah, and east, or the Russians send west. Yeah. So here's the thing, and the beautiful thing about it is this: even if the Russians just fess up and say, it was an accident, the Poles could say, we don't care. We're going to actually intercept anything coming anywhere near Western Ukraine because we don't trust you, and you've already killed. You've killed two of our farmers.
Not an excuse.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
you killed two of our farmers. Sorry, bud.
Absolutely. Incompetence is not an excuse when you kill people.
Yep. And as Peter said, there were incidences where missiles probably did hit Poland, but nothing was said because it didn't do any damage. And then what's the secondary effect? I'm sorry, I'm thinking outside the box here, trying to. I'm thinking maybe that frees up air defense near Lviv, where the Poles say, yeah, guess what? We'll cover off from Lviv west because we don't want to take a chance again. It's a good argument.
Absolutely. Well, then here's the next thing, Yehuda, is that, all right, well, what about all those neat little sensors that we just gave our friends, the Ukrainians? Why not tie them into Link 16? Great. Here's a crypto kit. Here's Link 16. And now that's what we need to defend ourselves. What we just gave the Ukrainians these to defend themselves. Why wouldn't we integrate them into a larger overall integrated air defense architecture in order to, again, defend ourselves? And then it's game over at that point.
All right. So Thanos, you and me are chomping at the bit. Moderate Peter. What would happen if Poland proffered some plan with Ukraine to integrate the air defense system to obviously offset the chance of another Russian errant missile? Is that a provocation? Obviously, everything to Russia is a provocation, but is it a legitimate provocation?
Yeah, absolutely not. It is not a legitimate provocation. Just seeing right now that Poland is asking for Article 4, that's fine. That means consultations. It's in the NATO treaty. The NATO treaty is strong enough to compensate for terrible events like this. So Poland's going to ask for Article 4, but what comes from that? What comes from the consultations? Obviously, we should see a clear statement of support for Ukraine, but what more than words, right? So I would love to see this as the prompt to Germany to free the Leopards. Will they? Who knows? I would love to see the Biden administration openly declare that it has provided or will provide ATACMS to Ukraine. Russia must suffer consequences for killing two people inside of our NATO territory.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm glad that's not a provocation. I just want to make sure that, the Russians could say a lot of things, but the Poles could just turn back and say, well, it's too bad. You've actually hit us a few times. We didn't say anything, and now we're done. So good to know. All right.
We don't really negotiate with Russian disinformation talking points. We deal with facts, as you know. This is why this space exists. We separate fact from fiction, and we identify actionable policy recommendations, and those are two.
100%. All right, let's grab some new hands. We have.
Yehuda,
Yeah,
if I could just one last comment. I find it very interesting that the strike on Poland comes about a day and a half, 2 days after they launched that major disinformation campaign trying to link those dirtballs in FTX to Ukraine.
have a couple of missiles on Polish soil, and we've been discussing this.
Colby, I think there's another space up.
No, we've got it. Everything's good. Thanks, Colby. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we're just discussing the news in Poland, and we have Maciej and Yehuda back. Maciej is a Polish journalist, and we were very fortunate to have him in circumstances like this. Maciej, I didn't even have a chance earlier to say hello to you properly. It's been a while since I've been able to share the stage with you, so it's good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you for that. Happy to be here. Yeah, let's maybe go to John. Let's just continue the conversation. Colby, it's just great to have you guys here, and we will repopulate the space slowly. Just make sure to share and retweet the space. That's always helpful, especially in a situation like this. John Howard.
Well, before we go to John, we had just the order. Spetem was next. Sorry, before we crash. So we'll go to Spetem and then John. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, I have a question to Maciej, but before that, I've been saying Putin is just trying to escalate stuff. I'll say this: a losing man with nothing to lose must be stopped immediately. And this accident or no accident, we're talking about a country, NATO territory being attacked, and people were killed. Now, this is no joke. This is like calling for a reaction. But to Maciej, as a Polish that you are, your country was attacked and people were killed. What do you think? I know that you gave an answer to Peter's question earlier, but what do you think, as coming from Poland, what do you think the next step should be? Thank you, guys.
All right. So Maciej, next steps. I think he's going to be measured and calm. That's my impression. What do you think, Maciej? Oh,
Yeah.
crap. I just dropped finance. Sorry about that. Come back up. My bad. Go ahead, Maciej.
That's basically exactly it. I said that I'm happy that I'm not the one in those meetings right now, on those phone calls, and not the one making those decisions, because I think, although the moral sentiment is clear of all of us, that is just another transgression of Russia. And it's, of course, I mourn the death of my two fellow compatriots who were killed just going about their business, and just standing to their land. That's an awful story and an awful tragedy. But at the same time, as I say, it's important to keep people informed and keep people informed that we are safe, because there are a lot of things saying that the air defense is
I'm not sorry. All right, this is the real Canadian. We don't mean it. We're just saying it to shut you Americans up. All right. I'm just kidding. All right.
Yeah, give us a joke. Give us a joke while we repopulate the space. If Battle Moose was, if Battle Moose was here, he'd be giving us a moose call. Give us a joke while we.
We're not going to do any moose calls, but I will say, what do you call a crazy insect on the moon?
Oh God, what do you call a crazy insect on the moon? I'm terrified.
A lunatic.
Boot him, Mache. Boot him right now. Don't let him talk anymore.
That's it before I mute you, Peter. A lunatic. And lastly, how do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke? And the answer is when it becomes apparent. All right. We are going to get everyone back here by hook or by crook. Back to 700. Let's get to that 1500 mark again. Do retweet the space. Let people know that we are here. We had a lot of interesting speakers trying to come up to the panel, and I to hear from you. And so would we all. Please do come up and send us a like. In about 15 minutes, we're going to have, if you're ready, Kyle Parker. Kyle Parker is the chief of staff for Senator Ben Cardin in the United States of America, and who happens to be kind of a big deal in the Helsinki Commission. If you've not heard about them, you should Google them. Pretty amazing folks, and they do great work for Ukraine. So please do look at the speaker's card there. Someone put it in the nest if you could. One of the super cool
I'll
people.
do it 1 second.
Doman is the best.
There
Doman
you
will
go. It's
add
in the net.
There we go. Cal Parker, you might know him from his famous cousin Peter Parker, and his superpower is he's Ukraine man. Is Kyle Parker, his special skills. And in the meantime, we are bumping up to where we were before. Let's go ahead to Rusty, who hasn't spoken yet. Let's go to Rusty. Last name, no last name. Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, so I actually wonder about something that I don't think we've spoken about yet, and that's how this will affect Russia's way forward in this war, because I kind of see this as the consequence of them. We all know that this probably is or should probably be seen as the consequence of them bombing civilian infrastructure, and is probably not a deliberate attack on Poland. But how do you think this will affect their missile strikes and their last-ditch attempt to quell Ukraine by hitting all their infrastructure?
Well, I think we've addressed that already. We've said, look, the best case scenario here is Ukraine, along with, who knows, who says it has to be just Ukraine? Maybe it's the Baltics, maybe it's Romania and Ukraine, and Poland and Ukraine, and the Baltics and Ukraine decide to say, you know what, we can't trust that Russian ordnance isn't going to fly into a NATO country, so let's integrate our air defense systems, like our friend Thanos was saying. Let's share with Ukraine this, that, and the other. Maybe let's have an air defense umbrella over parts of Ukraine, because we can't trust them, and that means that NATO weapons are shooting down Russian missiles coming anywhere near, I don't know, 100 kilometers near the border with Ukraine. It would be a great thing for Ukraine because then they would have coverage that they don't have to provide for in parts of Ukraine. Overall, not a bad idea. And as Peter was saying, that's not a provocation. Russians can't claim it's a provocation because sooner or later they're going to have to either admit that it was an accident, that they were aiming for, that big military target called a civilian power plant, electrical power plant, or they're going to have to say hit Poland, which would mean pretty much the end of Russia in a few hours, I'd say. And I'm not talking about nuclear war; I'm talking about conventional. I think we know that Finnish border guards could probably waltz into St. Petersburg unopposed at this point in time. But not saying we're going to do that. That's warmongering, Peter, isn't it?
I mean, Yehuda, you and me in a dinghy with some oars could probably take most of Eastern Russia right now because the Russian military is all lined up on the Ukrainian side. Obviously, what you're saying is kind of a joke, but the bigger point here is that the Poles are being very calm, they're being very cool and collected, but after Article 4, after NATO has consultations, what comes from that point? And there, I think the pressure should be on Germany. What does Germany do? The pressure should be on the US government. What does the US do? What new moves do we take to say, this is unacceptable? We are helping our friends in Ukraine, and the missiles that kill people in NATO, that must stop right now. Should that mean an expansion of an air defense network? I think that should be on the table right now.
Agreed. All right. So some of our listeners, we've got Rosalie and Luca and Simon. I can't add you. I try to add you and it doesn't let me. So disconnect, leave the space with the red button, leave, and then close the app and come back in, please. It will not let me add you. Again, everyone, sorry for the up and down here. It is a problem. Twitter is acting up. So if you could retweet this space, if I call your name, just drop down. That's Rosalie, Simon, Chris. I can't add you. It just cycles in and out. So we'll get you back up. Thanks so much. And who's my co-host? Mache, please get up here. And we're gonna go to was it Danny or John? Let's go to John, Danny, Rusty. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll be very, very brief. Just determining whether or not this was accidental is irrelevant in my view, because to do that, you'd have to take Russia's word as to whether they intended to hit it or not. And it seems there could potentially have been a target on that side of the border that they've shot for. Whether they've hit it or not, I don't know in terms of the electrical power lines. But I mean, it's crossed. They have crossed a red line. Whether it's accidental or not, they've crossed a red line, and they've killed people in NATO territory. So just to your point about extending a surface-to-air missile network, if John's right and it's a KH-101, that's an air-launched cruise missile. If the shooter's gone in from over Belarus, you could look to turn around and say, okay, Russia, you are basing aircraft that you're using to fire at NATO from Belarus. And our response is going to be allow the Ukrainian Air Force to operate from Poland or wider NATO airfields and infrastructure. So that is a proportionate response.
I don't know if the airfield thing is going to fly. Pardon the pun. But I do think that the air defense, that's a no-brainer. I'm not sure. Hey, Peter, having Ukrainian fighter jets on NATO bases, that's a no-go, I would say. What do you think, based on the current situation?
Yeah, so Yehuda, what I've been hearing from the Poles is that they are not afraid of taking unilateral action. That was interesting to me, but more importantly, they want to act within NATO. Minimum, if it's a no-brainer, I would agree. Extending an air defense umbrella over Lviv using our anti-air missiles to protect portions of Ukraine is a no-brainer. The Poles are ready to go. There is popular political support for that, but the Poles will only act within NATO. That's a very good thing.
Okay. All right, good to know. Let's get Danny, Rusty, George, and Daryl. Go, Danny.
Hello, can you hear me crystal clear?
Yes, go ahead. You're loud and clear.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. So I really appreciated the contribution of, I think, Thanos before the space crashed 3 times. And so now, if this attack was not an accident, so was done with some scope, this is a question and also maybe sharing like point of view. It could be possible that this is another, essentially, not illogical in our perspective, but essentially a logical move from Putin or somewhere in his essentially line of command, in order to try to distract resources, especially anti-missile resources from Ukrainian warfare to NATO territories. So essentially try to put panic in the alliance and say, oh no, we need more resources to defend our own territory. Of course, I think that everyone today made clear that probably this won't happen, and instead there will be even more resources sent in Ukraine. But could be this like a bet that Putin tried as he was expecting like a weak NATO 8 months ago. Thank you.
You got that one, Yehuda?
Okay.
Yehuda, if you tried to speak, I only got a piece of it. Okay, Yehuda only got a piece of it. He had to drop. Daniel, I appreciate the comment. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go to George. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wish Thanos was up here because if you look, I just put a tweet from our buddy Thomas Steiner there, and he's, I guess he would know. He's saying that Poland has a NATO integrated air defense, obviously, and they have a radar that's not far from the impact sites, and that has a range of 500 kilometers. So they might have been actually, tracking these incoming missiles. If it was two, and they both come out to be Russian, then what's the probability, Daryl? I'm going to ask you that two Russian cruise missiles failed. That's the question I'm going to put to you. What chances that two Russian cruise missiles, if it's two, and the evidence start to point that they are Russian, but I'm not going to be cruise missiles, and there's two of them. What are the chances that they failed and just wound up hitting that part of Poland?
For me, there's no, I mean, when you talk in hundreds, yes, you can see that there will be some failures, but two missiles in a volley of say 50, that's a reach. However, that's just a guess on my part, not knowing what their failure rate is overall. That's a John Ridge question, more or less. Peter?
Yeah, because I was going to say because Thanos did say that if they were, the original designation of that cruise missile, that their failure rate isn't as much as, let's say, the ship launched or the air launched version. But so we'll see. I guess that radar that Thomas is referring to will definitely be able to tell us if that was an air launched or if that came from, let's say, Belarus, if it was ground launched from Belarus. And yeah, it's just kind of suspect that two of them, failed, back to back. It's very strange. That's all I'm going to put. I'm just going to put that out there. Thank you, Daryl.
All right, thanks. Peter.
One might have been a cruise missile. One might have been a repurposed S-300. Both failed. I'll leave it there.
Peter, I had one question for you. What is if they were to go Article 4, they do the no-fly zone as far as for interdicting the missiles. Are we really crossing a red line because they are not engaging Russia per se? I know it's the missiles, and I know they're shot from Russian guns, missile, equipment, but they're not directly engaging Russia itself. Just protecting a borderline. Could we see that as provocation?
Yeah, so Daryl, that is an excellent question. The answer is Article 5 is the maximalist position that the Poles can take at this point. Short of let me clarify. Article 4 is the maximalist position that the Poles can take short of Article 5. Everyone is right now Googling Article 4, Article 5, the North Atlantic Treaty. Very good time to do so. Article 4 means consultations. Article 4 means that Poland has been attacked by Russia. 2 Polish citizens have been killed by Russia. We know this. The Russians are lying when they say that it is a provocation. So the Poles have convened their National Security Council and they have taken the Article 4 step. That's good. That means NATO gets together, the diplomats talk, and they will probably issue a resolution or memorandum, some kind of public statement. What comes next is the more important thing.
Hours a day space, more or less, except for the bugs out, just like now. Retweet and share if you're new to the space. Welcome back. Tag a friend. That's hashtag MriyaReport. Visit MriyaReport host profile here on the top left of your screen, and make sure you hit that follow so that you will always be notified when these spaces restarted. Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Yehuda, Peter, welcome along.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. David is our stand-in moderator, a beacon of light in a dark sea. He is. Today is 15 November, Tuesday at 17:30 hours local Romeo time. That's 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's close to midnight or something in Greenwich Mean Time. That's London, and 2 hours ahead.
10:30 in London. 10:30 p.m. in London.
10:30 p.m. they say, 5 hours ahead, and 7 hours ahead in Kyiv. Thank you for being here. We're going to populate the panel. As you know, we've got a little hiccup. I'm not going to bring in too many people. I'm sorry. We're going to leave it as it is right now because we're having a lot of problems with Twitter. So we do have Kyle Parker, the second most famous Parker after Peter Parker, and he's a big supporter of Ukraine. And we're just going to try to get him up here. Kyle Parker is Chief of Staff for Senator Ben Cardin in Washington, D.C., and a great friend of Ukraine, as I just said. And I am trying to bring him up. I apologize. We are not going to have a full house in terms of people in the queue. So please do put your hands down to come in. We do have a problem with Twitter. I'm going to ask one of the host accounts to add our good friend, Mr. Parker. This would be the most amount of crashes we've had. I hope Mr. Musk is still going to keep spaces around, and we're going to go forward with that. Strikes. Do get him up, please. Kyle Parker net. I think Kyle Parker NET is his handle. And that is all she wrote.
Want to take a shot there, Nick? I see your hand is in the air. You got something else to say? You heard it. Shall we give it a little second?
Sure, go for Nick there, and then we're going to bring up Kyle.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the comments that were made before the last crash about what are the chances of two missiles going wrong at the same time, and I don't know what the full circumstances are, but we only treat two separate events as highly unlikely if they are completely independent, and I think it's fairly unlikely in these kind of situations that they would be independent. It could be that the person, the same drunk, was programming the target coordinates. It could be that they both came out of the same box of rockets that had been made on the same Friday afternoon. We talk about Friday afternoon cars in the UK. I think the rest of Europe talks about Monday morning cars. So there are many reasons why that's not. The chances of if the chance of one thing happening is 1 in 1,000, it doesn't mean the chance of two of them happening is 1 in a million. This will be familiar to anybody who's ever had to deal with a complex engineering structure with 2 or 3 points of fate or 2 or 3 layers of security. If you think, for example, of a nuclear power plant and you're assured that the chance, and I'm pro-nuclear, by the way, but when you have a nuclear power plant, you're assured that the chances of containment area A failing are 1 in 1,000, and then containment B area are 1 in 1,000, and then containment C is 1 in 1,000, and therefore that's 1 in a billion. But it turns out that all 3 things were built by the same contracting company who cut the same corners and made them out of the same crappy concrete, and all of a sudden you aren't multiplying anymore. So just to say, when you see 2 things go wrong like that, don't automatically assume that the chances of it happening are astronomical, because very often the same forces that caused the first one are causing the second one. Just as a sort of general background thing to think about when one looks at those kind of situations.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry, we're just going to message to Kyle. Kyle's coming up, but you can't do it on a desktop. You can only listen on a desktop. Please come on your cell phone. We have your message here, and do come up. That would be great. And here we go. Off we go to the races. Okay.
There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than trying to get tech to work in front of a large audience.
Yeah, no, we're good. On the meantime, let's go to Ferlane, had her hand up, then David again real quick. I'm just waiting for Kyle to come up. He's just his first time speaking. He usually listens. And we're just going to wait for Kyle Parker to get on up. Kyle, you're the next contestant when the price is right. We're going to get him there. Ferlane, go ahead, and then David.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out for those of you who are listening and have never been in the military or don't have anyone who has been in the military, one of the biggest differences while getting interoperability with the NATO forces is usually in terms of converting degrees into mils, because mils are more accurate and there's less chances of getting something wrong. Like, we have spoken with some instructors, I think 2 months ago or so. Like, we do know that Russian high precision weapon isn't very high precision by default, but when you are even like 1 degree degree of the initial target, you're gonna have on MLRS like 5 kilometer off the
Yeah,
target.
well, that also depends on how far the
Yeah, yeah,
missile
yeah, yeah.
goes.
I
So
know,
every
but that,
it
yeah,
could even be long. It could even be further. It could be 50, depending how where the missile was launched from. So
exactly. So
yeah,
Russians have never used mills. They
yeah.
don't have the idea about that. So
There
this
you
could
go.
also be the problem. And I'm
Okay.
going the microphone to you guys.
No worries, no worries. Please, whoever's on the host account, stop adding people. Please stop adding people. It's going to crash the space. We have a problem. Kyle, you have the co-host. Okay, you didn't have to take the co-host, but welcome, Kyle. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, sure, Yehuda. Should I remain in the co-host? I was just clicking on whatever links that kept popping up. So if this works,
You know what? If it works, let's keep it. Let's keep it. Listen, we've got a full house here, Kyle. There's about 800 million people. I'm a Russian general. 800 million people in this room. I'm just kidding. And we have a lot of people coming up trying to speak. I'm going to respectfully not accept any more hands because I seem to every time we start loading up the panel, the space is crashing. So, Kyle, you're in Washington. Do you think you could work something out with Mr. Musk and have him put some more money into the spaces for us, or what? Or he doesn't want to talk to you guys right now?
geez, I don't know about that. I'm actually in London right now, but
There you go.
but anyway,
Thank you. Listen, Kyle, for everyone, this is Kyle Parker. We've been talking about you all day, actually, and it's mostly good. We've been talking about we're so excited to have you on here. We were trying to explain some of the work you do. Sometimes the best introduction is left done by the person. I've already explained who you are to the audience. Can you tell us a bit about yourself, Kyle? And I apologize, I'm a little sick. But Kyle, please do welcome MriyaReport. You know, we've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 9 months. And I know that you know that we're doing as best a job as we can to speak truth to power, to let the world know what's going on in Ukraine. And every time we get gems like you, people who are dedicated, not just personally, but even professionally, to helping Ukraine survive this genocide, to push past it, to recognize that there is a relationship between Ukraine's situation and our freedoms and our future. Can you please, carry that on? What's Kyle Parker doing? And tell us a bit about yourself. Thanks.
well, I'll certainly try. And again, thank for space. I have really enjoyed it lately. It's become my listen in the car on the long commute to and from the office. I live in the suburbs and have an hour or more commute each day, and it's also on the headphones when I'm out walking the dog. So yeah, so I've enjoyed and appreciated it. One quick correction: I think you had mentioned that I was chief of staff for Senator Ben Cardin. I am chief of staff of the U.S. Helsinki Commission, and of course, Senator Ben Cardin is our chairman this Congress. So
my apologies.
No, we Senator Cardin and I go way back. So yeah,
Just
but
a factor, Kyle. Forgive us.
I'm sorry. What?
Just Yehuda's Canadianness.
I see.
I'm a
I hope you
Canadian.
feel better too, Yehuda. Sorry to hear
Thank
you're
you.
not feeling so well.
Yeah, bit of pneumonia. It's
Oh, gee.
it'll go
Pneumonia,
away in
that's-
time.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
hope.
you should.
I guess walking pneumonia, maybe.
Yeah, walking pneumonia. Yeah, go ahead. So, can you
Yeah.
tell us a bit about the Helsinki Commission?
Well, the Helsinki Commission. So we've been at it since 1976. I in 2006, so not quite that long. But the Helsinki Commission was essentially the U.S. Congress's response to the Helsinki Accords that were signed in 1975. So we were created very much on a bipartisan basis as a concrete manifestation of the U.S. Congress's enduring interest in human rights and the rules-based international order, which is, of course, being played out on the Ukrainian battlefield. So February 24th, we looked at human rights compliance across the 57 participating states of what comprise the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. The OSCE happens to have the richest body of human rights of any international organization. But since the 24th of February, we have turned our efforts totally to addressing to basically trying to do everything we can do to help Ukraine win a speedy and total victory. And by speedy and total victory, that's 1991 borders, and of course Russia in the dock, right? Paying reparations, reconstruction, justice for all the atrocities and war crimes that they're committing across Ukraine. So
Can we
yeah.
talk about Helsinki Commission before the invasion? What was its focus? Still, like, was it primarily on what, and how did that shift happen? How is it being taken in Washington, the halls of power?
Well, how's it being taken in the halls of power? We're very close to the U.S. Congress. I think it's, you know, we're not technically part of Congress, but sort of de facto look very much like a congressional committee or commission. And yeah, you know, we've focused on any number of threats and opportunities that present themselves largely in the European space. You know, problems and opportunities for U.S. foreign policy and you know, our national interests. And you know, since the full-scale invasion, since February 24th, we have, you know, retooled and repurposed the commission's efforts. We have the usual bag of tricks that, you know, a congressional committee would have, and hearings and briefings and letters and legislation and fact-finding, travel, and, you know, you name it. That's how we work. Yeah, so we have divided up the labors on the commission lines. We have some of our analysts looking at the weapons dimension, you know, intelligence sharing, defense, hard security questions. We have others looking at financial sanctions, export controls, green corridors for, you know, gear to flow more, you know, faster and in greater volume into Ukraine, as well as, you know, humanitarian questions, humanitarian cone. Initially, you know, we had with the refugee surge in Europe and some of the vulnerability of that particular population. So we have, as an example of what we, you know, one of the things we have coming up. So we have a hearing set for December 7th, where we're going to look at the massive volunteer effort that is essentially serving quartermaster to the Ukrainian armed forces. And we're going to have four incredible witnesses, probably well known to your audience. Taras Chmut of Come Back Alive, Serhiy Pritula of the Pritula charity, Dora Hamyak of Razum, and Jonas Ullman of Lithuania's Blue Yellow.
Amazing. And just so people are aware, full disclosure, we're having you know, some of our team are helping you and Paul with some kind of initiative with the Helsinki Commission. I just wanted to mention it because isn't it really amazing what the power of the people can do online? So we complain often how social media can be a headache, but in many cases it can really do great things. Is that something you ever saw on your bingo card for 2022?
Oh, I guess we use it, right? We complain often. We actually use social media, right? We complain on social media about social media. In any case, yeah, I'm thinking of this Thursday call that we're going to do looking at green corridors. Did I lose you there?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just wondering what of the many initiatives that we've been yeah, we've got a number of things bouncing around. Yeah, your email you sent me finally.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, especially the last. So
Amazing. What about, as you know, I don't know if you know, you remember Natalia Kalmakova from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs?
Yes, you kindly sent her by our office.
That's right. Well, you know how she got to you? From
How'd
these
she get through you?
Through the people in this audience. You see, Ministry of Veterans Affairs had to cut their budget, and Natalia and her team of 8 people had to get to Washington. So we asked the kind listeners, we said, listen, can you help us? These people need to get to Washington. We need to fly them there. They need to stay there. And they need to see Kyle Parker and the Helsinki Commission. So within a very short period of time, these fine people actually crowdsourced their trip. We underwrote a government of Ukraine trip to go to Washington. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
You know, I mean, yes and no. It's right for anyone who's been watching Ukraine for for any length of time. I mean, these what crowdsourced and civil society efforts have been able to accomplish. I mean, I give it an interesting example that kind of blew my mind. Although, again, why not, right? So I was in Odessa a couple weeks ago, and we were sitting out at Haji Bay, a great restaurant there, eating some wonderful. First time I had chibureki since eating it on top of Ai Petri in 1999. I'm certainly looking forward to the Crimea Beach Party and an opportunity to go back there and have some good chibureki. But we were meeting with local volunteers, and one of them was telling us a story of a military unit that was forward deployed below Mykolaiv on the Kherson front. This is early October, and I don't know how many, needed like 100 barrels of basically lubricants for military machines, for tanks and whatnot. And who put it together but civilian volunteers in Odessa. And I mean, this is something, one of the I really hope that we can showcase at our hearing, and particularly before the U.S. Congress, is to really impress upon members of Congress that the whole of society mobilization in is something that we haven't seen anything like it since the Second World War, right? I mean, this is far beyond what I think we think of, in the United States, sending care packages to veterans and all this very important, or soldiers, right? Forward deployed soldiers, but not sourcing petroleum, oil, and lubricants for military machines, or secure radios, or body armor, or drones, or counter drone, jamming equipment, and so done by these grassroots efforts, and it's literally war-winning support.
Perfect. All right, we've got Peter. Peter was the former head of SIPA, and he has a question for you, Kyle. Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Doran.
Peter Doran.
Hey, Peter.
Peter, unmute your mic there, please. Peter, I don't know if we've lost him. His hand's up. Peter Doran had something to say. All right. Well, Kyle, I think what's one of the really cool things about this space is we really take pride in the fact that a grassroots movement, people from all over the world, a lot of people from the United States, Canada, North America, North Africa, Australia, New Zealand, we're all trying to do what we can to put our finger on the scale. Here we are. So I wanted to wait for Peter to let him go. And if not, we have Axel. Also, he's in Estonia. Axel, go ahead. I hope we're not having a crash again, Kyle.
No,
Go ahead,
no,
Axel.
we don't have a crash. I apologize. I was just trying to reach out to Peter because obviously he had a question. But Kyle, thank you very much for joining us here today. I mean, the Helsinki Commission has been very, very effective in terms of communication. I do remember that most recently, General Breedlove had made a statement a few months ago and was already very calmly educating the general public as to what needs to be done and why what he had stated much earlier, what should be done towards in deterring the Russian imperialism, is now more than evidently needed. How would you say could European governments learn from what the Helsinki Commission has been bringing forward in the US Congress as a general matter of information awareness? You've brought Timothy Snyder and the likes to actually explain things, bring a completely different audience there. This is something which seemingly in European parliaments is not happening. What can Europeans learn from your process?
Great question. I guess on one level, I'd like to think that we learned it from the Europeans, right? In a sense, you think of the Helsinki movement, right? Was the movement of Helsinki monitors that appeared almost overnight after Comrade Brezhnev signed the final act, and then they rose up across the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact to ask where these rights were. And then the U.S. Congress created the Helsinki to respond to those questions and to that grassroots movement for freedom in Europe. On the other hand, there is no other country in the world that has a governmental Helsinki Commission. We don't for an NGO. People think they hear Helsinki Commission and they think we're an NGO. We're actually not an NGO at all, very much a U.S. government entity. But, one of the things, what do we try to do? We try to, luckily we have tremendous freedom to really look a little further beyond the latest headline, maybe think even a Congress or two or a few years down the road and think about what would be the most interesting, things to discuss. Where should policy head? And, and then try to put that together and to do it in a way, and I don't want to be sounding as if that we're so pure and we do this great work and the congressional don't, or the European Parliament doesn't. But I know our colleagues on the oversight committees, they're drinking from this fire hose of the cycle of appropriations and oversight, and the Secretary of State's on the Hill and they have to respond and they're running from one, and often not able to really get too deep into something. Whereas we have this freedom and this space and have been given that by Congress to really try to, in a sense, serve as a sort of policy planning shop for the legislative branch.
Yehuda?
Yeah, sorry, it looks like we're having a bit of a connection. We got Peter. Peter's back, Kyle. He has a question for you. Go ahead, Peter. And it is the Peter Doran
Yeah, it's good.
Hey, Peter.
Can you hear me okay, Kyle?
I hear you great.
All right, Kyle, I'm going to ask you an easy question and a hard question. In this space, we have a huge audience of Americans and Europeans. And one question that has now come up is, will there be a left and right consensus to support Ukraine now that we're getting a better sense of who's going to be in charge of the Senate and who's going to be in charge of the House? That's the easy question. The hard question is this. What is the appetite to push the administration to make those important decisions and pull the trigger on secondary sanctions against Russia so that they can deny Russia the ability to sustain its war? So an easy question and a hard question. I know you know what I'm asking. Let us get a sense of where you think Congress is heading.
So thanks, Peter. And good to spend a while. On your the answer is yes, right? There will be a left and right consensus. Support for Ukraine is solidly bipartisan and bicameral, and I think more so than has at times appeared in the media in to the elections, which to the midterms. So I think that's in a pretty good place. They'll always be, you'll always have some folks on the fringes grandstanding and scoring a few cheap points, but I'm not too concerned about that. The longer question, and the appetite on the secondary sanctions. So certainly, Congress is always, I like to think of Congress when it's doing its job well is trying to push the executive branch of our government to a place where it doesn't want to be, where it's not entirely comfortable. We want to see the executive branch break a sweat, right? It shouldn't be easy we do. On the other hand, Congress doesn't want to sort of push them so hard that something valuable breaks. And I think the biggest question will be those gatekeepers at the relevant committees. And if we're talking sanctions, right, we're going to be talking the committees, the banking, finance committees, and I know you know this, but what I expect the administration is going to be saying to those gatekeepers on whether or not they take up certain pieces of legislation is discussing how important it has been thus far to hold this big, sometimes unwieldy anti-Putin coalition together. And I mean, because that's really the question, right? The question is, there are ways of forcing and moving perhaps certain European capitals to different places on sanctions, but if done wrong, they come with a cost. So, but as Congress will certainly be ventilating this very publicly, and I expect it to only grow, and Congress will always have a bigger stomach for this than the administration.
And Kyle, if I could just say, everyone in this audience, and this is a huge audience tonight, would strongly support the Helsinki Commission to hold the administration's feet to the fire, to help our friends and deny Russia the ability that it needs to sustain this war.
Thank you. I mean that's what we do best. I think we really are there to try to, and we've got some sort of proof of concept. We've done it more than a few times on things that the administration strenuously resisted, and it may have taken us a while, but eventually and passed the law. So, and many of these laws that you are seeing out there and that are receiving a lot of coverage, the commission is involved in some way, shape, or form.
Kyle, do you mind if we ask? I don't know if you can speak about it. You obviously know the topical news of the day. Is there any insight you want to share with us on that?
Well, I just was kind of scanning the news as I was walking back from dinner across town here. I have seen the scene, and to me, I think the answer is the answer is the same, right? That the sooner way, the best way to get to a place where these things aren't happening, and the best way to defend as you often hear the formula go, is to give Ukraine everything it needs to defend itself, right? And so the faster that flows, there's still very, I mean, frustrating isn't really word, I think in some sense tragically, there's still some pretty important weapon systems that Ukraine needs to defend its cities, to defend its power grid. And so the sooner those things are delivered and up and running, you know, the sooner that we help Ukraine win a total and timely victory.
Kyle, just from your experience and your years, your knowledge from where you're at, we've had a few people come up and say, regardless of, the Russians admit this was a mistake or an accident. I don't know how military-esque you are, but I think you know quite a bit. Is there credence to the notion that perhaps Eastern European countries and NATO and the Baltics will integrate their air defense with Ukraine in order maybe to cut them some slack, let them move some of their newly acquired air defense systems east, and let NATO countries cover off, increase their envelope just to take into account crazy missiles from Russia? Honestly, I would say that the Russians would find everything provocative. Is that a legitimate provocation to you that would be done, or is that even in the cards? Can you speak to that?
I'm not a military guy. I went to the Naval War College and I think learned a little bit how to speak military, but would be out of my area of expertise to speak to an integrated, a complicated, integrated EU NATO border air defense. I think the one thing that a provocation. I don't know, that would strike me as sort of not. I don't know. I wouldn't even question. I think we needn't be worried about what the West or might do that could be seen as escalatory or provocatory. I think just the more we ask those questions, the more we display a certain sort of provocative weakness. And so I just would dismiss that out of hand and say that, again, we need to get Ukraine everything it needs to defend itself against this genocidal, and for them to be able to restore their territorial integrity, and that's again the 1991 borders.
100%. Speaking of military, it's like I rub a genie's lamp. Kyle, I've got Rip Rawlings here. Maybe he could speak. He's got something for you too.
Oh.
Hey, I'm just avidly listening. I'm thrilled to hear Kyle's perspective, because Kyle has obviously a very unique perspective as to how things are operating over in Ukraine right now, and of course he was just downrange. So I've been listening avidly. I will say, having been in the Pentagon, everybody on NATO is going to be on high alert today, and I will say that if you're a bomber crew coming out of Minot or one of several other locations, you're going to be in loiter and dwell tonight, I think, for an extended period of time. But I'll ask Kyle. I think the political ramifications of the missile strike. Russia can hide behind the kind of false pretense that this was just all happenstance. Maybe they'll blame Ukrainian anti-aircraft gunners for having made a couple missiles veer off target. Technologically, I can say that could never happen. But Kyle, what's your perspective on the political next steps? Are we going to see more sanctions on Russia? Are we going to see Russia come up with more excuses? I mean, obviously there's a tremendous amount here, but this is a very, very big issue. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I'm sure we're going to hear all manner of delusional nonsense from the Kremlin. I mean, these are after all the guys that shot MH17 down, and then spoiled the wreckage site, and came up with all manner of cockamamie explanations. So I'm sure Moscow's gonna talk all manner of things here. As far as what are we going to see, I mean, sure, I think more sanctions are always great, but what I would hope we see is more weapons, and again, some pretty specific questions of and armor, right? And we know that there's some armor that is at least maybe promised isn't the right word, or that could be readily delivered to Ukraine, and then there are some jets that Ukraine could use too long to conduct the training on them. So I mean that's stuff that really should have begun long ago, but hopefully after a situation like this that more of that happens faster, and that there are those that are wondering about escalation, and that there are fewer of those now than there were before this incident.
Rip, follow up or?
No, I think that's spot on. Kyle, obviously you've got a huge amount of experience when it comes to security and cooperation, especially in Europe. As you take a look I mean, it's a little bit kind of looking into the crystal ball in the next 3 to 4 months. But what do you think in your experience? And of course, you've got additionally some degrees that could speak directly to this as well. But what does the next 5 to 10 years look like between Poland, Ukraine, and Russia? I know that's a broad question, but I think you're the right guy to ask that question.
Well, geez, the next 5 to 10 years, I think are looking up for Ukraine, Poland, not so much for Russia, but I'm really hoping that that Ukraine continues this momentum on the battlefield and wins this one next year, right? And then I think this effort to rebuild and is could be a tremendous engine for growth in Ukraine, and really in some senses be a second chance to at a 19 right, only this time do it right and take into account all the lessons learned.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's great answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kyle. As always, on point and spot on.
Thanks, Rip.
Please stick around, Rip. Kyle, this is a question more for the audience. I think they want an insight into your world, and I know it might be a softball, but it's an important question, I think. A lot of military types looked at the initial part of the invasion. Obviously, even your own generals had a certain perspective of what would happen. A lot of the world thought that based on years and years of, the Russian boogeyman, right? But as we saw the war unfold, many military types, I'm sure Rip for sure, and a few others said, wow, these guys are junk. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And then we were waiting for them to put their A team in, apparently. And we found out that was it. And it got worse. And then the Navy was horrible. And the Air Force was non-existent almost. Did it in the halls of power in Washington? When was it? Or was there a shift where people said, wow, I think, those briefs we got from whoever were wrong. We think the Ukrainians are going to win it. Was there a turning point that you could, verbalize, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's, and as far as their A team, right? They sent their A team in on day one, right? And we know how that ended up, and the successive waves that they've sent in have just gotten are less and less prepared. I'm trying to think. I was in a lot of briefings with a lot of members in the lead up, and then as it all unfolded, I think the United States on one level, we had our own sort of blind spot, right? Call it a whatever, imperial blind spot or kind of mirror imaging and this seeing seeing Russia, Moscow in some sense, as a successor to the Soviet Union, and whatever superpower rivalry. So I think there was a lot of mirror imaging going on there, and I don't think I don't think many were prepared at just how rotten the system had become. Now, those of us who had been working the crime and corruption beat, the Russia front, which is what we've been doing at the Helsinki Commission for the past 15 years at least, if not past 20 years. Had often been saying, listen, there's going to come a time where we're gonna just be so thankful for that Russian corruption, and all of that defense spending that you were so worried about. You'd have been less worried if you'd known that probably less than half of it ever got spent on what it was spent, what it claimed to be spent for, in the budget line items. So.
All right, sorry, I got a little disconnected. Kyle, I want to introduce you to CJ. CJ is one of your finest. He's an artillery officer from the States, and he's also hold on, check my notes, a Ranger? Ranger, that's it, Kyle.
Ranger. Ranger.
I like to bug him because I can.
You like to bug him, yeah?
I do. He's a subject matter expert on artillery if I ever met one. CJ, question for Kyle.
Yeah, first, Yehuda, because I know you'll appreciate this, one quick comment and then a quick question. So the comment is, for those that have been waiting, the Polish Foreign Ministry just put out a press statement that everyone's been waiting for about 4 hours, stating that a Russian-produced missile has landed and caused the damage in the town in Poland. So a little bit not exactly clear what that means, because there's a couple ways to interpret that, but they've just officially recalled the Russian ambassador to Poland. So more updates to follow. Of course, we're 24/7 here, so no worries. And then for Kyle, thanks so much for coming on. My question is, I was someone who was stationed in Europe for 3 years. I got to train with Ukrainians. It was really an incredible experience. My question for you is, as the Russian military continues to be degraded so severely by the Ukrainian army, what do you see as the future of NATO in Eastern Europe, specifically because some people have said, well, the threat will be just so much less that, less of a presence will be needed. I know, of course, Peter Dorn and many others have a very different view on this, but I was just curious about your take as if the security concerns have grown or decreased in what NATO should do in the future.
CJ, thanks for the question, and more importantly, thanks for your service. I think this is absolutely an important point that there's not enough attention to, which is that we're in a different world after Ukraine wins, right? After Ukrainian victory, right? The whole argument over NATO expansion, will Ukraine be should Ukraine be admitted into NATO, looks so much different. World where Ukraine has been able to reassert its territorial integrity, and of course, and I think arguably Ukraine is the dominant military power in Europe right now, and after victory, that will be more widely recognized than it is today, but then it's just a different question, and I don't know how it shakes out, and it's often I guess maybe it's just a failure of imagination, but sometimes we can't yet imagine, but we're starting, it feels like the contours are starting to take shape. So I don't know what this means for long-term defense budgets and spending and the threat, and certainly Ukraine, so that a Ukrainian victory that doesn't just give Russia an operational pause, right, has to include so many other downstream effects, such as Georgia, Moldova, right? If this is a Russia that is no longer going to pose the threat that it's posed for so many years now to its neighbors, then a lot has to change, and how that happens, and how you affect that state that is still a nuclear still has a nuclear arsenal is a problem in international relations that we've never seen before, but it's playing out right now. So I don't know, but it's an interesting question.
CJ, follow up or?
Yeah, I guess just real briefly, on the one hand, with the Russian military so severely degraded from this war, it seems like on paper maybe less of a commitment will be needed. But I wonder, as the U.S. looks towards other threats, does it make it that more likely that other, state actors could act in this way, and therefore, there should be no reason to lower any defense budgets? I guess that's what I'm getting at a little bit more.
My hunch is that it makes it less likely. I think one of so there's the absolute catastrophe that is this war, this monumental tragedy, right? In this that we're seeing in Ukraine, also presents an opportunity to repair frayed normative order, right? An order that was grievously wounded in 2014 when Russia flew its flag over Ukrainian Crimea, right? And this was something that you heard, all of the Western policymakers, said the right things, but one got the impression that they didn't really believe it, right? They couldn't really imagine a situation where that massive tear in the fabric of the international order were mended. We're no longer in that situation now. I think, all across Western capitals, one can imagine that order being repaired. And if that's the case, I think it makes offenses, if you will, less likely, which is why Ukrainian victory is so important, far beyond even European security, right? This is far from a regional conflict, right? This is the fate of the United States has fought for, including with blood and treasure in the wake of the Second World War, and it's being decided on a Ukrainian battlefield.
Kyle, we get a lot of people. First of all, again, thank you for being here at MriyaReport, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 9 months. Please retweet this space. We're talking to Kyle Parker, Chief of Staff, the Helsinki Commission. Great guy. Also friend of the show, Rip Rawlings and CJ, Axel, Daryl, Peter Dorn, of course, can't forget him. Here's something I'd love for you to expound on. I don't know if you giggle when you hear it, but sometimes in this space, we've got people from the left and we've got people from the right, and some people in the middle, and then some people at the end of the horseshoes, which we have to be careful with. However, often people say they get very partisan and they're worried. It's always one party worrying about the other party. And I like to think, although I'm not an American, I'm a casual observer. I say I'm pretty positive that Democrats and Republicans and all the people in Washington are really well aware of just how important this is and what the stakes are, and that this isn't just some boundary dispute, as Mr. Bowtie says on Fox News there. It's a boundary dispute between Russia and Ukraine, and why are we getting involved? We talk about the grown-ups in the room. How shocking is it to you? Like, because we try to allay those fears. Is there a different micro partisan relationship in the States versus in the capital? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we get a lot of people seem very worked up over worrying about a Republican senator this or a Democratic senator who signed, or congressperson who signed a letter or that. How much of it's for show, and would you say it's fair to say that not just within those in the Helsinki Commission, but within all of the legislative body in the States, well, not all, but most, recognize the importance of tying in the values that we hold dear: freedom, democracy, freedom of expression, freedom to love who you want to love and do what you want to do, and the fight that Ukraine is fighting? How prevalent is that?
I mean, again, I think this goes back to a point that we earlier. I, as someone who works with and around all sides of the political aisle, I say that because there's more than just two sides, right? But concerned about that. I think that is pretty well understood where it most needs to be understood. On the margins, there can be some problems. Sometimes those result just from just information or awareness, and sometimes less less benign reasons. But I do think that it is incumbent on our top level policymakers to try to make the case and explain how this all ties into our hard national security interest, and it's and how dealing with it now, as whatever the question might be. Oh, you don't like high gas prices, or you don't like that. Well, how you don't want, you don't like $4 gas. How would you like $5-6 gas? Right? Like as if somehow anyone wants this war. Right? This is not something that was chosen by anyone, and it's a matter of doing whatever it takes to end and to sort of stop the bleeding. Right? And it's so we can't take that for granted. And foreign affairs are often not a central issue in American elections. We happen to have the good fortune of having some pretty good neighbors. Certainly are the two beautiful oceans, and of course.
What are we, chop liver? Come on.
No. What do you mean? I was to say it. You were talking about some people on the right, and then I was thinking, then there's people like me, people from the woods of Maine.
I thought you were talking about Canada for a second. I'm like, come on, we're here too. No, I'm just
I was talking about Canada for a second because I grew up in northern Maine, and in fact my grandparents' house just looked across the St. John's River at Canada. And
cool.
So no, I spent many a college trips up to Quebec, Montreal, and Toronto.
Nice. I think you mentioned that. That's cool. You gotta come back for the MriyaReport / MriyaAid, and Rip Rawlings has come to Toronto too. Hopefully in the new year.
Geez, it's a great city. It's been a while, but no, I'd love to get back and meet you in person. But
100%. Well, we've got Leonard. Leonard is a fellow Canadian as well. He has a question for you. Then we'll go to Leonard, Peter, then Daryl. Do you have a few more moments? I know you.
Oh yeah, sure. No, I'm just I'm happy to.
No, we love it. Please stay as long as you can. But I know you got to. I know it's a little late in London. Let's go to Leonard.
Thank you, Yehuda, and thank you as well, Kyle. Very awfully good of you to give us your time and your insight on this space. It is just incredible insight you're offering, and likewise, great to hear you're from the woods of Maine, one of my favorite states in the New England quadrant. But I have a question for you specifically regarding your outlook on Vladimir Putin, and this may refer directly back to the Helsinki conference in 2018. Now, you may not have specific opinions on Putin, but the results of that conference, that's where he, of course, met at the summit with President Donald Trump, and then took to the podium with Trump kowtowing and genuflecting to him. And one of the propositions that was floated at that point, I believe, involved you to some degree, whereby Putin was suggesting a level of security cooperation with the United States. You know where I'm going with this one.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So and of course, I've heard Michael McFaul's comments on this, and some degree of horror, because as the U.S. ambassador to Moscow, he was front and center as one of the parties that Putin was strongly suggesting be interviewed by Putin's security forces, the FSB and the GRU, etc. And I believe that you were included in that as well. based upon your work, groundwork, and legwork, and efforts to get the Magnitsky Act passed in both the United States and Canada. And I'm just wondering if you have any particular insights with regard to Putin and what his prospects might be. I know you may not pay particular interest to him, but he certainly seemed to be paying particular interest to you at a point in time. And I just wondered if you may have some insights on that and what longevity, shall we say, may be extant for our friend Mr. Putin. And thank you for any insights you have on that topic.
Thanks. I was just laughing because, that was, proud to be included in this little fraternity I like to call Putin's 11. 11 Americans, Mike McFaul, David Kramer, Jonathan Weiner, Robert, and a few others, myself included, who were, I guess we were wanted for questioning and may have even been indicted for being members of a transnational criminal group. And of course, this put me impossible situation because by the time of the Helsinki summit, I had already been blacklisted and wasn't allowed to travel to Russia. So I was sort of wondering how am I supposed to be deposed by the Russian prosecutor general if I can't even enter the country. Wasn't quite sure what they wanted me to do. This was I guess their mirror image reaction. This had come in the wake of the Mueller indictments. There were these 11 GRU officers, and of course, Moscow likes to that, so they did that. I was mostly amused by it, and took the opportunity to call my mom up and say, hey, look, kind of get a kick out of it. As far as Putin, I think it's a matter of actuarial science that we've already seen more of Putin than we will see of him. As to how much more we have to see and bear, I don't know. Certainly, yeah. I hope the end is soon.
Yeah, we all do. Kyle, just
to put it mildly.
Tell us about it. We've got an interesting guest that came up. He is speaking under candlelight in his fire station in Kharkiv. He's a fire chief, and he was published by PBS.
Oh, wow.
You remember the PBS documentary where they did the fire chief sitting in front of his fire hall? It was a really good one. It was several months ago. If you haven't seen it, I'll send you the link.
Send me the link. I think I had heard about it, but no, I haven't seen it.
Well, guess what? Roman is here. They were hit, 3 of their electrical stations taken out. They suspect they might be without power for the whole city for almost a month. He said that they have special expensive generators, probably in no small part thanks to people like you, who they will run the water pumps, at least that the citizens can get water. But the last we spoke to Roman, he was sitting in his firehouse with his cat. And I just wanted him to meet you because these are some of the people we speak to every day. He's a fire chief. He's fighting the good fight. And I wanted him to meet you too, Kyle. So please say hello to Roman. Roman, Kyle.
Roman.
Hello, Kyle.
Hello. Good to meet you, Roman. I was on the 10th of October and was also sitting by candlelight and had forgotten to charge my phone. And, when the power and the water and everything went out after those strikes. How is it today in the city?
To be honest, I kind of shocked because I've been on MriyaReport like a few hours ago and I was disconnected because our mobile towers ran off of electricity, batteries was run off, so I was just cut away from the internet. And I thought it will be really like for the weeks because I have a friend there and he went on the emergency meeting in the city hall and they done something unbelievable thing. They found a lot of generators. They found a lot of stuff to how to say it, to to restore electricity in Kharkiv. So they used electricity station in our big plant and factories. We have a Turbatom, we have a Elektrotechmash Zavod imeni Malasheva, and we have a HTZ Kharkiv tractor plant. And this is really huge plants. It's like size of little city. So like in USSR on these plants, we've been working for from 50,000 people till 100,000 people. Is like HTZ. So they use the power of these plants, and within like 5 hours they restored electricity. So that's why I can speak with you right now, and I'm really shocked about it. They done an amazing job. And but all I know that if it will be another strike anywhere, so we will probably cannot do it again. So we are just restoring and restoring and restoring, and we are not like we cannot do it like for infinite. So and also when I came back to the light, I had immediately emergency call from my Poland friend from Sepamaga Foundation, which bought for my station 2 brand new fire trucks, and I've been shocked by the news. This idiots, motherfuckers. Sorry for my bad English, but I cannot imagine how they could do it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Is it was accident or is it was just on purpose? It doesn't matter anymore. But I'm really sorry about these 2 dead people in Poland, and about they also felt this horror of war. But shit, it's very horrible news. So anyway, that's what I want to say to you. So we are right now have electricity. I don't know, maybe some parts of city still not, but I have. And yeah,
Roman, what part of the city are you in?
I'm in nearby the airport.
Okay. Kharkiv is a city especially close to my heart. I was a student in 1999 in Kharkiv and lived in a few different places. Lived down at Prospect Nauki. Lived in Polya by 23 серпня. Stayed out in Alexeyevka more recently.
I've been working in this region like 4 years ago. I've been a fire captain in the first fire station of Kharkiv, and this was my area of work. So Prospect Nauki, Alexeyevka, 23rd of August. So it was my whole area. So I know this place very good.
It's a beautiful city, and it's incredible what you and the public servants of Kharkiv have made it a special point of pride to keep the city going through all the cruelty that has been visited on it since the 24th of February. So
Kyle, I have to jump in to tell just the pointedness of this conversation for those just tuning in and listening. We have Kyle Parker at the Helsinki Commission in Washington. Right now he's in London, but from Washington, talking like part of the movers and shakers that helped get those funds to Ukraine. And then we have on the far end, like a circle life, we have Roman, who is a fire chief at Fire Station 11 there in Kharkiv. And he's literally the direct recipient. Like, do you know how many hands this went through to get to where it went? And here you guys are talking. And I think it's pretty incredible. I think it's a really incredible moment.
I'm really excited about having this conversation, to be honest. Like, I want to just give you some updates about another project which we are working on. Like, where is tomorrow will come to my fire station, will come again Niels Stahl from Germany. He was working with me as a firefighter, and right now he's trying to bring here some help, and he will want to have appointment with my general to give it to him. And also another, I can't remember the name of the company. I found another volunteers here from Germany, and they will bring us experts for demining our fields and maybe help us with foundation, because we have a project right now to create some machines which will help us to demine all fields, because right now almost all fields on the east is mined by Russians, and we really need to grow our food again, and we want to support our country and also world, because it's always our export, and it's very important goal, because not everybody understand it, but it's really important to demine our fields and right now some group of people in Kharkiv with the University of Civil Defense here and with the fire department and with the miners. They are just right now working on a project. What kind of machine, what kind of technique we should build, different proportions. So right now we're also working on it, and I'm really glad that not only we're doing it by ourselves. Also, Sepamaga from Poland also told us that they will help us with foundations for the build all these machines. And the Germany guys from Germany told us that we also not only foundations, but they also gave us experts. So I really appreciate all foreigners who would like to help Ukraine, because yeah, it's not your country. It's not. It's like, it shouldn't be a big deal for other people, but it's really amazing, and people really feels this support. They feel it, and we are just became much stronger in our minds. So I mean, they cannot break us, they cannot do it nothing against us, because we already feel all the support from whole world. So I'm really appreciate to all of you, to all listeners, to everybody who are just here and who just helping Ukraine and all from the whole world.
No,
Roman, that's it. Just really. Thank you for all you do, and I mean the city of Kharkiv and the municipal authorities. When I was there and out with some of your sappers, and we went throughout the oblast. We went up to Lipsy, and went through and did some demining, and it was just I mean, really shocking to see how devastated many of the villages in the oblast are, and just how much unexploded ordnance is just all over the place. I mean, we were just going through the woods and left and right, and wires from I guess through the woods you would trip on, and just a mess. But
indeed.
And I was
I
thinking of this group we were with. Maybe you know them, Roman. Of course, obviously, the Chevroni, right? The trade in I have their patch, which is Nas Nima To Nimi, with a little Mishka. So
I have a lot of patches. The next time we will be in Kharkiv, come to my fire station. I have a lot of for trade.
We're actually creating a Helsinki Commission patch, and we'll be happy to trade it. One of my all-time favorite patches is one I got from a territorial defense guy in Kharkiv, and it's the Trizub written, Kharkiv, and you probably seen it with the
I got it.
castle.
I got it.
It's a great one. Well, thank you, Roman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. And just some context for our listeners. So in the beginning of this invasion, we actually were speaking to Marina, and hopefully she's well. She was actually under bombardment when we were talking. We were actually doing an interview with her as Russia was attacking Kharkiv with fast air, and artillery. And as she was talking to us, she was telling us they're being totally bombed, shelled. She's talking about looking out the window and seeing the Kharkiv electrical people, the hydro people fixing electrical wires, the fire department out while they're being shelled. And I thought to myself, in any North American city, it could be a bit of snow, and the electric company might not come out till the next day. In Kharkiv, they're going in the middle of an actual bombardment. And when we were speaking to Roman as well, there was a time that he had to run, or was getting a false alarm. Oh, I got to run. It was incredible, like the dedication of the civil servants of civil society in Ukraine. Kyle, you have to say it's bar none. It's shocking how exceptional it is.
It's deep. Yes, absolutely. Deeply touching to see. I mean, I just can't really describe it in words. How it has all come together, and of course we've seen very prominently our friends who've been so good on social media, Ukra Zaleznytsia and Ukra Pochta and Nova Pochta, and these essential agencies that have run through the worst bombing. I have to say this. I was in Kharkiv in April, and it was really a striking contrast to be back in October and to see some life had returned to the city. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the strikes and what you're facing, and I hope to be back in Kharkiv before too long. But keep up the good work. You inspire us all, Ramon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for yours, and I think everybody would do the same. Like when you need to do something, you just need to do it.
And the beautiful thing, Kyle, is where you work, it's bipartisan. So you don't have to worry about party affiliation. You can just say what's required, what's needed, and that percolates right through other parts of Congress, doesn't it? And people start saying, hey, like, this is what's really going on. This isn't about local elections. This is about, the future of America's own values. It's really, some people find that a really big disconnect. It's too 1980s Hollywood movie about Russia and America. And I don't think people want to address the fact that, this is actually a serious, problem for American domestic and foreign policy. I made a joke to someone, Kyle, and we're just going to go to Peter and Daryl. So sorry, their hands have been up. I said, the Russians have not been sitting idly by the last few years. Forget about election stuff and disinformation. What about sending off cronies to hijack electrical stations in the States and holding them ransom? Do you see the Americans doing disinformation campaigns in Ekaterinburg and convincing them that the local governor eats babies? Like, we don't do that to Russia. But Russia does that to us, and to embolden them by giving them succor in this current situation, it only bodes poorly for all free countries, especially the United States, in the future. So it's not hyperbolic to call this a fight for values, is it?
No, it's not. And obviously there's a good reason why to them, and why we won't, right? And that's why we're fighting for what we fight for. And yeah, I think about that case. I don't know if you were referring to, there was that story of was it a hydroelectric plant or something in a Louisiana parish that this troll farm in St. Petersburg had stirred up this hysteria, and actually even, I think, caused emergency services to be dispatched. But yeah, no, it's not who we're about.
No, yeah, we're not doing the same. All right, let's go to Peter, then Daryl. Go ahead, Peter.
Kyle, I have been loving your conversations. I've been loving how you've been sharing what the Helsinki Commission is doing to help our friends in Ukraine. Let me ask you another hard question, because we have a high informed audience here. Like, a lot of folks who are listening, they know their stuff. And we have been talking about this issue of negotiation. Should the West push Ukraine to negotiate a bad peace with Russia now? We all know in this space what General Milley said a couple days ago. We all know what Jake Sullivan, what he said. We've seen some other comments. What can you share with us what the mood in Congress is right now? What does Congress think Ukraine should do? Should Ukraine say, okay, we just took Kherson, this is World War I, as General Milley has said. Ukraine is in a stalemate. They cannot win, as General Milley has said. Or perhaps Ukraine should continue to fight to liberate its own people. What is the mood in Congress? Again, Kyle, you are doing great work, but I want to ask you some tough questions to keep this audience engaged and to help us understand what is the view from Congress.
Yeah, thanks. I don't. Again, the Congress is elected this week with leadership questions and all of that. But certainly among the members of Congress I work for and with, I'm not hearing any of that. I think there are solid bipartisan, bicameral majorities that want to see Ukraine win a total victory and restore its territorial integrity. It's 1991 borders. So again, I don't want to. I don't want to sort of keep dismissing this specter of consensus breaking down, or or take anything for granted. I think I think it is incumbent upon our national policymakers to do an even better job at explaining how America's hard national security interests are implicated in this war, and they need to keep doing that. But on the negotiations piece, I'm going to just say I loved it. When I was listening to the show a couple nights ago, and Yehuda, it was you, and I've been sort of laughing and saying this to others. I think you were talking about, sure, of course, Zelensky can be out there and talk about, sure, we're ready to, Ukraine is ready to negotiate. Once Russia, Russian troops are gone from all of its country, and is happy to discuss tours of how big of a demilitarized zone there needs to be in Russia, and what can happen in that zone, and whether the peacekeeping force there should be a NATO peacekeeping force, or should it just be a Polish Baltic peacekeeping force. Absolutely ready for those discussions at the right time. But the short answer is, and Yehuda, I think you recognize that conversation. I thought it was just I was laughing. I thought it was spot on. But the short answer is, I am not hearing members of Congress that I work for and around who are wanting to see Ukraine pushed into any sort of a negotiation position that it wouldn't want to be in. And again, we've seen the atrocities committed, right? We know. In fact, the commission held a briefing just yesterday. Someone mentioned it. Timothy Snyder and others, headlined it. Genocidal intent. So this is victory is what I think by and large the U.S. Congress is about. Not another Minsk, not another failed Minsk process.
And Kyle, I think the points that Yehuda raised were, how far into Russian territory should the demilitarized zone be? How soon would Russian war criminals be transferred to trial for their crimes? And how quickly can we get Ukraine's children and their citizens back to Ukraine? So thank you very, very much. I'll drop down and I'll listen more. Thank you, Kyle, for the great work that the Helsinki Commission does. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Kyle. I'm one of the co-hosts here as well. We're trying to get you back up. My question to you is, considering all of the legislation you guys have been able to get through, and the aids and other things that you've been able to make happen, what are the limitations do you see that could be further implemented for you guys, or put into place for you?
What limitations?
Yeah, things that could make your jobs just a little bit better, easier to do what you're doing.
So removing limitations, making our work easier.
That's correct. What could we see that would help in that endeavor?
Well, geez, that's a good question. We could use the staff about maybe 3 to 4 to 5 times the size we have. Where I mean, I guess as anyone, but we are a very small shop, and we've had a few retirements recently. So my Helsinki Commission colleagues are literally working round the clock on this, and happy to do so because of what's at stake and what it means, and because of how vested and committed they all are. And this doesn't just apply to our work, but I think maybe broadly speaking, U.S. government work is more access Ukraine, and obviously the access problem is, and this is not a function of any obstacle by the Ukrainian side, but here we have one of the greatest foreign policy challenges in generations, right? And yet we have so few official American eyes actually in Ukraine, right? We have an embassy, we have an embassy that is really just a skeleton crew, and not really able to get out of the embassy security bubble. And with each attack, the staffing level fluctuates. But I think that I would like to see more of a stomach for U.S. government to actually get out and see a little more, and really stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainians, and see more than just kind of the overnight train, photo op with President Zelensky, and then out to Poland. I understand that there's risk, but it can be managed. And certainly we're seeing a lot of other countries who are able to do this, but I think that's always necessary to essentially calibrate our response and our policy, and course correct, and see what's needed and working. And so yeah, I'd like to see more of that. That would I think make our work more effective.
So, and sorry for interrupting. Can I just say, Kyle, please, thank you for your service, and thank you for all you're doing. And I want to say thank you to everybody for attention and for having this conversation, because in Ukraine it's already 2 a.m. and I would like to go to sleep. I need to wake up like in 4 hours. So thank you again to everybody, and good day, good night, good morning. I know which time zone you are. So thank you for all. Thank you, Kyle. Nice to meet you.
Доброй ночи. Yes, likewise, Roman. Sleep well.
Все. Добраніч, слава Україні.
Добраніч. Героям слава.
Slava Nazi. Smelt Ворогам.
Разом до перемоги.
What you gonna say, Axel? I hear you.
I was just
Back
saying,
to
it's so great that Kyle spent part of his uni time in Kharkiv. I love it.
It was a great year, and traveled all over the country.
Kyle, let me ask you this. Is it when you say the issues with the embassy staff and getting outside the bubble of Kiev, is that something that you're having a problem getting the personnel, the clearances, or is it just a fact of the war situation itself?
So it's. I think in many senses, this is what I'm referring to is the posture and risk tolerance of the executive branch, and of course, the Department of State in working inside a war zone. I'm certainly glad they're back. Personally, as a citizen, I was sad. I don't think it was the right call to pull them out completely ahead of the war. I just think the symbolism, and you have a skeleton crew, you draw down dependents and others, and I know certainly that diplomats would have stayed, and I think many would go in if they were given the clearances. But I think some of what you're seeing here is a reaction to events, such as what we saw, in Afghanistan, of course, Benghazi, this, and we've seen this, over the years, this kind of fortress, as our embassies have become further from the city centers with higher walls and more fortress-like compounds. I think it's about taking calculated risks, but if we're going to be effective in responding to this, there's really nothing that replaces firsthand experience, and seeing something with one's own eyes to sort of wrap one's mind around the challenge. And so, yeah, I just hope that we'll be seeing more and more of this. I mean, there has positive news. In fact, I think just a few weeks ago I saw reports that some of our folks have been able to get out and inspect some of our weapon systems and see how they're being used, and obviously regular maintenance challenges, spare parts, how things are breaking down. It's important. Nothing replaces getting out there in the field.
Sure. Understand that. Mychek has another question for you. Go ahead, Mychek.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, thank you so much for joining MriyaReport. It's been a pleasure listening to you in this day. I'm a Polish journalist, so yeah, important news coming from Poland. But I have a question about the U.S. politics, and this is kind of a question about how U.S. politicians communicate with U.S. Society. Do you feel like maybe there is a place when we talk about the engagement in Europe in general and the war in Ukraine to talk more about U.S. interest? Because I feel like often people who say the engagement in Ukraine doesn't make sense say, well, it's not in our interest, and all those people who advocate for it speak only about democracy, human rights, and those things are important, but you have to be realistic. And I often think that among the advocates of the engagement, the argument that it's actually in the interest of the US to have a stabilized Europe, peaceful Europe, and prosperous Europe. And I think those arguments were better made during the Cold War period, and now they are gone. I don't know if that's the heritage of the war in Afghanistan and in Iraq, where the democracy argument was really prevalent. But I would love to hear your opinion on that. And of course, you're the person who works in human rights, and that's really important. So your perspective probably will be really valuable.
Yeah, thanks. We around the Helsinki movement, I guess, writ large, not just the Helsinki Commission, but broadly speaking, the Helsinki movement, the OSCE, the Helsinki process, speak to comprehensive security and this understanding that security is indivisible, and these things are all linked, right? And when we see the total collapse of respect for human rights, the rule of law, that war is often the result, and also this question that how a state treats its own citizens is often a great indicator at how it will act beyond its borders. And I think this is where some of I know my own frustration at efforts to hear those Russians in who were in the era who were warning, who were spent all their time warning politicians in Washington and Berlin and Brussels and Paris that this will come to no good. And so yes, I mean, this is trying to formulate this thought. I like to tell people, and that, hey, the United States isn't helping Ukraine guys or because we like Ukrainians, right? Sure, some of us are nice, nice people, and there's a lot to like about Ukrainians, but we're ultimately doing this because it is a calculation that this is in our hard interest to do so, and rooting the conversation there protects it from these outside political shocks or efforts to say, oh, we've done enough. Well, you would only as if you were looking at this as some sort of a charity case, and that's not what it is. We have to do what we have to do to produce the outcome that we need to see produced. And if we haven't done so, then we have to keep working on the problem. And it's just having this conversation again, and this is best done with by top level political leaders, the president, secretary of state, Congress, in speaking directly to the American people about what's at stake here, and about how what is implicated is not just sort of some naive do-gooder, more look at the problem, but this has been the thrust of U.S. foreign policy since the Second World War, right? And are we gonna we somehow give up on it all now? So I think making that connection and rooting this in framework is essential to help citizens understand why it's necessary to make these pretty significant outlays.
Thank you, Kyle. I just wanted to interject real quick. Sorry, I got disconnected. That's the Twitter bug. Chuck Farrer. I'm not sure if you heard of Chuck. Do you remember Chuck?
Oh, I'm a big fan of seeing Chuck on the report and listen to his stuff.
Chuck, yeah. So I taught him everything he knows about swimming and fighting. So I don't know if he told you.
Yeah,
told
I'm
you
sure.
that. Yeah, he says I'm his swim buddy. I said I'm his flotation device. Chuck Farrer, as you know, if former Navy SEAL Team 6 squadron leader. That's super cool. And as you know, he's a great friend of the space. He's coming up as well. He was going to do, we have a new show with him called Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer. And that was pretty, I thought that was an original name. Chuck is a superstar. Yeah, he's a wordsmith. As you know, he spent some time in Hollywood. He's here. And I did want you to meet another person if he'd like to come up. He's a Norwegian member of parliament, and we've been actually doing some deals on the side to help him get stuff. And he's been getting stuff over to Ukraine. We have parliamentarians who are taking their weekends off to drive to Ukraine, and I thought you might enjoy that.
Oh, that's great. I was at dinner with some Norwegians tonight. So
amazing. Let's get to Peter Froelich, if you can come up. I don't know what that means in Norwegian, but I know he's a member of parliament. And Chuck, welcome to the panel, sir. I wanted you to meet Kyle. We're going to push back a little bit on your show. Oh, he's gone. Nothing personal. I think he got disconnected. But we're moving and grooving here. Go ahead, Kyle. And I think if we've lost everyone there. Never mind. All right. Let me just grab some people here, Kyle, for us. Kyle, I'm going to try to put you down to speaker so we can get some extra help. Is that possible?
Sure.
If you try to click on go to the ellipses near the word leave, and I think it goes change to speaker or listener.
He switches to listener and needs to request.
We'll bring it back.
You need to request again.
Okay.
Bottom
go to
left
listener.
corner.
So do I go to leave?
Yes.
No, not leave. Not leave. Switch to listening. So 3 buttons on your screen, top right. There are 3 buttons. Can you see those?
Top right. About space.
Next to the leave, there's 3 buttons. You click on them. There's switch to listening. If you do that, you fall into the listener group, and then you request the mic again, bottom left corner on your screen.
I don't see switch to listening. I see. Oh, geez, are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, don't
we're
worry
here.
about it. Axel, it's fine. So you know what? Just
I
if
see
you
stop
can
co-hosting.
stop co-hosting. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get some extra co-hosts up here.
Oh, switch to listening. Yeah.
Okay, do that and then re-request it right away. We're gonna get some extra help. We gave Kyle God mode, and he's like, it's the first time, so we're gonna bring him back up. There he is. Oh, he's back up already. That was amazing.
Did that work?
Oh, it worked perfectly. Thank you, sir. Chuck, as I introduced Chuck, I just want to introduce you first. And Daryl had a question from CJ, or it's his own question. He had a question for you, Kyle. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, this was from CJ. He was asking, we're 9 months into the war. What can we do to continue to keep the galvanization and the push forward to the point where Ukraine can exact the treaty, the ending of the war that they want?
I'm gonna hate to cheat and give the old answer, but again, get them the systems they need to defend their critical infrastructure, and longer range weaponry and more armor and jets, so that they can finish this sooner rather than later.
Well, Kyle, I think he was thinking about the our partners in this. How do we keep them with us throughout this?
You mean other NATO states?
Yes, the other NATO states, to make sure everybody stays on target with this.
Well,
Right.
I think remind trying to just like I think of when I was a kid, and you used to make marks on your bedroom wall as to how many more days it was until vacation. A reminder that tough winter, and it's probably going to get tougher, but it's going to be the last winter that we go through this business, and that we have to get over this particular hump. And I think one of the best, the greatest assistance in this effort is being done by the Ukrainian armed forces, as they continue to show the world that this is not stalemated and that they can win or taking territory back. So I think that goes a long ways to helping convince perhaps populations who might be flagging that that there's an end in sight and that this is winnable.
Thank you for that. I don't know if you'd want to hear it though, Kyle. CJ, who's that super cool artillery officer and a ranger, would tell us he would watch the videos of the Ukrainians using that artillery, and he would outright say they're using it faster than we use it. Like, that's how good they were, and he was really impressed by that. I didn't know if that's news to you.
No, in fact, I as I understand it, the Ukrainian counterfire ability, they do it in about half the time of what the U.S. military would do. Of course,
yeah.
So I mean, they really have been quite impressive, and have to stay in the fight, stay alive.
That's it. We're going to bring Chuck up to the co-host, if you don't mind. If you could ride shotgun with Chuck here, I'm going to have an invasion of little 2-year-old Ukrainian and 4-year-olds. So I'm going to have to leave for a bit. I hope you don't mind, Kyle. You're in safe hands.
Thanks, Yehuda.
Hey, Kyle, it's been just wonderful listening to you. This is Chuck, and just been great. I've been on here for 40 minutes or so, just really, really, really enjoying your stuff.
Thanks, Chuck. I've really enjoyed listening to you as like I was I was just telling earlier. MriyaReport has been what I listen every day, coming and going to the office and walking the dog and learning.
Well, that's great. I'm very flattered actually too. And one of the great things about this space is that we get such people who are so well informed, so busy, who take the time to join us, and we've got the best listeners in the world. We've got every time I get up here, really intelligent, searching sort of questions from really smart people. But I've really been digging this sort of your knowledge of politics and international relations and your very broad experience in this, and it just brings a level of information and sober consideration of the facts. It's just been great listening. I'd be happy sitting here listening for the rest of the night.
Well, listen, before we do that, we've got a new speaker. He looks like is a Dr. Ruggieri, physician, data scientist, healthcare reformist. I think he has a question for you, Kyle. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. It could be Kyle or Chuck, actually. Actually, I'm glad Chuck is up because I was going to cite one of his tweets. But so I'm Italian, but I'm also half Polish, and my Polish blood is boiling right now. And my question, serendipitously, there was an article in the New York Times today that suggested the Polish people are becoming a little less tolerant of the number of Ukrainians.
I can't hear Alex. Not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you, but
Alex, do us a favor. Can you pop down and pop back up because Kyle can't hear you? Kind of the point of it. Just it's a Twitter glitch. It means part of the panel can't hear you. Can you just go to leave, the red leave, and then leave the room and come back in? You have to close the app. It's a glitch. I'm so sorry, Alex. Occasionally that happens. Sorry about that. We'll wait for Alex. Yeah, Kyle. So I'm going to stick around for a bit longer. Just no, if I pop off, you won't take it personal, please.
No, I won't, and don't let me intrude on anyone else's segment
Not
here.
at all.
Happy
No,
to
Kyle,
chat.
You are more than welcome, sir. To hold your torch aloft. Let's all get it.
Chuck is also a designated co-host hitter as well, so he can run it just fine on his own. But thanks, Chuck. Rosalie's here. Rosalie, did you have a question for Kyle?
No, I actually just popped up because I heard somebody ask about Polish people like being less tolerant of Ukrainians, and this is a narrative that I see. So I wanted to pop up in case, and being that.
Let's hear Alex's full question to Kyle, then you can jump in. How's that?
Sounds great.
thank you. Hope everyone can.
Can we hear you, Alex?
Yeah, can folks hear
Kyle,
me?
can you hear Alex?
I
Folks
can.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Great. So anyway, so I was very disturbed with the obvious of the missile strikes in Ukraine, and also the missile strike that occurred in Poland. And I saw Chuck's tweet earlier that was a preliminary postmortem on the missile debris, which suggested it was a missile type that actually aren't the type that veer off course. So there's the possibility that this was purposeful. And then, as I had said earlier, there was an article in the New York Times about the fact that the Polish people may be becoming a little bit impatient with the number of Ukrainians. I certainly haven't sensed that from any of the Polish people who have been on the site, and certainly haven't heard that or have no knowledge whether that's true or not. But anyway, that's what was reported in the New York Times. And I'm just wondering, is it possible that Russia is trying to perhaps capitalize on emerging Polish insecurity and did this on purpose to sort of agitate and raise the concerns that might happen with a debate of how and when NATO might become involved? And that's my question. Thanks.
Well, that's a really good question, and Kyle, please stand by to correct me. I think that well, we have to sort of parse out one or two things first. If this was in fact a KH-101 cruise missile, they have a circular error probability of about 5 meters, which means they could probably get you in your backyard and hit you whether you were at the barbecue or going through the back door with a plate of hot dogs. That's pretty accurate. From what I can tell right now, looking at some of the wreckage, and again, now I'm going to say I've been informed by a number of experts, among them artillery officers and EOD types, who have told me, based on their assessment of the best photographs we have right now, that this wreckage is congruent with a Russian KH-101. Right now, we've heard that there were 2 explosions. I don't know if that was a 2-missile strike, and that'll come into this answer in just a minute, or whether it was a missile strike and then a secondary explosion. I've seen some video that purported to show the missile striking. I noticed in that video, and I can't geolocate that yet, but there was a single explosion. Okay, so getting back to the KH-101s, if it was a KH-101, it appears to have been, then it's unlikely to have missed. That means that it went where they were shooting it. If in fact there were 2 KH-101s, then you're obviously on the receiving end of a Russian message. I don't put it beyond Putin at all to have done this, calculating the effects, exactly what you put forward, that this would press the Poles, it would send a message to them, it would send NATO all a Twitter, pardon the pun. It would have an effect on the entire world.
Do you think that? Do you think I would love to hear, Kyle, if what you think of that? What's the risk in that?
Yeah.
The risk in what? Just so
if you think Putin I personally don't think it's calculated. I think it was an overshot of crappy Russian work, targeting again. And but Chuck said it could be something a little more sinister. Do you think that Putin would dare play around with NATO like that?
I mean, I think this is always something that everybody has worried about, the incremental probing, right? And if you can, clearly the Russians have made threats about the lines of communications, weaponry coming into Ukraine since the very beginning of the war, and when you do something, you do just a little probing. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly conceivable to me. But again, I haven't seen anything like the detail even that you have, Chuck. So
and also, I mean, we have to put this in as well. If this was a deliberate strike, they didn't really hit anything of consequence, which I guess they could have done. So, I mean, we really are faced with, look, is this an overshot? Was this a missile that went awry, or was this deliberate? But in any case, somebody was a little too close on their targeting, and regardless of what's happened, you can you can bet that the Russians are going to do everything they can in any way possible to spin this to their advantage. Already, with the information warfare has already started from the Russian side on this.
Well, and also I think, perhaps more dangerously, not simply spin it, but I think the Russians, regardless of what they intended, will be hearing the discourse and gauging the reaction. And so I think that the reaction will be very key as to will we see more of this or not. So a dangerous moment indeed.
Yeah, and that
All right. I'm just going to pop down. Thank you so much, Kyle. We'll touch base later. Pleasure. Thank you for joining us. And I'm just going to pass it off to Chuck and Axel. We'll talk soon. Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah. Thanks, Liam.
Yeah, Kyle, and this came today in the course of, there were 85 air and surface launch cruise missiles today that struck all over Ukraine. And again, that would be the perfect cover for any sort of a very provocative cross-border strike. But it's really good to get your take on it. I'm more of a nuts and bolts kind of door kicker, so it's good to get a view from a little higher above the parapet, I think.
Mic check.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Let's see. They've really left the knucklehead to drive the bus here. We've got.
I'm
we've
here
got.
with you, mate.
I think Axel. I think we've got some hands probably. I think questions for Kyle or myself, and we'd be happy to take those. I think Kyle, if you have the time.
Sure.
Kyle, I had one question which came up earlier after I had mentioned General Breedlove. But I think when the Helsinki Commission had him on, and there was a podcast also where he appeared, he's been a very staunch, clear voice since 2008 on this matter. What do we do with these voices? How do we transport them with your kind assistance and the likes? How do we transport them better into the general public? Because if I go through European newspapers in the last 48 hours, there are people who are still surprised that Ukraine wants to retain its territorial integrity, which includes Crimea. Lead articles, lead editors of the Times, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, you name it, Figaro, it doesn't matter. They're all still bewildered by Ukraine's new strategy. There is no new strategy. And Philip Breedlove has always said it. General Ben Hodges, a regular here, has said it. How can we transport this better into the public?
Geez, that's a good question. I know from our perspective with someone like General Breedlove, we have tried to, because he speaks with enormous credibility, also with expertise and a specificity that at least at the commission we have often been trying to get him in front of key members of Congress, whether they be on committee, armed services, foreign affairs committees, as to whether or not someone like him is a great speaker to do town hall meetings and op-eds. I guess yeah, sure, why not? But I think, at least from my understanding, he brings a level of expertise and credibility that maybe is just so appetizing for us at the commission to try to get this in front of a policymaker who could prove decisive at whatever juncture we may be, and whether that's blocking or unblocking something, whether it's totally new legislation, whatever the case may be. I know in the beginning, very specific proposals that General Breedlove was big on, and we were trying to see where we could get traction on, was this question of our A-10s and just how many Ukrainian pilots had been qualified on them, and whether they could be something that transferred and sent over to the fight. But very concrete request and deliverable.
Did you have any interaction with the current Joint Chiefs of Staff in recent months?
Not in recent months, and if we would, we will often interact through one of our commissioners who might perhaps be meeting with a senior official, like some or someone else from DoD or the Department of State. We're often in the room for those meetings and for those briefings, but not always. And there's a lot of those briefings happening all the time when the executive branch comes up to brief open and closed session.
Yeah, that's interesting. We obviously would love to have more interaction with some generals, even more, or admirals, even more than with others, especially when they're, so to say, currently on the job, albeit that it's difficult to get hold of them. I think Colby has a question, then we'll move to Dryfly and Nick. Colby, please.
Thanks, Axel. Kyle, thanks for joining us. Today, the Office of Management and Budget submitted President Biden's budget request to Speaker Pelosi, and included in that is $37.7 billion in Ukraine-related spending. Just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I just saw the news today. Yeah, I don't know that I would have anything to add. It's a significant number. I'm sure there will be questions about it in various quarters in Congress. But again, I think that as a general rule, the consensus on the need to support Ukraine for as long as it takes is a robust coalition, and I expect it will endure. It sometimes it might take a little longer in terms of looking at regular order in Congress, expedited procedures in which this funding is considered and passed.
Kyle,
yes, please,
actually, yeah, Kyle, I have a question. I'd really like to get your take on it. A lot of times, even when the Ukrainians have a very obvious and visible success, they don't tend to advertise. For example, in the recent Kharkiv offensive, of course, this is the one that preceded the Kherson offensive. Two Russian armies were rendered inert. In that case, literally tens of thousands of Russian soldiers were no longer available for combat. Some of them, of course, were killed, but I have a hunch that a great many of them were taken prisoners, and we know that hundreds and hundreds of vehicles were captured. Do you think the Ukrainians are hurting themselves or helping themselves by not coming forward with that information? And do you think that might be that if they're afraid that if they do advertise their successes, it may be more difficult to get the arms and training that they continue to need?
Geez, that's a great question, and I can see the hypothetical balancing here that one might want want to do. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think the Ukrainian, the Ukrainian government, and especially the MOD, have really absolute sort of leaders in in the information space, right, and deploying it. Perhaps some of this just is a function of there's just so much going on, right, that the crisis is the need for things is so great that there's always more depth to be probed and more story to be told. But I'm really not sure on just how much of it is a balance, saying, geez, we don't want to make it sound like we're doing so well. I would tend to think that's not the case, just because I think the metric of how well they're doing is is the occupier still on their land, right? We significant swaths of Ukraine are still occupied and need to be liberated. So, and I don't know that it's I would tend to discount that it's a feeling of saying, hey, we want to kind of keep this under wraps so that think we don't need things. There's clearly a tremendous need, even still on the micro level, right? And this is something that I'd mentioned earlier in the conversation. This hearing that we're going to do, crowdsourcing Ukrainian victory, inside the civil society campaign to improve the lethality and survivability of the Ukrainian military, right? Because one of the things I suspect many of my principals in Congress might have a hard time understanding is, how is it possible that you could have a Ukrainian unit that is operating a somewhat sophisticated Western weapon systems, like a HIMARS or like a counterfire radar or whatever you have, and yet still may lack basic night vision, or or even secure communications, which continues to be a problem in various parts of the force.
Right, and I absolutely agree with you that the Ukrainians are masters of the information operation, and I am an old enough former Cold Warrior to remember when the mastery of the information operation, that ball, that point went to the Russians, because they completely dominated in terms of information warfare. I know I know you've probably been hit with this question a million times, but I'd be fascinated to get your views on it. I'm of the opinion that that the Russian armed forces, as constituted and led right now, they're no longer the outfit that can win this war in Ukraine. I mean, we've seen a couple of big reversals here for Mr. Putin in the last 6 or 8 weeks. At what point do you see the military situation in Ukraine actually have some sort of political ramification for Putin? And I will add that I'm of the opinion that it's going to take a lot more defeat than he's been given right now. But I'd really like to hear your opinion on that.
It already is clearly having some. I mean, it is increasing the pressure in in a very corrupt and sort of pressured system. Again, it's really I'm not prepared to speculate on just how much more it will take. Um, it's interesting, to look at at least sort of classical understanding of when war starts and when war ends, right? So classically speaking, war doesn't start with the attack; it starts with the resistance. Then you have a war on, and then when does a war end? Well, the war ends. The end of the war is always determined by the loser, and when the loser ceases to prosecute the attack, and tragically that can take a long time because of the sort of the sunk cost fallacy, and saying, hey, we've already suffered monumental losses, it can't be for nothing, and so we'll go ahead and suffer even more losses. But yeah, I mean, it's clear that I just don't see how Russia escapes with anything like a win here, and I think we're aiming for a total Ukrainian victory, and a restoration of the 91 borders.
Yeah, it's so I'm of the opinion that it will take a lot more than we've seen to sort of leverage Mr. Putin. I think also that he's completely identified with this war, basically because it was his idea. It is the generation of officers that he's raised up and promoted and surrounded himself with. They are the people who are prosecuting this war, and I think they're all tied together in whatever the result will be. And like you, I mean, I definitely don't want to speculate on his motivations, and I am proud to say and keep saying it that I was one of the people who was wrong about whether or not he would invade, because I saw immediate negative strategic consequences for doing that, and wow, he did it anyway. I mean, and I learned a big lesson that day.
Right. I mean, I certainly, to be clear, can see no situation in which he quits or gives up voluntarily. Right. I mean, I think he clearly can't do that and survive, either politically or maybe even physically. It's just a question of how much more tension can the system bear, and what sort of what sort of infighting or even potential attempts that we might not even be aware of, and how that plays out. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it again, and Kyle, I just sit here and I listen. I love to get the different take, and not that we disagree. We certainly don't. But your answers on these political and strategic matters are much better informed than my own, and it's great to hear. Axel, do you think we could
shall we go
take
to
some hands?
I was just about to say, let's go to drive-by.
Yes, thank you.
Let's go to a river, drive-by.
Hey guys, this is a great conversation. I have a question, but first I'm going to kind of make one statement: is that if this was intentional on the part of Putin, this attack on Poland, it's pretty weak sauce. I mean, you guys kind of pointed to it earlier, because he could have made a much bigger hit if he wanted to do something really intentional. So the question to me is, how, and the other thing that really spoke to me that it was pretty weak sauce was that there's really been no panic from the West. Yeah, there's been a lot of hyperventilating on Twitter, but outside of that, there really hasn't been a lot of panic in the West, even among some of the alliance that is more apt to panic, and I'm thinking of the Germans and the French. So, given that those two things, do you think this was a miss, or do you think it was a calculation? And maybe the smartest thing to do is to not overreach on a response, but to calibrate it very, very carefully, very, very targeted, and wait for them to overstep one more time, and then you do something far more serious and you don't warn them.
something like drop a plane like Turkey did. I mean, I'm not saying to go out and look for an opportunity, but they seem to stick their nose out pretty far. And I will listen, see what you guys have to say.
Well, here, I guess I would say I'm not so sure. I almost think that, as you say, this was really weak sauce. I think what's dangerous is if this was calculated, this sort of salami tactics, right? This incremental probing, what the response is, and in that case, does a weak response lead to another slice of the salami, right? And
Can I rephrase the way I put it? I'm
yeah,
not saying a weak response. I'm saying almost no response. Other words, like a stare. Okay, and because I think a weak response is worse. Okay, sometimes I think no response is stronger than a weak response. In other words, we don't say anything. We just put the Russians watch what we do. And so we start moving Patriot batteries up near the border. We start putting our military in a more offensive position to, project force, but do nothing, say nothing, do absolutely nothing. And I'm thinking of Ariel Sharon, who during one of the really awful periods in Lebanon was quoted as saying that no comment is a comment. In other words, saying no comment is a comment, because he just stared at reporters when they were asking him about how things were going, and he just looked at them, and they said, "Is that a no comment?" And he looked at him. He looked back at the reporter and says, "No, no comment is a comment." And they had some pretty strong responses coming out of those periods. I do believe.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I will listen. I don't want to interrupt.
Oh no, it's not. I think you've made some really good points. One of when you talk about the incremental response, modulated response, and if you will, a silent response, there's an easy way to do that, and that is to turn up the volume of more sophisticated weapons that are made available to Ukraine, and that's something that can be done quietly. You could increase the capability of the HIMARS available to them. Something that would give the Russians pause, I believe, would be to make available to the Ukrainians some anti-submarine weapons for them to utilize in the Black Sea. I think losing one of their Kilo-class submarines would rank right up there with losing the Moskva. Those are the things that I think, actually, regardless of what the Article 4 meeting turns into tomorrow, I think these are steps that are probably going to be taken anyway. Kyle, what do you think?
Can I bring one more comment in just for you guys to think about? Then I will step down. There's a tweeter by the name of Brad Setzer, and I don't know if you guys follow him, but I followed him a lot during the financial crisis. He is a wizard when it comes to international exchange, especially with respect to China. And he had a tweet today or yesterday following some of his. Oh, and by the way, he was close to Rabini. If you've heard that name before, Rabini called the financial crisis.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Anyway, they called I don't agree with his politics and a lot of things, but he called a lot of the stuff right because it was falling apart. The brain behind him who was watching the Chinese money was Brad Setzer. And Setzer went into Treasury to work the exchange rates and then later left, and he's still been following it. His tweet today was that China is got some real problems with their reserves. They're not going to fall off the table. They're not going to go broke, but there's some serious imbalances in the Chinese foreign exchange. And the implication of that is that they can't back up Russia like Russia needs to be backed up. And so everything that's coming together now, there could be a lot of coincidence with this, or it could be related. And it's just something else to put on the table. And I'll listen.
Sorry, Driver, did you just highlight to Kyle and to us that the Wizard of Oz in the Kremlin has a paper tiger to ride on?
That's exactly what it was. I read that today. When you and Ben were talking earlier, I was trying to get on, but with all the up and down of the system, because I was going to send Ben it, because I think it's something Ben would love to read. Setzer is a real wonk when it comes to economic international finance, and there could be some serious problems with China that are not currently reported in the mainstream media. That, I mean, they're not going to go fall off the table, but they've got some real serious imbalances. Some of it related to their real estate, some of it to just where they put their reserves. It's worth watching.
Absolutely, it's a command economy. But that brings us to the question for Kyle. Kyle, isn't it evident yet again that democracies, whilst they may sound sometimes a bit slow, or may seem a bit slow, that evidently they are significantly stronger and more resilient? They just need to shudder, wake up, give their head a wobble, and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. You know, authoritarianism makes you stupid, right? I mean, that's what you destroy. You destroy your own feedback loop,
Those are the
and
guts and bolts.
all of these other things that keep democracies and democratic leaders in good form. But yes, it does take longer. And to the point about democracy, I think this also gets to when you say what should be the reaction. Well, uh, even if one wanted to manage that, right? There's many states in NATO, right? There's many states in the EU. So it will be impossible, necessarily to have completely one answer to this. And again, I'm also not convinced that a silent stare or sort of a no comment as to exactly how that would be read in the Kremlin. I think that could conceivably be read as weakness.
Excellent. We have more questions coming up. Very briefly, we have Nick, who has been waiting very patiently for some time. Nick, well, please, Nick, go on.
Yeah, I've been looking. It occurred to me, this is quite a while back, that if one of the consequences, if a tactical nuclear weapon was used, regardless of the military uselessness of it, would be immediate and massive turmoil on the financial markets. So I went and had a look what the financial markets seem to think about today's incident, and I see the Dow is up 0.2%, the S&P is up 0.9%, the dollar is up 0.1% against the euro, gold is up a couple of bucks an ounce. And so the financial markets certainly don't think World War III is coming. I wondered what the members of the panel who are closer than I am to the economic and political realities of the world think is the utility of looking at the reaction of the markets to events like this. Am I just, is it wishful thinking, and are they terribly informed, or are they actually pretty good at taking a view of how likely this is to be a huge problem? Because, as I say, my impression is that if the serious players thought that there was a serious risk of something going majorly kinetic, then one would expect the dollar, the S&P, or gold to make some fairly substantial movements instead of, which at the moment it's all Bitcoin, but that's kind of independent of the war. So how useful, when I sit there going, oh, I'm pretty sure if there was a big problem, the markets would be moving. Am I onto something, or am I hopelessly naive there?
Kyle, what do you think?
I don't know. I really know whether this is whether the markets, you could just sort of consign it to the madness of crowds or impulsive reactions. But I don't think that we're on the verge of any major kinetic response from NATO. It's a question of what I think the more likely scenario is again that Ukraine is just going to get more and heavier systems in greater amounts and faster. And so, that outcome doesn't strike me as any reason to really spook the markets. If anything, it should be the opposite. But again, I don't know on how reliable markets are in terms of this type of prediction. It's not something I pay too much attention to.
And I absolutely agree with Kyle. I don't foresee a kinetic response here at all. But I do think absolutely there will be an overt response, and you can absolutely be certain that there is going to be a covert response as well. And I think that's it's very interesting that you report the markets. If they seem to be flat now, I don't expect the world to collapse tomorrow either. But if I was good with my money, we'd be on my jet right now talking, I think, instead of holding my iPhone.
I wish I were younger and had a jet. All righty.
Well, we had young Sam was on his jet a couple of days ago down to Argentina, but so I don't think being good with money necessarily is highly correlated with having access to a private jet. Although maybe you have a wider range of destinations that you could head to without fearing the long arm of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
I'm always glad if I don't have to jump out when we get to the destination instead of debark.
All righty, gentlemen. By the way, Nick, just to close us off, I thought of different jets. Definitely different jets. Jets with ordnance. But having said this, Prince, we have a question from you.
You have a question for me?
From you, I take it.
Oh, you said for me, I thought.
No, not today, darling. Not today. But you have a question for Carla, I take it.
I do. Thank you so much, Axel, for getting me up. And hi, Chuck. And thank you so much, Kyle, for joining us today. The Helsinki Commission has been a hidden gem that I have discovered over the recent months because of all of this going on in Ukraine. People here, the last few days have heard me remind people that there was a briefing coming up that people should pay attention to, and then giving them a little bit about the briefing yesterday a couple of times. And I still bring up my hell in Russian captivity with Tierra when it's very appropriate to do so. And I always encourage people to go and watch that because it's such a very good it's just good. It's not good because you hear horrible things, but it's good to get the point and the message across of what people in Russian captivity are going through. But my just little random question is, there's a lot of people in Congress and the Senate, and we know that not all of them are on the commission. But how much do those random people that we don't hear talking about Ukraine a whole lot, who are congressmen or senators, pay attention to what goes on with the Helsinki Commission? Say Ron Wyden or Earl Blumenauer. Yeah, I'm from Oregon. Who I don't hear talking about Ukraine a lot. How much do those, people that we don't hear advocating for Ukraine pay attention to what's happening at the Helsinki Commission?
Geez, a lot there. Thank you. And again, this hearing that we held with Tyra this year, my hell in Russian captivity. I was mentioning it to someone this evening at dinner as probably the rawest hearing and the most memorable testimony that was delivered. It was really, yeah. I mean, it was really something, and I think well, I know our commissioners went away, you know, deeply moved at her this. And it just so happens I'm going to see her tomorrow. We're going to have the honor to be on a panel with her tomorrow in London, and so I can't wait to reconnect. You know, when I thanked her in the hallway of the Dirksville hug, and yeah, just what an incredible story and witness. As to how much people, other members of Congress, pay attention to the Helsinki Commission, you know, the Helsinki Commission is an obscure body, right? You know, it's not that well known, and I think for that reason, that you know, that has actually worked to our advantage a lot, because we're able to farm out good to others, and folks know that they can come to us for, you know, confidential policy support, right? You know, we do that for any member of Congress, not just our own commissioners. So, you know, our staff are one of legislative projects that you will never see our name attached to. And so, in a sense, because we're not so high profile, I think we can get a lot more done in, you know, in using our agility and of movement to maximum advantage. I'll also say that in Congress, you have this phenomenon where certain members of Congress become, you know, noted experts, and others in various groupings, whether it be in the Democratic caucuses as a whole, whether it be sub caucuses or subgroupings of members. And so I think, you know, when you look at someone like Senator Ben Cardin, you know, what he is saying, you know, carries tremendous weight train with others in, you know, in the Senate, you know, with his especially with his Democratic colleagues, but even much broader than that, with someone like Roger Wicker, Senator Roger Wicker, our ranking senator member, Senate member, says. So you often have members of Congress, when it comes down to a vote, or staking out a policy position, you know, deferring to those members of Congress who are most vocal and who have acquired the most expertise, whatever the question might be. In this case, Ukraine, right? You know, there are Congress grapples with all manner of things, and you know, it's impossible to be an expert on all of them. And so you know, I think you see that phenomenon where members will look to someone who has credibility, and many of our commissioners are just those people on a question such as Ukraine. In fact, I think the most distinguished.
Thanks a lot, Kyle. And it just sort of gives me tingles that you're going to be able to see her tomorrow. And you could just see her entire body react while she was testifying in that hearing. And that's part of what makes it so impactful, even though it's extremely heartbreaking. And I'm a little jealous you get to give her a hug, because she is one pretty incredible and special woman. Thank you again for spending time with us.
Thank you, and I, you know, yeah, it's just incredible what she went through, what she did, and you know, her testimony was weighted by painful pauses, and just a sort of raw emotional quality that we often don't see. You know, you often get the professional witness in Washington, and you know, that's sort of the same old talking points, the same or administration witnesses that we've been hearing from for whatever, for years. And then you have someone come in who speaks from the heart and makes a connection, and that that carries the day. And to Tyra, in the story of Mariupol, I will just say that the BBC has this incredible 90-minute documentary on Mariupol. I wanted to watch it. Well, I saw it on, when I was in the States, but of course it was location blocked, wasn't available. So I finally watched it last night, and I would just say for for anyone in the UK or able to watch BBC, that the documentary on what happened in the city of Mariupol is just searing, and still the world hasn't really digested or understood what what particular horror was visited upon that city, and possibly more civilian deaths in that city in 2 months of war, decade of Balkan wars. Just really, really, really striking.
You heard the most recent numbers, I take it. Whereas for the end of June, the statement by Ukrainian government sources was that the last collated numbers had amounted to anywhere between 112 and 127,000 dead.
It's just numbing. That yeah.
And since then, more people have starved, been tortured, deported, killed on sight, been crushed by crumbling buildings, and been denied medical aid, water, now heating. The city needs to be freed.
Yeah, and only then will we discover the full extent of the horror. But it's really something. And we at the commission are lucky to have a steady stream of Ukrainian visitors, and it's pretty much every day we're meeting from someone from Ukraine. And we had the honor the other day to meet with Dmytro Kazatsky, who was the photographer inside of Azovstal, and then who ended up, being taken prisoner, and was there in the Olenivka prison when the strike hit. There, the terrorist attack kill the Azovstal commanders, and then ended up being swamped in the Medvedchuk exchange, I guess, on the 21st of September. So it was really something to hear from him, and also to hear more about these heroic helicopter missions, right? These seven flights, low and fast over Russian held territory to supply Azovstal. And one of the critical things that he mentioned that that was important for them that they got on one of those helicopter flights was a Starlink terminal. And but for that, they would have been completely cut off, because at that point, all foreign press had left. And of course, on the last ones out, smuggled that flash drive from Tyra, and she fell into captivity. But I highly recommend that BBC documentary for anyone who can watch it on Mariupol.
Yeah, our friend. Sorry, apologies, Chuck. Let me just highlight
please.
our friend of the program, Colonel John Spencer, urban warfare specialist par excellence, had yesterday, actually now it's the day before yesterday in the evening, interviewed Aidan Aslan, and we then had another hero of Azovstal on our program yesterday in the evening, which we had the pleasure to interview. The stream of tales of torture, and still these men and women finding meaning, like in the Viktor Frankl's sense of searching for meaning and
Yeah.
finding meaning in perseverance, in resilience, in stoicism is astonishing. So what you and your colleagues have been advocating for many, many years is actually happening, and the Ukrainians make it happen.
And that's one of the, I mean, that's one of the one of the things that I just feel like anybody who who can find a reason to go to Ukraine and can lend a hand in whatever way it is, it's just something to behold, how that, how that has all come together, and how the Ukrainians are standing strong, supporting one another. Um, it's really, like you said, this in the Viktor Frankl sense, man's search for meaning. There, no one wants for meaning in Ukraine today. And I'm glad you mentioned John Spencer. I'm really hoping to meet him in person when he on his next visit to Washington. When I was down the Mykolaiv sector a few weeks ago, Ukrainian SSO special forces gave me some of the tracks that they had printed and distributed and leafleted across in the very first few days of the war, to inform the population partisan warfare. And of course, it was all John Spencer's stuff, diagrams, and on urban warfare. And it was really meeting some of these people in Mariupol, not in Mariupol, in Mykolaiv. It was something right out of Red Dawn, in terms of, when the attack happened, there was no military around, and we did what we could, and we took what we had, and grabbed my father's hunting rifle and shot a few Russian soldiers, and then before you know it, we had AKs and ammunition and grenades and grenade launchers, and then we used that. By the end of the first couple days, they had successfully repelled the attack, kept the Russians out of Mykolaiv.
And that is exactly the way you turn patriots into partisans, and you leverage up the partisan skill level. And we've seen, and it's something we talk about all the time, that there are so many partisans surrounding literally every Russian position that they can call in artillery strikes in order to hit the bridge when the ammunition convoy is crossing it. And that is the sort of friction that is greatly impeding Russia's ability to wage war. And we've seen, as we were talking about Mariupol, how evil their execution of this war is. Before this, we've been talking about 90% of Russian precision strike munitions hit civilian targets. Well, today, the Actions on Armed Violence think tank put out its statistic that 98% of Russian precision munitions hit civilian targets. That's incredible. And that's another reason why they're losing this war. They're not addressing legitimate Ukrainian military targets. They're hitting civilian areas. And as we've all talked about, and John and I were talking about this the other night, you don't win a war by bombing the enemy's civilians. The Blitz did not break the spirit of the English people. Bombing Hanoi did not break the will of North Vietnam. So we see how horrific these things that Russia are doing are, but they are absolutely counterproductive to their foreign policy goals.
May I add one thing, Kyle? Chuck is absolutely, I'm completely with him in this regard, but if you take this one step further onto the level of culture, you had Timothy Snyder, who is, apart from being prescient, he's very concise, and he has incisive language, and he leads arguments from A to Z without losing his listeners normally. How did he perform from your point of view? How did it impact the commission, the attendees? How did it work?
Oh, yeah, he's fantastic. I mean, we have worked with Timothy Snyder on a number of occasions, and he's always, just like you say, he distills it. It's concise, it's understandable, it's effective. We had a great engaged audience yesterday at the brief on genocide, and I'll say, we're working. We pitched Serhii Plokhy at Harvard, and I've been trying to tempt him and get him involved in some of our activities. I say we need someone up there at Harvard to counterbalance with using Timothy Snyder all the time. So we're hoping to do more, in the cultural dimension with people just like Snyder and Plokhy and others.
What a combination, having Serhii Plokhy and Timothy Snyder there at hand. That's a great resource to work with.
And really, and in the best sense of the congressional hearing, right? On many committees, hearings are carefully orchestrated discussions designed with a specific result in mind, and a clever manipulation of the discussion. We are often trying to create a genuinely informative encounter, and using people like and or an academic, someone like Serhii Plokhy. You really, I often hear members of Congress leaving saying, that was really fascinating, or I learned something I had never understood, and then that's some then take when they're out on the campaign trail, when they're out at the town hall meeting, when they get the question on whatever talk show or the rope line as to why this or why that, they're in a better position to explain it. So I mean, really just a simple, straight approach.
If you don't mind, I would like to go back to our Canadian friend Leonard, who had another follow-up question. Leonard.
Thank you, Axel. And thank you again, Kyle. You're giving us just some fascinating insights into the workings of the Helsinki Commission. But I have a question for you, and specifically regarding the work of the Commission. And it strikes me that your Commission has really hit a remarkable note in terms of bipartisanship. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it just strikes me that you seem to be able to achieve a degree of consensus or bipartisanship in support of objectives on your commission that may almost be or have been somewhat unique in the say the political process in the U.S. And my question concerns this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it strikes me that you were fairly successful in developing a consensus supporting the Magnitsky Act and its passage in both the U.S. Congress and in Canada. Obviously, it was very sailed kind of through Parliament, was quite a popular maneuver by itself. But in terms of the future, do you see a role for the Commission and for this level of bipartisanship, shall we say, in the reconstruction efforts that are going to be required for Ukraine? And clearly we're looking at a project somewhat approaching the Marshall Plan scale. And it just strikes me that the effectiveness of your body in terms of that bipartisanship, there may well be a very useful kind of an umbrella role, if you will, or a specific utility that could be contributed to the vast reconstruction effort that's going to be required. And I'm just wondering if you've had any thoughts in that regard, or you see any great potential going down that avenue. And thanks again for your great insights.
Well, so working back, so on the reconstruction question, that's a conversation that we are already having, having amongst our staff, having with outside experts, talking with the administration and talking with members of Congress, and we're in this for the long haul, and we're not, we didn't just get into this business recently. I mean, like I said, the commission itself is goes back nearly almost 50 years, and is really an enduring testament to, and of course by extension the American people's, you know abiding interest in, in these questions, in the sort of, and I like to think, I like to think of us in some sense as the conscience of foreign policy. And perhaps that's a little too grandiose because we're working mostly in the European space, but often what we do in the European space and precedents we create there, get carried over into broader policy. The On the bipartisan nature, also, I can't stress enough that Congress is not. Let me just say the members of Congress are not as polarized as it looks to the outside, right? And all congressional staff are more partisan than the members themselves, who actually have to go out, shake people's hand, and are in the popularity business of trying to get elected. But we have really strong friendships on the commission between Republicans and Democrats. Um, so yeah, I mean, I see that enduring. I like to think of the, another thing I would note about the commission, in a way that we're unique to the congressional committees. If you're on a congressional committee, the staff are broken down along partisan lines. So you have the majority, the minority staff. On the commission, the whole staff serves the whole commission and the whole Congress. So we don't break down along partisan lines. And we don't have the turnover at the change of a Congress in the same way that the committees do. So I think that helps protect our institutional memory and helps to build those long-term relationships. And lastly, I just add as well, because of the sort of unique nature of the Helsinki Commission, we're a congressional executive body. So participation from the executive branch. And in fact, going all the way back to 1976, we have always had a senior State Department detailee on staff. And we also have someone on our staff who is permanently assigned to the U.S. mission to the U.S. Vienna. So we even have a bit of interbranch cooperation that's unusual in government.
Can you tell our audience, before we go to George, who's been patiently having his hand up for a little while, could you tell our audience a little bit more about the composition of the staff of the Helsinki Commission? How many people are working together? You have people who are volunteering, supporting, and the likes, but it is an operation. This is not a simple thing to do.
Yeah. So just a little bit about the staff. We're a very small staff, and when we're at full strength with detailees and fellows and interns, we're just about 25 people. And our core staff we have a small front office, who a small administrative staff. We have of our political leadership, such as myself, and then we have our policy staff, who either have regional areas of responsibility or thematic areas of responsibility. So before the war, for example, staffer whose responsibility was to monitor developments in Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. And we then also had a staffer whose responsibility it was to do economic sanctions and other questions, who would have a thematic area of responsibility. And like I said, since February 24th, everybody's on Team Ukraine, and we've sort of all retooled to where, to where staff who might have before been focusing on the Western Balkans, Central Asia, or trafficking in persons, or any other set of questions that fall within our mandate, are now working for Ukrainian victory, because we really see this as, cooperation is literally our middle name, right? And there's not a whole lot of security and cooperation when you've got a massive land war in Europe. And so, we just see anything that distracts from accomplishing the goal as akin to being worried about vacuuming the carpets in a burning house, right? Let's put the fire out first, and then we'll deal with everything else.
And by the way, whilst you just said traffic and human persons, funny, no, it's not funny. The tragic and eerie part is, of course, that this happens now in this war just as well, because there are Ukrainian women and children who have not just been displaced, but deported, and some of them, many of them, thousands of them, trafficked.
Yeah, I mean, the population. I mean, the number of the population of women and children that left Ukraine since the war is tremendously vulnerable population to being trafficked. I will say that, as the commission, it was the commission, the Helsinki Commission, and our leadership that authored the landmark Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and all the subsequent reauthorizations that, of course, reshaped the way the United States approaches trafficking, and by extension, the world, because of the tier system and the Trafficking in Persons report. It stood up the tip office at the State Department. So, again, another concrete example of how the commission in our sort of low profile was able to shape, a massive piece of legislation. That was
Kyle, what you're saying is the commission is the engine room creating and churning out those moments and motions which all the other departments need.
Right, and it's very different. Let me explain it. See, I spent a few years on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and so I know what it looks like inside a regular, congressional authorizing committee, and how we're different. So, if you're on a regular committee, Senate Foreign Relations, House Foreign Affairs Committee, you work for either the chairman or the ranking member, and your job is to generate legislative ideas for either the chairman or the ranking member. It's not to think up a bunch of, really cool legislative proposals and people, right? That would be seen as, hey, what do you think we pay you for? This you're supposed to generate ideas and essentially glory for the principle. Whereas on the Helsinki Commission, members of Congress can reach out to us and work with us on areas where our staff have developed highly specialized expertise, knowing that we will do this for them, and it won't have our name on it, right? It's all them, and the only thing is, of course, the satisfaction of being able to contribute to a more effective policy process. But that's what makes us a little different from the committees, because in the committees, if you're not the chairman of the ranking member, if you're a junior member of a committee, especially in the House of Reps, you struggle to get noticed, right? You struggle to, everybody wants it's hard to get legislation passed, right? Most bills, the vast majority of bills, are introduced, and that's it. They're essentially a glorified press release. And they never see the light of day. And we can come in and help push these things. And just to give you another concrete example, one of our staffers has essentially been the engine for almost all the anti-kleptocracy legislation that's worked its way through the past 3 Congress. All going across one desk, one computer, right? But again, his name isn't on it, our name isn't on it, but we're just satisfied to see it end up in the U.S. code. So
the good thing is that I think all of our audience, and I can hear, is the sincerity and also the professionalism with which you and your team are working on this matter. And I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm not trying to butter you up. You know exactly what I mean. Because if you have a small staff and you have to move a big agenda, you have to know who to hit and who to, as you just said, if you're a junior ranking member, you have to get noticed. The Helsinki Commission has a bit of an advantage by being established already, but you still have to make sure that your agenda gets noticed. And in this case, Ukraine is privileged to have you there.
Well, it's Ukraine, as you know, and it's no exaggeration, and Ukraine fights for us all right now. So yeah, so it's really it's to be able to, instead of just watching this horrific news of what's unfolding in Ukraine and feeling helpless, to be able to roll up your sleeves and say, hey, the American people have given me this computer, they've given me this email and this phone, and I need to use it for good. I need to make sure that this means something, right? And so that's what our team is trying to do on a daily basis. And really one of the greatest benefits of such a job is to be able to meet these people who are out on the front lines, people like Tyra, who have been mentioned, and to be able to know them and hear their story. So it's just about 1:30 here in London, and I feel like I've talked your ears off. I'm happy to answer a few more. I'm very much a night owl, and if I wasn't talking to you, I'd be sitting here doom scrolling Twitter and and alternating between the silly memes that I find as the needed comic relief for such awful news, and then the awful news itself. So I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate the kind invitation, and if there's any other questions anyone has or I didn't answer, I'll do my best in these last few minutes and then call it a night.
That's much appreciated. Carl, you wouldn't believe, but I'm sitting in Tallinn, Estonia.
Oh, are you? Oh, lucky you. What a Colin is such. I have to say, what have you been to Quebec City?
Of course.
So I find Tallinn. I mean, to me, Tallinn. So growing up in Maine, it was always I always found it kind of magical that you would point the car into the deepest, darkest woods and drive for 4 hours and end up on this beautiful French-speaking walled city. And when I first went to Tallinn, I thought, this is the Quebec City of the Baltics. What a
Absolutely.
fantastic place.
Absolutely, and if you drive, you can be lost in the woods for ages, no question.
Oh, and I, as a Mainer, to me, I go to the Baltics, I go to Estonia. It smells like Maine. The pine forest and the sandy soil, and I'm my family's from the coast of Maine, and I go up there every summer with the kids at camp, and so yeah, I feel like the Baltics are our kind of sister states or whatever.
Well, they are definitely as sincere as you are. There's no question about it. If I may hand after all the flattery here, back and forth, you're always welcome in Tallinn. Don't worry about it. And by the way, Kaya Kallas, yet again today, hit it out of the park with her statements as to Poland. I'm just highlighting this. But George, you had a question for Kyle.
Yes, I did. Hey, Kyle, I wanted to ask you, how's it been working with Ben Cardin from Maryland? I met him several times when I was living in Maryland, back when he was a congressman, and then when he took over Senator Sarbanes' seat in the Senate. So, how's it been working with Ben?
So Senator Cardin, I have worked with Senator Cardin since 2006, and he is my senator. I live in the Maryland, and he is an incredible leader on human rights, and has been so for decades, going back to his time in the Maryland General Assembly and his work on the Jewish refuseniks and on apartheid in South Africa, and in specifically at the Helsinki Commission, he is extremely well branded on corruption, transparency and good governance, tolerance, non-discrimination, anti-Semitism. Just an incredible leader, very very plain spoken, a very a charming and dry sense of humor, and really a policy wonk. I mean, he really knows, has an incredible mastery of the policy details, in a way that is sometimes unusual amongst some members of Congress. So yeah, I mean, I could go on and on. I at the moment represent both Senator Ben Cardin and Senator Roger Wicker. And Roger Wicker is, of course, a Republican from Mississippi, and Ben Cardin, and they are the greatest of friends. They enjoy traveling together and have worked on some incredible legislative projects together. So yeah, that's how it's working for Ben Cardin.
Yes, thank you, Kyle. Thank you. And I was just going to ask you if this just a Polish foreign ministry just said that they announced that it was a Russian cruise missile. They called it the K-55 family. If this was, let's say, a deliberate provocation just to test our resolve, how do you think that the West at least should respond to this?
Well, I think that at least part of the response has to finally getting Ukraine some of the systems that they have continually asked for, and that would include longer range, rocket artillery, more layered air defense, armor, and of course, they're waiting for those Leopards from Germany, and they are absolutely eager to get training on some Western aircraft, such as F-16. So I think if that is part of the response, I think that type of equipment delivered in sufficient quantity and with sufficient speed could make a real difference, and will show that such strikes will only hasten Russia's eventual defeat, and will not lead to any slackening of support for Ukraine. If that was what was intended, I think they will have misjudged their audience, especially the Poles.
Well, you've come to the space where we've literally created the Free the Leopards campaign, which has swept through Europe, Germany specifically, Ukraine, and seemingly also back to North America, in order to get the coalition of the willing to make sure that the current Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, considers it, shall we say, relevant to himself to release the export and re-export licenses for any and all leopards, and preferably also other wildcats and forest animals of German manufacturing.
Forest animals. It's great. It's great branding on the campaign, and it's I like to tell people, being a card carrying member myself of the human rights racket, I will like to often drop when we're talking about our tools in the toolbox, and that some of our most effective anti-corruption tools and vehicles for promoting human rights are HIMARS and ATACMs and other anti-corruption human rights systems. Taking this sort of an integrated, holistic approach to human rights, because at the moment, human rights, good governance, transparency, and anti-corruption advance at the barrel of a Ukrainian gun, or they don't advance at all. And we've seen that, sadly, in areas that have fallen behind the line, and seen what has happened. This Free the Leopards campaign is brilliant, and I hope they're finally freed. And of course, they gotta get that raccoon back too.
Exactly. Not saving Private Ryan, but saving the raccoon.
Jeez. Yeah, I will say, I got into this business. I was a chemistry major, and I went to a state school, University of Maine, and in the mid '90s, and I just couldn't pry myself away from the Bosnian War to Sarajevo, and and all of the things that were visited on that beautiful city, and including, of course, the murder of the zoo animals by Bosnian Serb snipers in the Olympic Mountains, ringing the city. That I feel, and I've talked to many Ukrainian friends about this war, is that I just remember the Bosnian War as just being total darkness, right? I mean, just an awful, grinding, wrenching experience, and there was no, and I don't, this may, there was no relief, right? There was no relief from the barbarity. Whereas in this war, I find in the evening, when I put my children to bed, we'll often scroll through age appropriate, even sometimes silly videos from the war. And of course, it's deadly serious, but one needs to live and one needs to laugh. And I think Ukraine has struck just the right in having a little fun at Russia's expense. And I think that's so important also, to keep the attention of Western audiences, right? And to show that there is some hope. Because if it's just a bleak, hopeless picture, people turn away from that. It's too hard to stare that in the face without any relief. And so, that's been one of the things in the songs and the memes and the all the various things, that creative talent, including you all here at this space, have stood up, and come together. So it's really something to witness it, and also to play our small part in our little corner of the U.S. government.
It's funny that you just mentioned this, because that in all the tragedy, we're back to Franco and humor and dark humor, but somehow the Ukrainians all across the country, from west to east, north to south, from Genevieve to Odessa, and these are different people in all so many ways, from Lviv to Luhansk. They have one thing in common. They have a splendid, deep sense of humor, which survives everything. and that is their strength. And this is what changes everything. This is why they can, as they told us, no matter what happens, they can still somehow find a way to either make fun of it, mock it, laugh about it, or at least be deeply ironic, sardonic, and sarcastic about it. And this is, I think, what incites all of us, the whole team, whether it's Chuck, Colby, Daryl. You see the people here on the panel, and you've heard them often. This is something which is endearing, and it's a sign of that culture, which fortunately is predestined to win this. Because without that humor, the humanity would not shine as much as it does. And I think you said it perfectly before. And then having had you and Timothy Snyder say he probably all amongst and around you, the Helsinki Commission is a beacon of light in that regard.
Well, thank you. It's yeah, you hit it there, and in terms of this incredible humanity on display in Ukraine and amongst the Ukrainian people, and the sense of humor, and yeah, it's electric, and it's what when I get back from a trip to Ukraine. I know my wife is always wondering, it's got to be, it's just a matter of time before, uh, I need to go back, and I need to see this and witness this firsthand, and also try to play some help, not just being in the way, but yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
Well, if you can build a bridge to one or the other person whom we've had with you, we'd be delighted having them here. I'm quite sure that Yehuda, Chuck, Kobe, every one of us would be glad to welcome them and bring the message out.
Well, thank you. I've been saying at our staff meetings recently. Once I started listening to Maria, I've been recommending it to our team and suggesting that some of them might come on and tell a little bit about their specific piece. Because said we have an incredible staff, very dedicated, very able, who are working various dimensions, working the weapons and intelligence sharing piece, working the export controls, streamlining and updating commerce's export regulations, State Department's ITAR, green corridors to harmonize this with the EU and address questions of VAT and other things that get in the way of surging tactical gear into the theater, even as the Western government says, or our humanitarian team, who are looking at the humanitarian response and the reconstruction and accountability. So I think any one of our staff, and you can go to our webpage, csce.gov, and I think there's an about staff tab, and you'll see our experts, and I think you would enjoy hearing from them specifically on the show. So thanks for running the space. Thank you all. Good night from London and all there and Tallinn. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise, an absolute privilege and a blast. Chuck, thank you very much. Kyle, everybody, give a big hand to Kyle. Kyle Parker, Helsinki Commission, Chief of Staff. I can't even say how much I've enjoyed this. You've kept us all up.
Well, thank you so much. Signing off. Good night to all of you. I'll be listening eagerly in the days ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava.
Slava Nazi. Smert ворогам. Gentle people, that was fantastic. Chuck, thank you so much for that was astonishing.
It was absolutely terrific. It was informative, and that's just another example of who gravitates to the space, and terribly flattered to hear that this space is listened to in some important places. And Axel, a wonderful job tonight for yourself, even though you'll probably be watching the sun come up pretty soon, I think.
Fortunately, it's closing in on winter, so the days are so
I,
short.
I
Still
just thought
dark.
that it sometimes the sun doesn't go down in Estonia, and sometimes it never comes up.
Yeah, I don't know, bloody sun here. No, but on a more serious note, this was so. I mean, it was enchanting, and both our great audience and the questions. But Kyle is really is fascinating in the position which he can and how he conducts himself. So, absolute pleasure. Chuck, that, by the way, brings me back to the point. I would like to hand over to my friend Daryl and to you so that you can conduct the remainder of the night.
Absolutely. And Daryl, I've got, let's see, I got about 12 more minutes, unfortunately, but I am happy to play goalie for a little bit. And Axel, listen, thank you for intelligent, wonderful, searching questions. And I am always amazed, sir, at your fine grasp of history and international relations and strategy. And I really mean that.
Thank you. I'll hide in the corner now.
No need, sir.
Thanks, Chuck. Much appreciated. So, good night, everyone. Please keep on going. And if you don't know why we're here for MriyaReport, the wonderful colleagues created by friends and colleagues of the Canadian Armed Forces and others who couldn't stand idly by in February this year when Ukraine was invaded upon by the Russian Imperial Army, who said that this cannot stand and we have to help, and created with their logistics capacity, their know-how, their understanding of the needs of the Ukrainian armed forces, thanks to many, many years of training by means of CAF training, the Ukrainian armed forces under Operation Unify, led by the latest commander, and now one of the co-founders of MriyaReport, Colonel Melanie Lake. They've created an organization which makes sure that non-lethal aid is brought to the right units who need it in Ukraine. And MriyaReport provides information awareness, and we do sponsor MriyaReport here by means of making time, plugging it, bringing a good message out, highlighting what's being done. And MriyaReport has done fantastic stuff. If you go to their homepage, you will find a lot of imagery of what they've been supplying in recent months, including some of the most interesting, most innovative drones the Ukrainian armed forces have been using. And this is how it's done. And it's exactly what, by the way, a friend of the program now, Carl Parker, has highlighted, the aspect of the grassroots up, from the bottom up work of what Ukrainians do and what we do as friends of theirs in support of theirs. And that's why we're here, and this is why it matters. So please, if you can, and if you have a possibility to convince others who may be able to or can and want to, please consider MriyaReport. We're equal opportunity offenders. We do have friends such as Ripley's Heroes who do fantastic stuff in the United States. Please do give them a follow just as well. We do support Malcolm Nance and Tapestry because he has found very good access for a number of good options to supply the troops. And please do give them a follow, have a little look-see, and generally, as MriyaReport, I recommend that you follow the characters who work at MriyaReport. Thank you very much for taking the time, and I shall bid you good night.
Good night, Axel. You nailed it, my friend.
Good night, Axel. Well, Chuck, for your first set there, that was pretty action-packed, so to speak.
It was, you know what? I am always happy to step aside for a train, and it was absolutely fantastic to listen to Kyle, a man who is working behind the scenes with his considerable intellect to help Ukraine and to inform our legislatures. And I think it isn't a stretch to say that we were talking to one of the kingmakers of the politics surrounding this war, and just fascinating to listen to him. I'm sure you are digging it too, Daryl.
Absolutely, absolutely. this has been one of those whirlwind days where we've had, happenings all day with Chef Andres stopping in earlier today. Roman, of course, during the segment here, Kyle, yourself, and it's just then on top of the news. And I'm hoping that we can get a couple of questions in before that goes. I mean, before you go, about what's going on in Poland. What's your thoughts?
Well, the Polish government has confirmed that it was a Russian manufactured missile. We don't know now. We as the public don't know who fired it. But I can tell you that NATO knows when it was fired, where it was fired, and by whom it was fired. There, of course, the Russians have already come out and said they didn't do it. But very cleverly, they've also been able to insert into the discussion. They introduced a bit of information that has been seized on by some of the let's say lesser lights of the Twitter sphere. In particular, the Russians put forward a part from a 4.8D6 motor, rocket motor that goes to a certain type of projectile, SV-55S, 55S missile to an S-300 air defense system. These are missiles that Russia has quite uniquely adapted into sort of dumb ballistic rockets that they're able to fire at Ukrainian cities. These are big missiles, and between their kinetic shock and tinkering with their warheads, they've used these things to destroy apartment buildings. But anyway, they've put up pictures of this a particular portion of this air defense rocket, and compared it to pieces of wreckage that were recovered from the Polish village. It's a bit amazing to me because without even looking at them, folks, if you know what the end of a trumpet looks like, it of course is sort of bell shape and bells out. Now imagine that was painted white, and you've got a pretty good idea of this part that the Russians are waving about. The other piece is not bell-shaped. Both of them have sort of bolt holes around the bottom, but these are obviously different. So the takeaway from this is the information warfare. If you are a Russian, all you really need to do is introduce a little bone to throw for some people to chomp on. And if we remember the MH17 shoot down, the Russians, of course, claimed it wasn't them. It wasn't a Buk missile. The Russians actually, in that case, even came out infamously, with a satellite photo that showed a Ukrainian Su-25, which is a ground attack aircraft, allegedly stalking the Malaysian airliner to shoot it down. So the Russians have put themselves, with this case of denial, they put themselves into the usual corner that they paint themselves into. They deny everything, admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations, but they've not left themselves an informational or political off ramp, because if they had said that this was an accident, they literally could have it both ways. They could have launched a missile into Poland, thus sending the message to Poland, and by claiming that something went wrong with the missile, they weren't meaning to hit Poland, this was a regrettable incident, they still would have sent the the message to Poland. Russia has continually threatened supply lines into Ukraine. Russia has continually threatened to hit them. They've continually claimed that these would be legitimate targets. So they could have had it both ways, but by denying it, they literally are going to wind up owning it. I think it'll be very interesting what'll happen tomorrow. There will be an Article 4 meeting, an emergency meeting called by Poland. They have confirmed it. And the other thing that's the biggest takeaway is, Poland has claimed that whatever hit this village was in fact Russian. So that's where it sits right now, and we're going to probably learn more in the next 48 hours or so.
Interesting events in history we're living through right now. The last time this was done, 9/11.
Right. Right, Daryl, you hit it right on the head. Good historian, Daryl. That's the only time an Article 5 has ever been declared, and that was following 9/11. So and again, I don't expect NATO to enter the ground war tomorrow. That isn't going to happen. There will be some political action taken. That is overt. And what I do think is we are going to see some covert action. Well, we won't see it, but I think that whatever weapon systems the West has said they haven't been providing to Ukraine, I think we'll see. We may not see, but I think these weapons are going to be provided now in abundance, probably. So there are consequences to this attack, whether it was deliberate or accidental, and they're going to be felt on the battlefield here.
Absolutely. You think you got time to go to the front?
You mean the front here? I think I probably got about 5 minutes. So Daryl, let's scoop some up and we'll fire them up.
All right. No, I was just asking, did you want to go talk about anything on the front?
Oh, on the front. Oh yeah, absolutely. First thing I thought was, geez, Daryl, I'd like to go to the front, but I'm getting kind of old, but I guess I can do it. But we've had some interesting developments. Let me bring my map up here. Okay, on the Kinburn Peninsula, which is west of Kherson, the Dnipro River opens up into a delta as it enters the estuary that is fed by the Bug River to the north, and the Bug River passes through the port of Mykolaiv and Kherson. The Kinburn Peninsula is a sand spit, a bit like the Outer Banks of North Carolina, if you will, sort of a sandy, long, skinny prominence that sticks out into the Black Sea. Over the last 24 to 36 hours, there were scattered reports from some extremely reliable sources saying that Ukrainian naval special warfare units were operating off the Kinburn Peninsula. And later, we've heard that landings were conducted by Ukrainian troops on the peninsula itself. Those have been, I think, substantiated. They have not been confirmed yet by the Ukrainian military, but I will assess this as extremely likely that the Ukrainians have taken at least one or two of the villages that are on the Kinburn Peninsula. The Russians face a sort of deadly dilemma. If they want to move to eject the Ukrainians from the peninsula, there is only one road upon which they can travel, And Ukrainian artillery, now that Ukraine is in possession of Kherson, they will smother anyone moving down that road. So the very good thing about this is the Ukrainians saw vulnerability, and they were very quick to act on it. And they did so against a target that Russia would only punish itself in trying to retake. I think we may see a confirmation of this tomorrow. I'll be listening to the general staff briefing tomorrow, usually at about 600 Kyiv time. So we'll see that. That was one of the stellar developments. The other is a major uptick in Ukrainian close air support and strike missions over the last 24 hours, essentially triple the normal amount of sorties. I don't have it confirmed right now, but several sources I've read said that there were 100 close air support missions yesterday. It's across all axes of contact, and that is terrific. And again, that uptick is made possible by the continual destruction of Russian surface-to-air missile sites. There wasn't any yesterday, but they've been running. Happens tomorrow at the brief, but pretty good days all around. In the east, the Russians continue sort of piecemeal attacks. Again, less than company-sized, platoon-sized. These have been rebuffed in almost every case by the Ukrainians. And again, these company-sized attacks, they're militarily meaningless, and they amount to small self-inflicted wounds that Russia is inflicting on itself. Because the Ukrainian intelligence is so good, because they have access to NATO's overhead imagery, the Russians are not able to concentrate sufficient forces to mount a breakthrough at any point along the lines, because you do have to concentrate your forces before you project power. And wherever the Russians assemble in order to move forward, they're picked apart by Ukrainian artillery. So the result is the only amount of tactical units they can get to the front, very small platoon size, that's 3 rifle squads, maybe 30 guys. That isn't enough to do anything except to get the Ukrainians to shoot back at you. So that's the position we're in right now, but not a bad day.
Yeah, we're looking at a different battlefield right now as well. When you talk about those troop forces, vehicles mounted, remaining mounted on vehicles in a wide open space, you are sitting targets, and that's multiple men instead of just the 2 or 3 that would be actually in our configurations. You would just still have the gunner, the driver, and the commander with all of the troops on the ground and providing support and fire. They still remain mounted, and that is going to increase their losses significantly, especially when it's very clear territory.
Yeah, and they are, having been in a couple of BMPs in my day, I'm sure you've stuck your head in one, Daryl. They are extremely cramped. And if you imagine sitting in a chair, folks, and the ceiling maybe 8 inches above your head, and if you are an infantryman in full battle rattle, in order to get out of the vehicle, you're sort of walking hunched over. And when you're in your battle equipment, there's all kinds of pouches and pockets and all sorts of things sticking out from your uniform. and there are all sorts of little projecting edges inside that vehicle. It's hard to come and go. But I think the average Russian infantryman, fearing the NLAW, fearing the javelin, fearing even a 50 caliber machine gun, because it'll go through both sides of one of those vehicles. As Daryl said, they all ride on top, which is not where I'd like to be. And as Daryl pointed out, you don't see the Russians operating the way that infantry in support of a vehicle is supposed to operate. You're supposed to be screening the vehicle. If you're riding on top of it, especially in the 21st century, you're going to catch the laser guided round that comes in on that vehicle, or even going back to just merely the 20th century, you're going to be the thing that catches the shrapnel that comes down from an air bursted munition that detonates over your head. And again, this is the way the Russian armed forces are operating. It's counter to their doctrine. It is militarily effective. It is self-defeating, and this is the way they roll.
You know, Chuck, when they first got to the river, I figured that the Russians would probably try to put up a fight there on the left bank of the river, and this would end up being some kind of amphibious assault type of action. And it's proven not to be so, because they backed up far enough now that, you know, we're starting to see notes of Ukrainian forces on the left bank already. So I think that whole idea has gone to the wayside, and they are beginning to own the river. What do you?
Yeah, it's what's going to happen. And you know, where I am today, the snow is flying, and winter is coming, and everything that we've been talking about, every little thing that is hard for the Russians, supplying their troops with ammunition and fuel, even food. All those things are going to become more difficult in the winter, and daily calories needed by a soldier are going to go up. Just simply finding shelter, getting out of the wind. You know, Daryl, this was always my least favorite time of the year to operate, which was that very late autumn, getting into early winter, where you could find yourself out in the woods for a couple of days in the sleet. And it's a really, really hard place to operate, and especially if you're getting tired of fighting, which is what we're seeing among these Russian troops. Because some of this stuff, riding on the top of your vehicle, look, it's lazy, and being lazy in combat is often lethal.
Well, Chuck, I'm gonna ask you, because I know it's getting close to time. I'm looking down, but folks, I just realized that I cannot bring up anyone. So if there was a question, you would have to write it to me, because at this point I cannot bring up anyone for Chuck to. So if you're on the speakers panel, Leonard, Colby, if anyone has wrote to you, please, folks, you can forward it. Oh, Chuck, I see you dropped down.
I did, because there's no point in having me working the controls, because we'll all crash and burn. So, I think I thought if I dropped down that would help, and I think I can field one before I go. So fire it up.
All right. Let me see. Let me see if anyone wrote me. Boy, you cleared them out, Chuck.
Well, I'm glad to say
There we go. Lunchtime. There you go. Lunchtime is coming up for you.
Okay, good.
Oh, thanks, Daryl. Hi there. So after today's events, it looks like there will be, an Article 4 meeting, as you were just saying. But it strikes me like it strikes where what our strategy is, or our strategy, the West strategy seems to be to slowly boil the frog in terms of economic sanctions and so on, and a slow increase in military aid to Ukraine in order to combat Russia. However, Russia's strategy could be categorized, could be sort of thought of in the same way, in that they are slowly uh, broaching the sort of limits of acceptable behavior. If right at the beginning of the war, Russia had launched a missile that got anywhere near Poland, got to the Polish border, the reaction would have been one of shock, because the conflict, or the conflict as it was largely termed at the time, was thought to be entirely and purely confined to Ukrainian territory. But today it happened, and although there is some consternation, it's not quite the sort of reaction that you would think at the beginning. It struck me that throughout this war, that's been the strategy of Russia, to slowly ramp up what the limits of acceptable behavior could be considered to be, and to slowly broach these one at a time, whether it's through atrocities or bombing civilians or whatever. It's been an incremental ramp up. Do you see it the same way, Chuck? Do you think that's a fair categorization?
Chuck, did you hear? Hello, Chuck.
Daryl, that's the first voice I've heard. I was just trying to DM you say it. I think I broke the internet here, so I didn't hear the question. But let's try it again.
All right, real quick. Rapid fire to dry fly.
No, it probably means that Chuck has a glitch where he can't hear the speaker. So, Daryl, do you want to
Hey, Daryl,
summarize
I'm
that?
just not hearing dry fly, my friend.
All right, lunchtime. Hello, lunchtime.
Hi, mic check.
Yeah, go shoot it.
Hold on, Chuck. Can you hear lunchtime?
I don't think he can hear me. It's
And
all right.
Chuck, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Daryl, the only guy I can hear is you.
Right.
So maybe if you reconceptualize the question, and I'll get an answer out and skedaddle here.
Okay, go ahead. Lunchtime, real quick. What was your question? Just question.
Yeah, do you think it's fair to say that Russia has been amping up the breaking of acceptable behavior in the same way that we have been amping up support for Ukraine? And like, my concern is that because they are doing this slowly, it makes a decisive response more difficult for the West.
All right, Chuck, he's saying, do you think that Russia is ramping up their activities with like what they're doing with the drones, etc., in response to what we are doing?
Well, they fired 85 cruise and ballistic missiles today. They are constantly trying to send a message with that, as crude as that sounds. Remembering that, I used to say 90% of the missiles were fired at civilian targets. Think Tank came out with a study today. It's actually 98% of their missiles are fired deliberately at civilian targets. Russia is still sort of trying to avenge itself for the loss of Kherson. But there's something to bear in mind here. It was 6 or 7 weeks ago that Russia was assessed to have fired 66% of its precision missiles. Since that time, they've probably fired, I think, conservatively, 150, 160 more. That would certainly take that percentage from 66 up into the high 70s. These are missiles, in the case of the Caliber cruise missile, one of their mainstays for attacking civilian areas. The Russians could only produce those pre-war at a rate of 4 a month. That's kind of pathetic. Even I can do that math. The answer to the question is yes. They're trying to react to what we're doing, to what the Ukrainians actually are doing. But again, I just don't think that, with the exception of attacking Ukrainian cities, that the Russians are going to be able to do anything to win this war. I that they've demonstrated that their land warfare abilities are diminishing continually. We talked about the inability to mount a decisive penetrating axis at pretty much anywhere. They've made some minor gains, but they've not been able to achieve a breakthrough that they've been able to exploit. As winter comes, I'm not sure that we're going to see any sort of Russian offensives, major offensives taking place. I think that what the Russians want more than anything is to switch to a defensive posture over the winter, try to make up some of their losses in men and equipment, try to influence their training pipelines a little bit. But I do not expect the Ukrainians to give them the winter off. While I don't think that the Russians are going to mount a major offensive during the winter, I do think that the Ukrainians are going to do so. I won't name some vulnerabilities that I think the Russians have, geographical vulnerabilities, and also some pretty major mistakes they've made with the disposition of their forces. And there are a couple of places that are ripe to be penetrated by the Ukrainians, and I do think that we're going to see that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that happen in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Daryl, can you thank Chuck for us? Since you're the
And with that, Daryl, I better fire that red flare, my brother, and turn the bus over to you and your wonderful people skills.
Thank Chuck. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. I just want to say thanks for coming in, stopping in with us today. The bullet points will be forthcoming, I'm sure. You'll be set up, ready to go for us, and hopefully, maybe we'll have a clear day for you.
Listen. We will. So we'll be back. We'll be back Thursday with bullet points, and we'll be on from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. And please do join us. And I hope to see you then. And Daryl, my brother, I always enjoy talking to you, friend.
Same here, Chuck. Folks, give a warm for Chuck Farrer, former squadron leader for SEAL Team 6, best-selling author, movie Mongol. Hey, he's doing it all. But I just want to say thanks, and you have a blessed one, Chuck.
Thank you, Daryl. I'll talk to you soon. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night to Chuck. If anybody comes up, we have vaguely fixed our Twitter glitches. I'd like to remind everybody that we have Twitter has pushed an update today. So if you'd like to update your Twitter, go check that. Might help the glitches. Otherwise, huge space, lots of activity, and an update on Twitter. All of that put together with the new Elon Musk Twitter regime, and it's just going to be a glitchy day. That said, not as glitchy apparently as the Russian ability to aim at the largest country in Europe because they can't hit it. With that, our hands are Leonard and Troy, and I believe they're in reverse order. I think we go Troy, then Leonard. Troy.
Good evening, Finance. I'm almost scared to ask, but can I get a mic check?
Loud and clear to me.
Loud and
Right
clear.
on. Thank you, Finance. Hello, Daryl. Hello, Finance. Chuck, I wasn't gonna dare beg you to stay because you give us so much of your time. But if you're still there, this is for you. If not, this is for anyone else. President Biden just addressed the press pool coming out of that G7 meeting in Indonesia, and he said that investigated, but there's preliminary evidence against a missile coming from Russia. So I was wondering, it could still be from Russia. It could be, but he did mention that. And he still said, we need to investigate and we'll see. And then the next step is the ambassadors all meeting today. So I was wondering what y'all thought about Troy, because I hadn't heard that mentioned today.
Troy, I don't know what you were doing just now, but it was like you put your head down in your coat and started talking, and we couldn't hear the very first part of that question.
Sorry, Daryl. I got a wandering pinky that always likes to find my microphone. So yeah, that was my bad. But I was saying Biden just addressed the press pool coming out of the G7 meeting that they had in Indonesia with the 7 world leaders. He said there was evidence that went against preliminary evidence that went against the missile coming from Russia. He said we need to investigate and we'll see. But he did mention that as he was on his way to the next meeting. So I was wondering what anyone thought about it coming from Belarus, maybe, because it still could be from Russia. He said it's preliminary, but I'm starting to wonder other things because I thought what everyone came up with earlier in Dolman about the critical infrastructure and missing the thermal power plant was pretty good theory, but this may go against that.
Well, it could only come from 3 different directions. And if they miss the entirety of Ukraine from the east, Lord help them. Of course, then you have Belarus, and then you also have ships that could have launched missiles. So we are unsure. Let's hold fire until they do the investigation. That way they can determine where it was, what it was, and determine the proper response. Because if we just go into supposition on where it came from and how it got to where it is, are we doing any better than just guessing?
Oh, great point. Read you loud and clear. Yeah, it's Wednesday morning in Indonesia, so we might not need to wait long anyway. So yeah, I agree. We'll just sit tight.
Let them do the investigation, and they've already determined it is Chuck. When he was looking at the, if you looked at Chuck's feed there and saw the 2 pictures of the motors, you can see one had an outward turn flange, and the other one had a more of a downward lip. Look like they do not look alike when under scrutiny. So there is a difference in the type of missiles and whose missile it could have been. So anyway, let's just hold fire, Troy. Let's just hold fire. All right, Leonard.
Thank you, Daryl. I actually had a question for Chuck, but it sounds like he's heading out into a snowstorm, so I don't want to slow the dog sled. It can be seen as a rhetorical question also. And the question is this, really, what is Poland going to do? Because in terms of the NATO charter, it should be remembered that not just Poland, but also Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania all invoked Article 4 of the NATO Charter on February 24th. So that's already been invoked by all of them once, and that was with respect to the initial Russian invasion. And really, all that Article 4 does is set aside a consultation period So it really just boils down to, in a case of attack or apprehended threat, the NATO member has a right to call for a consultation of all NATO members under that order of the Charter. So that's been done once, and of course, the end result of that is what we've seen in the last 6 months, 8 months. So really, just a growing coordination, if you will, of NATO efforts. So likely nothing more than that will result from Article 4. But there's another question as well, and that is Poland's option to simply deal with the matter under Article 1 of the UN Charter also, which is simply the right of self-defense and the right of any nation to counter force in whatever appropriate means they deem necessary to enhance their own security. So the bottom line is this, and I think this is the question, what Poland going to do? Because the other NATO members will be relying heavily upon how Poland wants to handle this. And that's the question that probably everybody on the panel could address, and everyone with any insight into the current Eastern European specter can have some insight into. But in all likelihood, it's going to depend upon Poland, and probably Poland has not yet decided. So at the very least, I assume we will be waiting 24 hours until the polls come to a conclusion, and until that conclusion is posted to the other NATO members. So yeah, that really is going to remain a rhetorical question, I think, probably for at least another day or
how strong the resolve is in Poland, how
Wait,
far along. Oh, sorry.
when was the last time you seen Russia do a feint?
This entire operation has been a feint, in my opinion.
I'm just asking because when I hear feint in Russia, I just seem to get the giggles. I'm sorry, but go ahead. I'm sorry to disturb you.
This entire war has been Putin's entire career has been one of a chancer. He'll take a risk, and if it pays off, he'll double down on the risk. And if that pays off, he'll double down on it again. It's been an entire career of gambles from way back from those apartment bombings to try and get him in power in the first place. So I don't see this as anything particularly different. The question is how we respond and how Poland responds, as Leonard asked. And it is a tricky situation because it really depends on how far along they are in terms of acquiring the military material that they are trying to acquire, that they've ordered, and how strong they feel militarily. The problem across Europe seems to be a lack of equipment and a lack of political will, and those two things combined mean it sort of really tempers any response that could reasonably happen. Having said that, the big solution is the USA with an enormous cache of arms. So if so that's it. Really is hypothetical. I don't know, but it is an interesting situation for sure. And of course, everything in me wants a very, very strong response to take something out of military value to Russia, to, as I keep saying, stick the rolled up newspaper firmly on the nose of the snarling dog and back him into a corner.
Yeah, lunchtime. I'm agreed with that idea. I think it is. Russia wants to play F around, and I think they should have a really big serving to find out. So, agreed with the general idea there. I think the panel, all of our speakers, pretty much everyone who listens that isn't a Russian asset agrees with that. I believe my order, I saw a dog called Gimpy trying to come up here like 4 times to get his hand up, and then Robert. So, Gunny, you're up, then Robert.
Yeah, morning. All right, I'm going to be a Russian asset for 5 minutes. I went to bed a few hours ago, so I got my head down just as this was breaking. I woke up, had a quick look. Look, voice of reason. Unless anyone in here was on the AWACS or in the was the duty NATO air defense coordinator last night, none of you know what happened. All right, neither did I. There are multiple possibilities here. The first thing to bear in mind is missiles go wrong. If you think I'm lying, I've got a bridge bomb to show to sell you on a truck. All right, a Trident missile, Royal Navy Trident missile, went the wrong way a few years ago. There's footage of a German frigate launching a surface-to-air missile, and it blew up in the vertical launch canister. These things, very complex bits of kit, they do go wrong, and Russian missiles are not as good as ours. So the possibility that this was a errant missile that either lost its inertial navigation for some reason or flew into a very heavy electronic countermeasure zone and the GLOSNAS, the satellite guidance broke down, is not beyond the realms of possibility. They're rubbish, right? They're not very good at this. They're burning through cruise missile stocks. Therefore, they are using much older cruise missile stocks. Therefore, we can take it, whilst the newer missiles are not particularly great, the older missiles are going to be worse by a factor of 10. So there is that possibility. 2,
Gunny.
can I just finish?
Oh, yeah,
Because
sorry.
I know
I had
everyone
a
will want to
question on
jump
that, but
in.
please finish. Sorry, I had a question. I'll try to remember it. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Yeah, because otherwise I'll get distracted, mate, because I've only had 3 slurps of coffee and I'm in rag at the minute. The second one is the missile was essentially suffered a mid-air breakup, and what we saw was debris come down actually on the Polish side of the border. That's a possibility. Those of you who are old enough, like me, you remember 1991 Scud missiles intercepted by Patriot batteries. One of the problems was, yeah, you kill the missile in flight, but sometimes the engine or the missile body, the main body, the warhead, would come down and could still have a partial function. That's why there were some questions about the efficiency of Patriot. Actually, that was very unfair. Patriot killed it. The problem was lots of bits came down. And there were software changes to take that into account so that if necessary, Patriot could do a re-engagement. So there's that possibility. Why that would happen, probably a Ukrainian intercept, successful Ukrainian intercept. Now, the interesting thing is, yes, I know everyone's been on Google Maps, everyone has had a look, and everyone has decided what is of military or national critical infrastructure significance in that area. We don't know. There might be other stuff. There might be a rear operating airstrip for the Ukrainian Air Force. There might be a very major logistical hub there. There could be any number of things. So we're still really not sure what the targeting was. Like, we're not sure how much vodka the idiot who put in the coordinates might have had when he was punching it into the computer, if they have such things over there. The other option, Ukrainian weapons tracker, has had a look. Ukrainian weapons tracker, as a rule, tends to be pretty accurate and pretty fair across the board. Says it indications are it might be S300 V55 model, which is essentially a Ukrainian version of an S300. There is a reason to maybe think about that, simply because if you look at the pictures of the blast, all right, that round clearly went into a vertical terminal attack phase or a dive. most of the blast seems to have gone upwards, or it was a fairly small charge. The reason I say that is, yes, a trailer was blown over on its side, but look at that tractor. That tractor, if that was a KH-101 with that's an all-up weight of roughly about 1 ton warhead, I'm not sure that tractor would be there. Now, obviously, if the ground was very wet and it wasn't concrete hard, because some farms have concrete hard standing, I suspect that round probably went very deep and then detonated. Now, I had a quick look at craters. It is difficult to tell. I've only done a very basic explosives course, but it doesn't say to me anything about 1 ton there for some reason. It could be, and the blast essentially went upwards, but have a look at all the dirt, have a look at the mud, and then ask yourself, where did all that crap that went up in the air come down from? There's not a lot lying around, if you know what I mean. So I'm thinking maybe not KH-101. I'm thinking maybe something smaller. Could be caliber. Could be. I don't think it could be S300. Well, yeah, I think it's teetering on the edge of an S300 land attack mode kind of hit. But I would say something more around the weight of 300 pound, maybe something like that. So you know, my point is the jury's out. When I went to bed, much as I've gone to bed when a Russian frigate's been sunk, I've gone to bed when Snake Island was recaptured 5 times. I've gone to bed lots of times, and lots of people have been absolutely sure at what happened. I think the jury's still out. I would counsel a little bit of caution, because egg on the face might be dished out in very large ladles if this turns out to have been a Ukrainian attempt to intercept something that was in the overhead, and for some reason they couldn't command detonate it. Personally, I would be astonished if the Russians set out to test NATO resolve by attacking a small farm in a village. I think if they were going to go balls to the wall on this, they'd attack a logistical hub, something where they would get a bit of bang for buck and then sit back and see what happened. This seems a very odd choice to test NATO resolve. There's going to be no Article 5. The Russians used CBRN in the UK twice and killed 3 people, right? And the missiles didn't start to fly then. So I don't think there's going to be an Article 5 over this. If it was a Russian missile and there's definitive proof that this was a test of NATO resolve, for whatever bizarre, insane reasons they decided to do it, I think a reasonable response, not bombing Murmansk, not 82nd Airborne and 1 and 2 para jumping onto the Kremlin. I think a reasonable response that the Poles should be allowed is to push their air defense zone out into Ukrainian territory. I think a buffer zone, maybe 50 miles. If you want to be really safe, 100 miles, strictly defensive, essentially a surface to air missile, no fly zone. Possibly under, good luck getting UN cover for it, but certainly a NATO defensive no-fly zone, surface-to-air missiles only, cap on the border, and a notification sent that anything detected flying into that zone that's judged to have come from Belarus or Russia is free game in the interests of Polish security. I think that would be very fair. I think the potato heads would kick and scream and throw their toys out the pram about it, but there would be precious little that they could do. But certainly, I think that the idea that NATO should, on the face of it, seems to be either a very silly mistake or possibly just a result of a Ukrainian-Russian engagement in the air, that we should start whacking Russian targets. I think that's also very, very silly, right? It's very easy to say, right? And I get everyone's pissed about it, but it probably won't be very many of you, if any of you here, involved in it. And everyone likes waving a flag and saying, well, let's just go kick Ivan's ass. I think we've got to be proportionate about this, not overreact about it. But if it's proven to have been with malicious intent, this might be the perfect opportunity for NATO to say, okay, NFZ over parts of Ukraine. and there's not a lot the Russians can do about it because 2 Polish citizens are dead. That seems to me like a good way forward. But let's just see what this was first. That's key.
Okay,
Could I have a very quick comeback on that, please?
all right, go for it. Lunchtime.
So, Gunny, I think your idea for a response is an excellent idea. I think a partial, a defensive sort of increase in some sort of barrier, right? Some sort of no-fly zone, as you say. I think that's an excellent idea. And I would say that something that the jury is not out on is that were it not for Russian aggression, this situation would never have happened. Those 2 Polish people would still be alive. And, there is no room for debate on that. So I don't think it's actually important what the actual cause was to advance a no-fly zone of some sort or to increase the radius of Polish defense. I think that can be done completely unilaterally by NATO and use this as a pretext to do it, because ultimately that will save lives. And I think that's an excellent idea. There we go. That's all I have to say.
I was going to say almost exactly what Lunchtime did. And yeah, I mean, if Russia wasn't firing cruise missiles at the towards the border of Ukraine and Poland, they wouldn't have the chance of hitting Poland. But I do agree with your thoughts that it is possible that we know they're not the best equipped and certainly not the best manned military in the world, and that these things may have not been intended to hit NATO and gone awry. But no, for sure. Daryl, if you have the order of hands, you're up. Otherwise, I will guess at it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what is Russia gonna do other than say you knocking down my missiles that I'm trying to hit somebody else with? It's not like they are hitting anything inside of Russia. It's not like they are going to harm any Russian troops. It's just that they're not allowing their missiles to hit their intended target. There's not really a whole lot into that when it's missile to missile, because there's no personnel or land border crossings involved.
Yeah, I think
defending their territory.
I think what's interesting here is people kind of miss the fact that a missile came into NATO territory. So have a little think about that. This has been going on for months. Obviously, it stands to reason that NATO Air Defence HQ, whoever was coordinating at the time, be it on an E3 or in an operating centre, these raids would have been getting tracked. Right? If anyone says to you that NATO aren't providing Ukraine with raid warning and data for interceptions, etc., they need to take their head for a speed wobble. All right, that is happening. Let's just face it. We all accept it. We all deny it. All right, but we know that NATO providing raid warning. So these rounds, well, at least one round, I saw reports of 2. I'm not sure, but at least one round crossed the border and impacted very shortly after. So figure either it was in a ballistic free fall trajectory or it was already in the terminal attack phase at the time, which gives you seconds really to kill it. I think the Polish will use that as an excuse to say we really need to push the ADZ, the air defense zone, out further to give us a buffer zone. I wouldn't be surprised if the term buffer zone or humanitarian buffer zone, something like that, is used. But the bottom line is NATO didn't kill it, and I think that probably has some bearing on what this was. I'm just off past life experience, I'm wondering if there was an engagement going on, and for some reason NATO couldn't do a shoot. Maybe a Ukrainian fast air asset was doing an engagement on at least 1 or 2 missiles, or maybe they were busy firing surface to air missiles or whatever it is, something like that. That would kind of make sense. Otherwise, NATO's got a problem here, because essentially, if this was targeted, right, let's go into the Russians are pushing NATO. the Russians just flew a cruise missile into NATO territory and nobody killed it. That's going to be a cause for concern, I think, in Brussels. And that's why I think the Poles will say, do you know what? Let's push it out. 50 miles sounds like it's, I would suggest 100 miles, and probably some NATO air defense assets will, if they're not already, and I think they are, they'll push them forward onto the border. But this feels like, I think this was accidental. I think this was probably accidental, and it may be the result of a air intercept. But we'll see. Once the sun's up, obviously, they can get the diameter of the round. There'll be some internal components. There seems to be a lot of debris from the missile as well, which so like a 1-ton warhead on a terminal dive at 80, 90 degrees doesn't tend to leave very big bits lying around. There seem to be some fairly substantial chunks on this. So once you get a partial fuselage fragment, some fins, guidance fins, maybe a chunk of booster, maybe some components from it, we'll know absolutely for sure. And I reckon it will be a very old, maybe a Kent, something like that, a very old cruise missile that just didn't do what it was supposed to do. And you might find the Russians are just held up by their belts and have a finger jabbed in the face and told, you do this again, you go after anything in the vicinity of the border, and next time we'll put you over on here and we'll spank you. That would be another kind of response. I know it's not what everyone wants here. We want to see tanks driving into Ukraine, but I think 2 deaths in return for a much wider NATO conflict, probably asking a bit much, aren't we, at the minute?
Yep, that would be asking a lot because, I mean, to be honest, when people ask, "Oh, we need to have a strong response," sometimes people draw blanks when that question's asked. Okay, what's the answer to that? Vice tanks rolling in, planes flying. That's what the next step is, and I don't think that we are there just because of the 2 missiles. But it will create some kind of heightened sense and probably like you said, a broadening of the envelope of security across at the border. Okay, let's go to the hands. Jared, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I want to start off by apologizing if there's some news that I missed. I've only been able to follow the MriyaReport for sporadically. But from what I'm seeing, I think it's, from what I've seen of what the Polish have announced, they very coyly said it was a Russian-made missile. They didn't say that it was launched from Russia or from Belarus. And we all know that the Americans, we have the AWACS flying 24/7. The Polish and the Ukrainians have their radar systems. It seems like certainly by now they know where the missile came from. And the fact that they're not saying that, I really think that the most likely scenario is that there was a cruise missile being flown at, say, Lviv, and the Ukrainians fired an S-300 at it and missed, and it's a Ukrainian S-300 that landed in Poland. Now, obviously, I could be wrong with that, but to me, from the actions that people are taking and the things that they're not saying, tells me that maybe this might have been a Ukrainian missile trying to hit a Russian cruise missile and missing, and that's what landed. If that is the case, I still think that would be certainly a justification for the Poles extending that anti-missile what you guys were talking about with the extending the missile defense out, say, 100 miles from the border, and saying, okay, we're going to make sure that there's no missiles come even near Poland, I think that would certainly be a good response. If it turns out that it actually was launched by Russia and landed in Poland, then I think we could do that plus say, all right, we're going to provide Ukraine with ATACMS or some other fancy systems as being Russia's punishment. That's it.
All right, thanks, Jerry. Robert, you had your hand up, but you put it down.
Yes. Schizophrenia broke out in Russia in the last week. And this is following on to what somebody was talking about much earlier about how the status of Putin. And so what I'm referring to is that Putin's brain called for Putin to be deposed and even killed. And I haven't seen a lot of great commentary on that or much on it at all, but Putin's brain is the guy that, that's Alexander Dugin. He wrote the Foundation of Geopolitics that called for such things as Britain to be broken off from the European Union, to increase the racial divisiveness in the United States. Specifically, this has all started like in the early 2000s. Specifically, I think that's one of the reasons for the rise of the alt-right.
But let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Who do you think his writings were meant for? Or were they meant for Russians, or were they meant for the West?
I mean, it's a book that's required reading by a lot of the higher up staff. At least that's what I understand of Russia. And he talks. The book kind of covers two radically different topics. He starts out with a lot of Russian philosophy, Russian identity. To make that story short, it's basically mysticism or like Nazi mysticism. It's
and it was
but towards the end, he has a list of practical things to do to take the United States away from being the most powerful country in the world. The idea is to make it, a more multipolar world.
But what relevance is Dugin to us?
Well,
is
Putin himself says
he relevant?
Dugin is Putin's brain.
Yeah, but Putin's brain is on crack right now. So I mean, really, what is Dugin's purpose in writing the book? It has nothing to do for us. It's not even for our understanding, because it makes no sense if you think about it from a Western perspective. What he writes makes no sense.
Oh, I agree. I mean, a lot of it is kind of crazy talk, but I mean, he wrote it in 1997, and it's required reading for all the Russian general staff.
Robert,
and if you look at
it's required reading for Russians so that Russians have the propaganda they need to continue to do what they do. It is not something that the West needs to pay attention to. It's just not for us, because our understanding is that the way we look at the world is a more truthful view of how economics works, how political statesmanship works. What he does for Putin is just provide Putin the cover to do what he does in Russia, so that he looks legitimate. So it is not required reading for anyone. It's just a book.
But Daryl, Putin's brain is telling him Putin to die, which is quite hilarious if you think about it.
So don't get lost in the weeds thinking about who Dugin was.
and what power he may or may not have, because it's irrelevant on the battlefield right now. They are losing. And regardless of what happens to Dugan, they are still losing.
Yeah, but he's calling for Putin.
Thank
What
you.
again?
Thank you, Daryl. I think we've made the point. Can we move to other hands? Okay. We've discussed Dugan more than I think we need to Dugan in this space. I think that I will stick with Daryl's. If you want to listen to Robert, yeah, he wrote a modern Mein Kampf because that's who Dugan is, and for Russians, and we have a whole bunch of hands. So, Daryl, if you have the order, I'd send it to you. Otherwise, I have a guess at it.
Go for it, Dan.
Hang on. 2 seconds.
Can anyone hear Dan?
Yeah, I can hear him. He's getting to where he can talk, because sometimes when we call on him, he's on the wrong side of the house.
That's exactly right. You caught me with my mouth full. I didn't know I was next. I apologize. So 3 or 4 things. The first one is, I think this missile into Poland is a big deal, but it's over dominating the thinking. We have the same problem today we had yesterday, which is that Russia is killing as many Ukrainians as they physically can, and incidentally trying to wreck the power grid. Now, even before this Polish thing either happened or made the news, I gave my maximalist opinion this morning, and Yehuda and CJ didn't like it, so I will give my minimalist opinion here. We have to do something to Russia that makes them want to stop this. They are not going to stop it because they're nice people. They don't appear to be willing to stop it because they're losing 1,000 casualties a day. So someone somewhere needs to figure out what the Russians really don't want to happen and do it. What I think getting back to even the pre-Polish news, we should have given Ukraine ATACMS 6 months ago. We should have banned Russian visas in Europe and the entire Western world 6 months ago. Neither of those things has happened yet. Why the bleed not? If it makes the Russians squawk, that means you should do it first and often, and again on Tuesday. Everything Gunny laid out about extending the SAM envelope as far over Ukraine as you can do it while the radar stay in Poland makes perfect sense, and ought to be happening before morning. And if that lets the Ukrainians move some of their stuff forward, so much the better. But the world has this deep conviction that we can kick the Russians out of Ukraine without upsetting them. That's not how this works. We have to upset them until they get tired of it and leave. I don't know how else to put it. And again, as big a news as the Polish thing is, the fact that they are trying to sink the Ukrainian power grid in the middle of winter, which will kill a lot more than 2 people, is a bigger one. Thank you very much.
Dan, I gotta say that I think that our military men being significantly hesitant is honorable, and I listen to and respect them. Major Giroux, who I have a ton of respect for, and all of our military people do, is in fact one of the more hesitant people around it, and I really appreciate that our military officers who come here are very hesitant about putting their men in harm's way. So I understand where they come from. That said, personally, I would prefer a more maximalist approach like you. I think that handing Ukraine a fat pile of ATACMS so that they can take out every single Russian logistics point within 300 miles of their territory, so that they can't. So that this war ends a lot sooner is a great idea. I'm a fan of this sort of thing. Certainly, who matters the most here, obviously, is none of us, but the office of the President of the United States, the President of Poland now, clearly matters a ton. And other. It'd be really nice if my second most insulted person here in the space, that'd be Mr. Olaf Scholz, were to pull his head firmly out of his posterior and start sending things like leopards and all sorts of other excellently made German goodies. But no, I agree with you. Certainly there are voices in the space too, but I definitely respect that many of our military voices here, such as Gunny, and as I said, Major Giroux is a very good one, Yehuda, etc., urge a bit of caution when using military force, and I certainly respect where they come from, and I really appreciate that the lives of our soldiers are in hands that care so much about the lives of such things, so that people are not suggesting wasting life needlessly. So I would like to make that point, and I do get where those gents are coming from. With that, I think Daryl has the order of hands. I'm going to kick it back to him.
All right, Troy, you got it again.
Thank you, sir. I just had an epiphany, or maybe it's nonsense, but let me know what you think. I missed earlier, and a lot of the other people tweeting it out missed the comments I said earlier about, and this ties in with what was suggested earlier about the forensics and the fact that there's still an information vacuum suggesting that it was somehow a Ukrainian wayward missile. Although that's a possibility, I would say that doesn't necessarily suggest that. I do think the AWACS or whatever surveillance aircraft were in place probably immediately knew what happened, but it's just a matter of order of operations. They got to talk to all parties involved, and everybody's got to know what the next step is, and that includes at least 3 countries, or I say 3 entities: NATO, Poland itself, and Ukraine. So there's a lot of heads to put together and get the final readout before making everything public. So I don't think you can draw any significant conclusions from the fact that it hasn't been announced yet. They still tend to keep their capabilities close to the chest, even though I'm sure Russia understands they're being watched. But again, there's just everybody, look at what happened with the MiGs earlier in the conflict, where there was kind of a drop ball and miscommunication and finger pointing. That's not going to happen. If there's anything good that came out of that, it's that it happened early, and they know, they've kind of fixed that. They had, they definitely had a lessons learned from that, and it is that communications between all parties involved are key, and that's been a theme recently that's been pushed with all the whatever the ethereal calls for negotiation. I think that's been put to rest again. So, but beyond that, what I mentioned earlier was that Biden was kind of saying, "Hey, it looks like we have some evidence that the missile didn't come from Russia," and there's still, like Daryl said, so many possibilities. And what I failed to mention, because of character limits in my tweet, and a lot of other people didn't mention, is he led off by commenting about how Russia has escalated willfully this war by launching 90 missiles today, or on Tuesday, I should say, in the middle of the G20 summit. So just the sheer, and I think that should be the emphasis, is just the audacity and the continued belligerence of saying that, again, that it's on Zelensky or it's on Ukraine to come to the table with Russia and be reasonable, whereas they're in the middle of the worst assault. These are more missiles fired on the Tuesday than the October 10th assault, and that was the high water mark, or the low water mark at the time, and they've of course found a new low. So whatever it ends up being, which we still won't know until we know, I think the emphasis should be on the fact that Russia escalated, and again is being the aggressor, and firing literally everything they have at Ukraine in the middle of this summit where all these countries are coming together to work on a lot of global issues, including first and foremost the Russian war against Ukraine. So thanks for giving me that space. Thanks.
All right, Troy. Let's see. Let's go to. I'm gonna go to Big Papa, Herman, then Luca, and then back to you. Lunchtime.
Hey, good evening, guys. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, how you doing, Big Papa?
Good. It's good to hear from you. I like hearing you and Chuck.